10 Sekunden bis Teaser. 1 minute for us.
Cool. It's a minute 30, the teaser, or 1 minute? It comes up here anyway. I'll take over.
Teaser is 1 minute 08.
I feel like you can hear me breathing far too much. Or
Yeah, turn this down a little bit.
Here we go.
One minute left on the clip.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us this morning for the Freeride World Junior Championship, the 11th edition here in 2023. My name's Will Tucker, and I'm absolutely honoured to be able to present such an incredible competition today alongside Flo Orley. Welcome, Flo, and what can you tell us? The conditions in Kappl look pretty perfect today. Sunshine. How's the Kelspitz looking?
Well, first of all, very warm welcome from my side as well. Stoked to be joined by you, Will Tucker, one of the most experienced commentators and free ski judges in the world. Kappl, yeah, the 6th time the Freeride World Championships is being hosted on the famous Kappl-Paznaun. We're looking up the mountain, and it's looking absolutely epic this year.
A couple of different snow conditions from top to bottom. I think it looks absolutely prime at the very top. Little bit of wind effect somewhere in the middle, and then firming up towards the bottom where people have been skiing and inspecting the face from lower down.
But before we go into more details on the Kappl-Paznaun, let's have a look around what the freeriding Kappl looks like. One of the prime freeride destinations in Austria, in the beautiful Paznaun Valley. Let's look at the clip which shows us the beauty of this area of the world. Yeah, beautiful footage here. While Ischgl a bit further up the valley has all the partying and like 100 lifts. Kappl has only 4 or 5 chairlifts and 1 gondola, but they give you access to the most amazing freeride terrain. It's really an incredible resort.
And I just think we're so lucky to have the conditions we do today to watch the future of freeriding evolve in front of you. You're always promised a really good show at this type of competition, and yeah, with kids at this age willing to take risks that perhaps I'm not willing to anymore, and just we've got an amazing set of features for them to use to set up different options for lines. And
exactly, and we got about 30 centimeters of fresh snow just 2 days ago, and thus the event organization decided to have this organization of the competition. The snowboard man will kick off, the snowboard woman will be second, so they'll make the most of the fresh snows. The snowboarders really like to have a bit of freshness in their venue, followed by ski woman, and the whipped cream at the very end is the ski man category.
Yeah, we like to see the skiing perhaps does slightly better in more choppy conditions, so pretty good that we've got it running in this order. Yeah, and what are we expecting to see in terms of line choices, in terms of ways of creating air and style on this face? What's possible?
Well, the Kappl-Paznaun is a very unique mountain in the freeride world because it has so much to offer. It's a huge mountain. It's a vertical drop for more than 600 meters from the very top down. Here we see the picture. Yeah, they usually starts at the very top. Because of the lack of snow, the wind blew away the snow at the very top. The safety team decided to move a bit further down the ridge, so it's a little bit of a shorter run, but whole the middle and lower sections are accessible as in other years. So you see a length of slope 550 meters, maximum steepness of 60 degrees, and there's tons of options and features to go freestyle, to go gnarly, and to go big for the riders.
Yeah, we're so lucky to have such a crazy crowd. These kids still not quite allowed to go upside down in accordance with the insurance rules, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see some insane 360s, maybe some cork maneuvers.
And what I really like right now, this is live from Kappl. You see the drone trials flying right over the peak, right to the start gate. Yeah. So this is just to the side of the competition venue, and if you look to the upper side of the picture, this is where the competitors come down into this lower section. Yeah, Kappl-Alaska is what they call it, not for nothing. Kappl and Alaska have something in common: insane snow conditions. Here we get the lower part. It's the rider's view as we get closer to the finish. Still a couple of points to be collected down here with a couple of Buddhas, because there was on-slope inspection at the very lower part. Tell us something about this very unique thing for a European freeride competition.
Yeah, I think perhaps that levels the field out quite nicely in that the IFSA athletes are sort of allowed an on-face inspection and therefore have grown up using that technique to envisage their runs and line up what they're going to do. The Europeans are only ever allowed to look at it from front on and from a long way away. And in conditions like that are variable at the bottom here, it's probably a good idea that we've allowed these kids to come down, have a feel of those takeoffs and see what's possible for them. At the same time, higher up on the face, it's still completely fresh snow. We've just had a couple of forerunners in there to give us an idea of what the condition is. And yeah, it looks great. Looks like we've got some speed power in the middle a little bit, but it's definitely deep and fresh at the top.
14 nations, riders from 14 nations on the start today. That's pretty amazing. So it's a really international field today. And we already have the start list woman right here in front of us.
And number one is last year's champion. So that's super exciting that she's able to win at this level before reaching kind of the maximum age of a category.
All right. Boys, back just telling us it was actually the women's start, if you saw, but snowboard men are going to start first. So this is now the category which we'll see the first, and this is the order of riders the way we see it, with Gaban from France being our very first rider dropping in today.
Awesome, and we had a quick look at Kia Crichton's Instagram last night, and it's a truly incredible thing that just he's able to use air sports, surfing like a crazy level, and snowboarding, and at 15 years old, and just to understand those types of sports that are completely an evolution with the real world, and you have to fit yourself into it rather than adapting the real world to you. That's pretty rare at that age to have that ability, eh?
That is true, and they're all super excited up there now, and I just got in for 30 seconds, still bib number one dropping,
oh,
so no
exciting.
delays. The sun's just coming out behind the clouds, which are moving away. It's going to be a bluebird day, and we're super eager to see amazing action on the Kappl-Paznaun starting in a couple of seconds.
Looking forward to it. The athletes all at the top ready, getting their warm-ups completed. Everybody's had a really good face inspection. They've come down here and watched the forerunners from just behind the judges. We're honoured today to have Bertie Deneveau, Laurent Goutier and Manu Mandel coming from being a world champion and stepping into the booth for the first time. Really cool to have a snowboard female there.
And for the first time ever, we also have a video judge, so if a snowboarder, a skier disappears behind a big white cloud, upon the landing they can review and say, was it a butt jag, was there a mistake in the landing, was it clean? But I think we'll have time to get into that a little more detail later on.
Awesome.
Let's now focus on Gaban. He won 3 junior events last year. He's actually 4th now in the European Oceania ranking, so definitely one of the hot guns of today.
And coming out of Val Thorens and Le Manoir, just an incredible culture for freeriding and incredible mountains there to practice your craft on. I think we can go to the top, and Gaban looks like he's hyped, ready to go. Love the atmosphere we get at the start gates in these freeride competitions, everybody supporting each other, pushing them to the limits.
And Gaban has one goal, which is stated in his comments: he wants to win the Freeride World Tour.
Let's go. On course then for the first rider of the day, straight into a cab 180, I think, off that first hit. Finding a second hit, and they'll run this cross court perhaps to head back to the main couloir.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of discussions among the riders if they can do both of those hits and then still make it over to what they call the half pipe. And yes, they can. Even can add a third hit in the middle. Entering the half pipe right now with another air. That's 4 airs within like 15 seconds.
Backside method off the third one, grabbing Weddle into the face.
So now this is where the orientation comes into place. Yeah, to exit from the half pipe over the nard with a nice double. Unfortunately, catches the nose. I think it must have been a hidden rock which he uncovered on the landing. At least it looked like that.
Such is the snow condition that hasn't even tickled him. He's still riding, so he's going to keep some points through this line. Frontside 360.
Yeah, the hard part is once you lose your concentration after a hiccup like that, it's really hard to stay focused. He did go back to his line, definitely. That's what he wanted to do.
Committing to the frontside 360 up there, as you say, especially when we have difficult conditions at the bottom of the face. That's sometimes my most fear for athletes, once they've had just a little tumble and they start just boosting towards the finish line. But this guy's still in his game and lining up perhaps a fifth hit, just skipping past that one.
Yeah, that's the lower top part which we talked about, where the organization decided for safety reasons to open it for on-slope inspections, because there's a lot of hidden rocks with the fairly low tide snowpack in that lower part, which means the riders know exactly what to expect, but on the downhand it's a bit tracked out and it's harder to make it look smooth.
I mean, huge respect to Gaban. He's clearly demonstrating an incredible level of technique and for the most part control. As you say, maybe just one shot costing him the points today. But it's all a learning experience, and congratulations for making it to the bottom of the Kelspitz.
I really like the fluidity throughout the all. He knew exactly where he was going. He did what he planned to do. Yeah, maybe we see a replay of that landing up there. It was a double into one of the steepest parts of the face, but at the moment he landed, he went into like a somersault, and this is
little hesitation
right
on the setup. Yeah, just
you
catches
see the
a
rocking
rock.
cover.
Yeah.
That's it.
It was a great concept for a line. Certainly had all the elements to it with adding the air and style on the front side 360, 3 airs with nice grabs and shifties in them. But eventually just getting hung up, and unfortunately for Gaban, that's probably going to cost him the chance of being towards the top of the proceedings today.
It definitely will. What I really like that he did exactly what he wanted to do, but on the other hand, today the riders must be aware of these hidden rocks. So it's really, you might also see the more experienced riders manage to land in snowy pockets where you can be sure there is more snow on those sharks, as we call them, than in other spots.
That's it, and for sure there's going to be some coaches at the bottom gathering that information and trying to radio people back to the top, so perhaps the start order can just act in your favour. If you're a little bit further down it, you're going to have more information about where the best pockets are for landings.
Exactly. We're waiting for the score for Kappl-Paznaun. First score of the day, that was takes the judges a little longer to get confident and get the judging range set right.
Always, I'm not envious of a judging job. It's an awful lot of focus throughout the day, and sometimes you've got to be a little bit harsh. And perhaps this sits further down in the 40s or the 30s, even with the little fall.
Exactly. We see Rachel Kraft here, very experienced IFSA judge. She is the video judge for the snowboard man category. The judges will then take turns. So she looks closely, obviously, at that crash she had landing on the rock, and gives straight away live feedback to the other judges so they can judge it right.
And here we are with Gaban coming in at a 25, so yeah, being punished seriously for catching himself up and having a double tomahawk before recovering nicely. But yeah, 25 sets an anchor, and I'm sure we're going to see the same level of difficulty, perhaps with a little bit more control.
Maybe we see that done by Dave Burnell from the United States of America. Only his first year of competition last year, and already 7th in the ceiling list. So one of the, well, all the riders, boys and girls on the start gate today are at the top of their game. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at the Freeride Junior World Championship.
Yeah, I think that's what's beautiful about it. When you have a World Championship, it really concentrates the level of quality. And on course, we have Day. Snow at the top looks incredible, man.
It is. Coming from Winter Park, representing the Winter Park snowboard team. So many freeride teams have formed over the last years. When I was competing until like 10 years ago, it was all like single individuals, but now it's all teamwork and coaches.
I'm a little jealous that these kids have had that quality of coaching with the likes of Derek Foost or Dion Newport taking on teams and really lifting the level up. We all figured it out ourselves through a very painful trial and error back in the day.
That is true. Hopefully no trial error for Day now as he enters one of the steepest parts of his face, going for the famous mushroom rock, the first one to tackle this rock, with a bit more careful approach to ride, but probably because he has some more work planned for the bottom part.
Certainly a great line, perhaps a little bit lower on the fluidity than Gaban, but it won't be difficult to beat him in terms of control.
No, fluidity, one of the most important. Whoa, nice diving out with a bit of a butt check. Regains control quickly. Yeah, that's what the judges are looking at. You're looking at an interesting line, but it can obviously be a difficult line, but you want to keep that fluidity up. So that's definitely where he lost some points in the fluidity, doing that steep part really carefully.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty incredible double and great slough control to make sure that was managed before dropping into what was going to be a zone where he really needed to see what was coming at him, and did pretty well to control it through the double, and then just catching a bit of a heel edge in the landing.
What we see, not so much right now, but in the upper part of the face, he had really flat light. You see those high gray clouds in the sky, and they take away the sunlight a little bit. So maybe he also slowed down a bit because visibility wasn't at its very best.
There we go. And yeah, it's been great snow condition. I think the cirrus cloud we've got above us hopefully means that the snow condition's going to remain the same rather than warming up and gathering some weight as the day goes on. It still looks pretty light and blower in the landings for the moment. Coming into the finish line then, Dade, just slightly hesitant in places, but certainly taking a line with a lot of challenge in it, and he should be proud of himself for making it to the finish line. We'll await the scores. Perhaps a great time to shout out our sponsors for this event. We're presented by Yeti today. Thank you, Dynastar, to Red Bull, and who else we got? Lang, Black Diamond, Scott, Pit Viper, and Ski Koenig, Rent, and yeah, generally the Kappl Resort putting on such an incredible facility for this sort of event. It's great fun.
Yeah, Dade Burnell finishing 8th here in Kappl, so he's one of the actually few competitors, less than 10% of the competitors came back because many drop out of the under 18 range. So he's one of the few who can actually come back one more time next year, being 17 now.
Wow.
8th place last year, and yeah, with that landing he had, I don't think it's going to be a podium spot today for him, but well, I've got to be careful with my forecast.
Yeah, I never like to try and call the judges out. It's a very different process to be sat here talking about it than it is to be taking in every possible detail about the run, how big those control issues were. I think it's probably got to rank above Gaban just for the little front punch, but at the same time, some differences in the fluidity. And Gaban had an awful lot of air and style except for that one control issue, so it's worth mentioning.
And for not so free and experienced people watching, 48 points for Dade Burnell. Yeah, that's definitely way ahead of Gaban. But you can see how well these kids, kids, they're 17, 18 years old, how well these young riders are planning their lines top to bottom. They know exactly where they are. There's no blind going over a roll and hoping for a speed landing. They know exactly what they're expecting whenever they jump over something.
And I'm super excited for our next competitor, Finn Eisenmann from the USA, coming out of Beaver Creek. He finished first in the North American Championships at Big Sky last year. He's only 16 years old and he's leading the seeding list for the time being, so just expecting great things basically.
Exactly. Beaver Creek is home mountain, but he also likes Snowboard, Utah. Well, who wouldn't? I've been riding there before, and if the big front hits, this is amazing.
And so I'm told Utah has all of the snow in the world right now. We had a bit of a low tide start to the season here in Europe, and I've just been watching videos of my friends out in Utah, and I'm super jealous right now. So I'm sure Dade comes in with legs in great condition, having ridden much more power than the average European has this year, so maybe that's an advantage.
And the info gave us that he wants to be a pro snowboarder, so yeah, he's right where he's supposed to be. And he's looking up to names like Travis Rice and Jeremy Jones, but also to his dad, because the passion of his dad for snowboarding is what fueled him and his love for snowboarding.
You've got to shout out to all the parents here for creating the facility for these kids to come along, to all the coaches who recognise that passion and support it and lift these kids up to a world championship level.
And Finn and the next competitor afterwards, Kia, are amongst the younger ones. So Finn being 16, our next one, Kia, being 15. So we only have one category, which is 18 and younger. Which means if you're good enough and you're only 12 or 13, you're ready to compete in Kappl.
Yeah, I really have to recognise that, as you know, certainly as a British guy, I just didn't get the chance to ride these conditions and big mountains until I kind of could afford it, and I'd left university and all that sort of thing. It takes some time to build experience, to understand how the different snow conditions work with different features and how to create a line that's going to use those things to the best of their abilities.
But it's also so beautiful in freeriding. I did my last World Tour finishing second in the world when I was 41, and the youngest competitor that year was 20, and we were in the same start gate, we were doing the same stuff. Yeah, almost a generation in between, but still on eye level and doing the same stuff. Yeah,
that's. I also just always want to mention the atmosphere in one of these start gates is a little bit different to sometimes in free ski. You're just directly trying to beat one person, but no one's really going to beat this mountain, so we all just lift each other up and support each other. So
that's a nice thing about a freeride sport in general. You set the challenge yourself. You have a start gate at the very top. You have finish gate, but what you're doing in between is totally up to you. And we'll go into judging criteria a little later, but you can go for the most mellow line and freestyle your life away, or you go for the most gnarly stuff. Both runs could win on that given day.
Yeah, that truly is a beautiful thing, that you come to every freeride competition having no idea what to expect, not knowing what the right thing to do, what to expect from an athlete who could be that big mountain guy. Most of them seem to be pushing on with those freestyle elements these days and adding that to their runs, because we're seeing that they have the ability to do it in the most gnarly and steep terrain and take that exposure on as well.
That's a very good point, Will. We definitely do see a big progression in the sport. We see the young ones as well as the best of the world and Freeride World Tour bringing freestyle moves into the big mountain style riding. We see double backflips in areas where riders just did dare to go straight over cliffs. So there's definitely a lot happening these days.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I was at the Nondar Backcountry Invitational on Saturday, and yeah, we see Maxime Charbleau is definitely capable of taking on those seriously steep and technical lines, doing a triple backflip, owning a double 10, and still putting himself in third place on that podium, because we had so much talent and so much different ways of seeing that face on that day.
But saying that, I think it's really important for the Freeride World Tour and also for the Freeride Junior World Tour to define itself as a competition which is held in a high alpine terrain, because it's a lot easier to build kickers in a more mellow terrain and then have a good show once the powder has hit. But to ride a mountain like Quellspitze with 50-55 degree spots and then add freestyle, that's a different thing. And I hope the Freeride World Tour will find the conditions this year to tackle really big and technical mountains, which all the riders are actually looking forward to, which are competing on the tour.
Yep. And Finn Eisenmann looks like he's about to drop in, so let's head back to the top, get our focus on this young man, and be ready for an absolute show. The drone's ready to follow him down. These FPV shots are going to be incredible after the event. Here we go, Finn. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Looks the light's a little better now, huh? See that the sun is kind of breaking through those clouds, and he looks like he has fun. Very playful start up there by Finn.
Oh, looked like he was trying to set up a slasher, but hooking that toe edge and having a little front punch there. As you say, snow looks great. The light's improving slightly. Grabbing Weddle. Big stomp off that one. It's got a nice line.
Yeah, I'm happy he got it back together, because that definitely was a surprise for him at the very top there.
Yeah, like you say, always difficult to refocus after those little moments. And interesting to see here, the judges don't tend to love you traversing across the face unless you're going towards something extremely special.
Yeah, but we have two overall distinct lines. One is left and one is right. And he finds a new one in the middle.
Oh, getting front punched, and there's more cliffs to come after that. Could someone set that up for a triple? It's maybe even a quad down that little bit of a face there.
That's a very creative line that has not been done very many times on Quellspitze, because that entry is really hard to find.
Oh, it just gets locked up again on the toe edge and down for a second time. He will be disappointed now.
Yeah, that lower part, as we talked about before, for our snowboarders, boys and girls, it is going to be tricky to keep that pace up. Your legs are starting to burn, and those tracks were put in there by the riders expecting those last little takeoffs. They're obviously frozen overnight, and some of them are really hard right now.
Yeah, it's definitely quite something to build the fitness for this sort of event. And, you know, we're not dealing with a huge amount of altitude up here, but these kids walk 45 minutes to get to the top of that mountain. They've then got to stay warm, get their warm-ups just right. And as you say, it's 550 vertical meters descent, and it's an awful lot of choppy terrain and very big jumps to have the quads to hold on to. So, well done, Finn. I'm sure you're going to be a little bit disappointed, but we'll expect the scores just a moment. That's a nice stomp.
Super clean landing on that one. I like those drones. It feels like you're right there with them.
Oh, yeah. What an evolution when we used to spend an awful lot of money on helicopters to get wide angles, and now we can follow within a couple of meters airborne.
That was such a nice way. He entered there with no hesitation, no stopping, but it was like a wind structure. So if you had jumped like a meter further, I think he would have been fine for his landing, but it was a little ledge that caught his board.
And I think that's again what I'm saying about building experience over time to be able to figure all of that out at the age of 16 and know what speed you're going to need, how far away you need to be to set that speed up in order to just find a good transition. That's really difficult work. 15 points for Finn Eisenmann.
Yeah, obviously, since it doubles a couple of times every time you get deduction of your potential maximum of 100 points, ending up at 15 for Finn. But good thing for him, he can come back another 2 times to the Freeride Junior World Championships.
We look forward to it.
Kia Chrétien already started. That's a very interesting one. If you look at his Insta profile, you'll see amazing shots. Him surfing in a barrel, him wing foiling in double mast high waves. That's because his family lives half-time in Maribel, Courchevel, and half-time used to be Huahine and the South Pacific, and now it's South Africa.
You
so
can kind of
surfer
see
as
that.
much as snowboarder.
That's surf style, and he looks like he's slashing a lip with every turn. Found a nice air at the top, grabbing Indy, and riding into the mushroom, as we call it. Huge air and a good stomp off that one.
And keeping the fluidity up nicely as well. I know he has a bottom exit planned there, he told me yesterday. Yeah, approaching it right now. Ooh, flying out the bottom.
Yeah, if we're looking for fluidity as a criteria, then this man is nailing it right now. Perhaps not the most complicated of line choices we've seen so far. What's he got for us at the bottom?
3 top 5 finishes last year, even though it was just his first competition year. So for the age of 15, already a lot of experience and success
15?
for a rider. Yeah.
Oh my, I wish I was this good when I was 15, man.
He goes to an outdoor school where 10 weeks a year they do outdoor sports rather than going to school. How's that?
It
lasts
cool.
1 year longer than a regular school, but it gives you all this outdoor time. So I think that's...
By the same comment, I was pretty well educated when it came to maths, and I still suck at that. So, yeah, respect to this man. You've definitely got to check him out on Instagram. It's Hugoman_5go. And, yeah, it was one of the most exciting pages I've looked at in ages. The guy is foiling. He's playing with air sports. He's surfing an awful lot. And clearly you can see the standard of his snowboarding at 15 years old. This guy's one to watch for the future.
Kia Chrétien at the finish line. That looks like we have a new guy in the lead because there were no major mistakes.
No control issue.
His dad's going to be stoked. Dad actually just founded a Freeride Academy in Maribel, and they already have 80 kids in year 2 out there. Yeah.
Absolutely huge respect for all the coaches and parents who kind of put on the facilities that are necessary for kids to get into this sport. It's not an easy thing to make safe, so it takes a lot of talent, a lot of training to be able to. You pretty much need to be a guide and a freestyle coach and a free ride coach all at the same time to help these kids out these days. Wow, he was boosting through that middle section.
Yeah. It's interesting. The line he told me was going to do yesterday had one more air in it at the exit of the steep section. So I think he downsized a little bit from his plan, knowing that snow conditions may be a little tricky as we saw, and it seems to have paid off because he stayed on his feet top to bottom and kept his fluidity up.
That's extremely smart riding for a 15-year-old.
Exactly.
Often you can just be so keen on showing off and making sure you express yourself. You've got to adjust that to the conditions, and that's the nature of free riding.
Anxiously waiting for his score.
Kia Crichton on a 71.67, first place for now. We'll see if that stands up, because I think there is more to be found in terms of line and air and style up there, but certainly brilliant control, showed incredible technique, and it was great fun to watch as it was. A lot more from the top in a minute. We're looking for Sam Briggs, also representing the USA, coming out of Palisades, Tahoe. And he's looking forward to doing what he loves and seeing Europe, which, yeah, I think is quite the right attitude for a man at that age now.
Yeah, Sam wants to say thanks to all the coaches helping and his monkey boys back home. And his number one sponsor, his parents.
Into that same first air, taking a little bit more cross-court. There's a bit more to be found off that if you take the 4 line.
Yeah, exactly. I think they can really play with that. Talking about parents, by the way, parents are allowed to join their juniors up to start gate, but then obviously cannot come down to competition venue, but they have to ride around, but they are there for emotional support.
There's a couple of sharks in the very top of that face there, but I don't think they're going to trouble these guys. Finding his way into the looker right side beyond the half pipe and taking the mushroom on. Lovely air off that. Just getting caught on the nose of it. Got to put the weight through the back foot to keep the board running through that deep snow there.
Yeah, you as a skier can know that.
No, I deliberately backslap everything for that reason. That's what it is. Is he going to keep his focus? So it's only a small control error in a sense. There's been a few of them so far, so he can still end up in the top 10 with this, and that's an awesome air. But again, this time too much weight on the back foot, and it's shooting straight out ahead of him. Oh, that snow looks beautiful there, doesn't it? Can we get some turns after the contest, Flo?
Oh, yes, we definitely have to. So, great game plan, and just 2 times a little trouble at the execution for Sam Briggs.
And as I say, we have to hope that he keeps the focus together, because there's definitely more gnar to be coming at the bottom here. As you say, on a snowboard, the heel edge control through this choppy, now slightly firmer snow is not an easy thing. Is he lining up this... Ooh, indie grab. Yeah, he's just keeping control and showing that he's not lost his focus, having fun, sending some slashes. Another air at the bottom, so I think that's 5 airs in total there. But unfortunately, 2 major control issues that the judges are definitely not going to miss.
Noch einmal bitte.
Crossing the finish line then, Sam Briggs. Crowd going mad for him at the bottom. He's a pretty popular guy, that's for sure. He's still stoked on it. That's the correct attitude, and sometimes hate to see people breaking their poles because they're upset with themselves. You're just supposed to be enjoying your life, and it's an incredible privilege to get to ride these faces. Nice air off that first hit. Into the mushroom, and he looked great in the air, but just not finding the control in the landing. Waits over that toe edge a little bit, and there he is. This is a really interesting cliff. Totally new takeoff. Haven't seen anyone go there yet.
Sam Briggs anxiously waiting for his score. Sam also wants to say thank you to the white trash band that helped him to get that far, whatever that really means.
So we're looking intently at Rachel, the video judge there.
Yeah, even Hatchet joining in there. 41 for Sam Briggs. Probably
Fourth
not
place for the moment.
what he was hoping for, but if he had put those 2 airs on his feet.
It was a first place run at
there.
this point. The line was definitely competitive, and it just comes down to...
And I hear that the live stream was off for a second. That's why everyone at home did not see Max Baker's score 64-33, the most massive air. Not all the way to his feet. That's why there's some points lacking, but 64 still a solid score for a solid line.
Yeah, I think it's been a really smart play from Crichton, who's perhaps not taken all the risks that he was capable of out there, knowing that a safety run in one sense could put him on the podium today. So Cesar Barrat from France, growing up in Val Thorens. Straight in then, everybody using that first air. Once it's been used once, pretty much everyone got to use it. That's a new air, though. Taking it fast and clean. Great control on the heel edge to set up a 3rd air and grabbing Indy. There's a little air into the half pipe that's possible, but he takes it nice and smooth. So far, no issues of control of fluidity. Coming into the most difficult part of his line. Stomping it, making it a double. The judges love to see that, but there he goes over the nose. I was saying the judges love to see it because those doubles definitely add so much difficulty to your line score that if you control them, they're worth points. But that's the point. It was difficult, and he didn't manage it, so there we are. Massive air and stomping that one.
Stomping the shit out of that one, as we like to put it. Wow, that was an amazing exit there. I remember now that the forerun in the morning gave radio feedback to the riders waiting at the judges area, and there was info that in the middle part the wind has been on the snow overnight a little bit, and I think that's why our snowboarders are having trouble. That snow is really not as fluffy as they expected. It's kind of dense, so they sink in, the board gets stuck, and that's why we have a couple of those over-the-nose rolls.
And that, a backside 360 at the bottom. Has he controlled it? Yes, he has. It's beautiful. Just the one little control issue then, and that's why I keep mentioning experience being so valid in free riding, to know that snow condition is going to change behind this shape of terrain, and therefore to adjust your technique so that you maintain control through the other side of that.
Talking about maintaining control, he's going to bite his fingernails for that little control issue at the very bottom, which is not unnecessary, but it's going to cost him some valuable points for sure. But
I think it's still a third place run for now.
Not as hard on it as they are after a crash at the further. The more gnarly part of the face.
Yeah, perhaps we have to go to the video judge there. The backside 3 looked pretty clean, but we just lost him behind the ridge to see if he did maintain control completely. This part of the line is really interesting, but as we say, controlling the speed through the middle and then just getting punched over the front is a little bit flatter, and as you say, a little bit firmer from the wind effect in the middle there.
But then look at this last air. He knows exactly where he's going. He's aiming for the nose, gets his angle right, controls the speed perfectly, not going too far, just landing in the transition, putting to his feet like a pro.
Yeah, that's really smart. Absolutely finding the perfect transition here. And here he comes for backside 3.
Super nice.
It's no control issue. A little bit of a wobble, but the judges are not going to be harsh for that one. It's only the crash in the middle. Could be third place for now, as we've seen plenty of control issues so far. Where's the monkey come from? Cesar Baran then third place with a 51 for now.
Yeah, they must have punished that roll at the top a bit harsher, because obviously if you fall there in the most gnarly part of the face, you go down a long way.
And our next rider, excuse me, we wait for the score for... no, we don't. We are talking about our next rider. It's Vaughn Hardwick, our only Australian in the men's snowboard field today. Third place in Kappl last year, so his second performance here at the Freeride World Junior Championship. 3 wins with Freeride and the remarkable 3 stars. So he's been competing all over the world a little bit.
And he comes here every winter with his dad, early January, and stays till end of March, riding a lot of competition. And it's his mom's birthday. Belle, happy 50th birthday by you. We know we're watching. It's about 7 p.m. in Australia, and I know you have all your fingers crossed for Vaughn right now.
And I'm sure the best present Vaughn could possibly give you today is a great performance, make you proud up there.
I'm not sure this is on his mind right now as he's riding, but he's definitely ripping. One of the faster approaches of the face, nice top air, and now going, where is he going? Half pipe or mushroom area?
Into the mushroom then, here we go.
Here we go, still going fast. I told him if he does it, look for a different angle. He does. Finds a fresh landing.
A little bit of a front side air and grabbing Weddle as well.
Look at this, this is like Alaska.
Oh, so nice in there. Great control.
Setting up for last air definitely right now. Putting it to his feet as well.
Is it me, or is that extra impressive because Australia just can't have terrain like that, can it? That just to be able to ride steep and deep in that way?
Well, that's why they spend a couple of months in Europe.
Whoa.
Wow, now that's definitely a threat for Crichton, one with a beautiful and clean line so far.
Yeah, let's see if he keeps the control together.
If you remember it right, Kia in the lead right now, the only rider to this point who had no mistakes, no falls, and Vaughn is on eye level with him right now, but he still has all that bottom part to go.
Still, it's looking pretty tricky on the heel edge in there. Keep the knees soft and absorb these little bumps and tracks. Nice mogul slasher there from Vaughn.
I like that he keeps looking for those powder spots and putting his turns in the right places.
Kind of shifting backside and grabbing Indy off that little air at the bottom. Good fun turns,
going
kicking
for
the
right
snow
room one more time.
I think the judges are going to like this one, man. It's a smart line. He's kept it all together. Definitely had plenty of line difficulty in it. Perhaps not the highest on the air and style we've seen, but one of only 2 to not have a control issue. Great run, Vaughn, all the way to the finish line.
So pretty close to Kia Crichton's line, so that's going to be a very tough call for the judges. Saying judges don't necessarily have to come up with a certain score. The only important stuff they have to come with is the difference between riders.
I think that's always really important to say, that the score is a system for ranking, and it's nice that it can give some feedback about the gap between the qualities of the runs, but it's not necessarily gospel that 20 points is worth one thing on one day. It can be worth something very different on another. Seeing Vaughn taking these technical lines, finding a flat landing but controlling it really nicely there.
Oh, he's going to be stoked.
He should be stoked.
Stick to his game plan, top to bottom, did nothing wrong. Yeah, you see a smile on his face already.
Is it first place?
I know there's one mom being at home, pretty stoked.
Yeah.
By this birthday present of a very clean run by Vaughn. Yeah. Love your mom, that's what he wants to say.
What a guy. All the nervous moments then. I never loved this moment of standing around waiting for judges to tell you how good you are at stuff.
And your dad here is going to be stoked as well. He was riding motorcycles, was his first son for the first couple of years. Now it's Vaughn's turn to go riding. He accompanies him snowboarding for a couple of years, and the youngest one is yet to come. So, really cool family supporting their kids.
We look forward to another Hardwick at a World Championship final. Checking with the video judge then, perhaps just to see if there were any control issues, but we certainly didn't notice any.
Yeah.
69 points in second place for the moment then. So the judges just thinking that Kia Chrétien perhaps had a little bit more difficulty in that line. I would say they were fairly equal when it came down to control. Perhaps Kia showed a bit more in the way of technique with some more slashes and looking like he was surfing that face the whole way down.
Exactly, but really close. Man, what's 2 points out of 100? So close together.
There we go. So here we go for our Japanese competitor, Hugo Honjo.
Japan's past weapon right now. Japan's the winner of the 2022 overall ranking in freeriding, and he's fast out of start gate.
And grabbing
nice
Indy on a
air.
backside shifty, yeah, really demonstrating that control for air and style points, and also definitely boosting and finding the fluidity score.
Yeah, seems so confident. The judges loved it when they see riders just using little humps to just play with it rather than only focusing on their line, so to say.
And plenty of people have just ridden into the half pipe, but there is an air to be had at the top there. Where's he going?
Whoa!
Oh my God, backside shifty. Looks like a pretty big blowout at the bottom there, but it was a massive air.
That entry was amazing. To choose a line like that and to jump blind.
He's going again. There's a rock in that landing, but he controls it. What? Oh, I was scared for him then, but it just proved he had the talent and he knew exactly what he was doing. Another air with a little backside shifty Indy.
Stays in control, stays on his feet. Definitely a very complete snowboarder with very high orientation skills. Hugo Honjo.
Interesting stance there. He looks super narrow and very back-mounted on that board. Definitely a Japan-style deep pow setup he's got going. And then another control issue. A little bit of loss of focus at the bottom there.
But no matter what the score is going to be, two of the most amazing moves of the day in one run by Hugo Honjo from Japan.
Yeah,
that was mind-blowing, especially the first one.
I've kind of got a huge love for those riders who aren't necessarily going out there tactically to set up a line that they think is sort of average but consistent enough to win on. He's definitely gone out there and taken every risk possible. You got to risk it for a biscuit sometimes, and that's definitely what we just saw.
He was not here or on holiday. He was here to win this. Wow, very impressive. Let look at this one. He rides at full speed, and then look at this air. No hesitation.
Popping confidently.
Popping.
Big backside method off it, but just something flat or something kicked him straight away in the landing. Difficult to see behind that little ridge there.
But a lot of respect. You see that takeoff from my Would you there, just taking off there?
Oh my, oh my. And he's completely blind to the risk below him.
Yeah, I don't see a rock in the landing, so maybe it was just a little bit too much impact for the fast jump. I hope we see the lower one as well.
Here we go.
Just as beautiful.
This was
Again,
massive.
just a quick speed check. Knows exactly to find a landing spot in the little gully.
That's a full sniper landing. There was so much gnar either side of him, and he puts his feet down and stomps it. Any hook up there, and he was face planting into rock. So well done, dude. Incredibly risky line. Love those guys who just go out there to express themselves, and you're definitely one of them, my friend.
Another headache for the judges. Amazing run, but some problems. We've seen most snowboarders with some troubles. That's why the lead we have two that didn't have any. Hugo Honjo, 45 points, 6th place right now.
Yeah, I wonder if the coaches are going to communicate that to the top. We've only got 3 riders left in this category, and perhaps just reducing the level of difficulty in your line is a smart tactical play now. I've mentioned that I don't necessarily love people who do that, but equally, if you want to get the points and you want to move up in the rankings, it's really not a bad idea.
So we have a rider start kit who has been competing here before. Isaac Singer from the S, 6th here in Kappl in 2022. And started doing comps only last year, but won 2 3-star junior events straight away.
Snowboard's out of Big Sky, Montana, where they run the North American Championships, so perhaps that's going to help him in the future. Isaac dropping in then, and straight into that first air as everyone's going. He's gone the biggest off it so far, I think, with a front side shifty, maybe grabbing Weddle.
Big Sky, Montana, his home ground where he trains with the Big Sky Freeride team. Giving a big shout out to his team and everyone involved there. That gives him the chance to train, and he said all he wants to do this year is improve from the 6th place from last year.
Oh, awesome. And as I said, using that air into the top of the half-pipe, which some people have ignored, and the judges don't like people skipping features.
That makes a big difference, yeah. If you ride by a feature, judges are going to be like, oh, and you want that momentum up there. You want that emotional thermometer staying high, top to bottom.
Oh, doubling in, but again, there's something flat and sharky in the bottom of that first cliff band. You can see this little band here.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep your focus then, dude. Make sure you've got some gnar below you, so we need quality here. Going absolutely massive. Oh, my God. Nearly, I guess they'll call that a stage 3, but considering how big he went, I'm not sure there was much more of a possibility of stomping any better.
So they was gaining 50 points besides the jump, but then potentially losing 5. So maybe he rode out of it with -5, but the show was awesome. Wow, that's the way the judges have to think. So you give a certain amount of points for a certain feature as the rides are coming down. But obviously, if you have mistaken landing, you have to deduct some points as well. And then you see what's left over, so to say, for that feature at the end of the day.
Still a bit of gnar below him here, and as we say, slightly tricky snow conditions from the inspection yesterday. Our FPV drone cams keeping tight on the athletes, giving us the best footage possible. I love that technology allows us to go live to these drones, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, what amazes me even more is the balls of the boys going over those big cliffs at the bottom. Like, I would not have thought that any of them would go as big as they are doing today.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's smart or not, it's definitely impressive, and that's what we're here to watch. So, well done, Isaac. Great fun to watch. We'll see you back here next. Oh, no, it is his last year at 18 years old, so hopefully we'll see you on the 4 stars in the next few years. You've certainly got the nuts headspace for going really
definitely,
big.
Yeah. He looked so super stable here.
Doubling in?
Yeah, there's a shark in that. He's super centered over his board, but that shark grabs the bottom of his board and just stops it dead down.
Quality of the technique in the middle of the double was certainly there, but there's something flat. And this is just ridiculous.
That is solid.
Grabbing Weddle.
14 meter worth a grab.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be judged as too much of a control issue, but I guess they've already had one, so we shouldn't see this one on the podium, I believe.
You need for that takeoff.
Oh my God!
Wow, even too fast for the drone to even follow him.
Yeah, it's certainly one that needed to go long and deep on. So yeah, 14 meters might be an understatement.
I'd love to get his emotion right now to know if he's stoked about his run because he did what he wanted to do, or if it's a bit of should have, could have gone a little shorter on the big air.
Yeah, I think I'd love that. It's 46.67 for Isaac. He looks a little disappointed, but definitely stoked on himself for the effort. I've always loved that athletes that kind of keep that attitude positive, regardless of the fact that there's a judge there that might tell you that isn't on the podium today. It was still something crazy to do that must have been really fun to experience.
Exactly. Wow, only 2 borders left, and the next one comes from Spain. And when you have a Spain rider, it should sound somewhat like this.
Come on then, dropping in is Paul Sabido from Spain. Everybody taking this first cliff. Paul going a little smaller off it and slightly cross-court, but grabbing Indy and looking very neat.
But we have seen today that going smaller might actually be an advantage rather than a disadvantage on some of the airs.
Yeah, like we say, someone's got to play the tactic. If perhaps taking slightly less risk with the air and just keeping control together, you still got to do something pretty special to beat Kia at this point. But control looking like it's going to be the king criteria today.
It is. What's pretty special about that, his main wish towards us was to say hi to his fat dog Bruna at home in Spain.
Hey, hello, Bruna. How you doing? Ooh, good boy. Yeah, Paul finding a technical entry here, but losing control, and therefore, yeah, he sat down now, and the judges are definitely going to question. I think just riding rocks on his heel edge there and not able to keep the control.
Yeah, especially since this was an area where it would have been fairly easy from looking at the terrain to keep his speed up and shoot out the bottom.
I think he would have been much better off to just point the snowboard there, and the very fact he was on an edge is the thing that caused the loss of control. And yeah, now coming into the slightly tricky terrain. Great effort from Paul. I think he's had great success in the last couple of years with some 10th place positions. He was third in the Nondar Freeride, which is my absolute favourite event, and he does train out of Verbier, who have a truly incredible team. And he did win the Verbier Freeride Week 2 start this season, so definitely a man with a future, but perhaps just not on his main game today. And
yeah, but this can be his first of another potential of total 3 participation in this event. He will be able to come back another 2 times in the years to come. So, you know what's interesting? I don't think this is going to threaten our leaders. So, we have only one guy to come, Matthias Vota from France. So, our boys ranked number 1 and 2 right now are guaranteed a podium.
And just 15 years old, but the winner of the Bakira Barrette and second in Verbier this year. So, and hailing out of Font-Romeu, which in the Pyrenees, one of the flattest resorts I've ever skied in, and definitely the stupidest place I've ever taken my paraglider to. But yeah, Matthias Vota is the last threat we've got for today. We'll wait for the score for Paul Sabido, who is stoked on his line regardless. Did well off the mushroom. Yeah, that was lovely, grabbing Indy and stomping it, but then just the control issue in the chute through the middle. Riding a Jones snowboard. We had an amazing chat from Jeremy Jones and Xavier Delarue at dinner 2 days ago, talking about mountain safety and how special and important it is to back yourself to turn around and go away from challenges. Sometimes you need 20 things to line up at once, and if only 19 of them did, then it's too easy for you to think that that's enough factors in place. But if one of those factors says don't go, you've got to know when to turn around. And yeah, it's really cool to have world champions coming and talking to us about that sort of thing and inspiring the kids. And still taking the time out of their day to come to World Junior Championships. So thanks to Zav and Jeremy for that.
Yeah, totally right. Yeah, big role models for the younger ones. They are for sure.
Paul, one of those guys who's definitely still stoked on himself, regardless of a small control error today. As you say, 3 years left at this level of competition. So if anything, it's incredibly impressive to have qualified to get here at the age of 15 for an under-18s competition. Judges having a really good think about it. I guess they're having the difficulty of splitting some control issues, and perhaps Paul's wasn't really the worst of it, but equally they're not the most exciting of the line choices. Those who had control issues mostly did it off massive cliffs.
The riders are giving the judges a hard time today. It's a lot easier to compare clean runs than to compare runs with issues, because the hardest for a judge is always how much you deduct for a control issue, for a cartwheel, for putting your back down in the snow. It's a lot harder, and yeah, they're taking their time. I think that's good. We don't have the competition last a minute longer, but have a correct ranking at the very end.
Absolutely. Paul Sabido coming in on a 43, then an 8th place for the moment. Plenty of time left to improve on that. Big learning experience for him today, and he's still giving high fives and stoked to himself. We are ready then for Mathis Vota du France.
15 years, one of the youngest competitors as well in the start gate. And what's interesting about him, he's actually training in a freestyle team, not in a freeride team.
Yeah,
so ready to see some freestyle action by Mathis.
There is some great terrain in the Pyrenees and does create some great freeride riders. But and a hand drag frontside 360 off the first cliff. We haven't seen that before.
Yeah, using his freestyle skills and finding a new angle on dead air. Smart.
And another lovely air. So a little bit of a double there, running speed through it. And the first to try to use this look as right side of the face all the way, look as left, sorry, all the way down.
Which I think is very smart. It's, you know, the mount is kind of split in 2 sides, and he's buttering through the open terrain. It's a very playful terrain out there. It's perfectly suited for a freestyler, and so far he's making the best use of it.
And there is a big windlip down the bottom, which a freestyler might try and line something up on here.
I have a hard time realizing if he's a regular or goofy. He seems to switch around every couple of seconds. There's the windlip. He's approaching it.
Does he have the speed to do something big for us? Looks a bit slow on the running because no one's been down here yet. Yeah, not enough speed, but there is almost the shape of a jump in here. I'm told that a lot of these things that look like great cheese wedges down the bottom are pretty sharky. The wind's blown the snow off the top of them. A third nose butter 3. Loves the backside nose butter.
Look at the snow in this area.
Amazing. First to go down that line, and I think that's the smartest play. As I mentioned, someone just needed to use a tactic of perhaps getting lots of air and style, taking a slightly easier line, and therefore not having a control issue. And that's possibly what's going to put him towards the top of the rankings here.
That is true. I'm just wondering what the judges are thinking about this lower middle part, where he definitely had those wind lips to play with a little bit, but didn't really use them. So
I know for a fact
to see. He's stoked.
He's stoked for sure. I
like
just think that Bertie Denevo, being a big mountain guy from back in the day, tends to be pretty critical if you miss any features, and if you're not absolutely boosting through an easy line, then he doesn't give you the points for it. So let's see where this comes out. Matthias is absolutely stoked. And they cancelled the World Cup slopestyle in Font-Romeu this year because they definitely haven't had any snow over that side of France. So perhaps he hasn't even had the park features to play on, but looking at that hand drag 360 at the top, doesn't seem like he's out of practice with his freestyle moves, that's for sure. It was a super playful line.
Make use of that powder top to bottom.
Is this a top 3 result? Hate to be a judge at this moment in time. That's a very different type of run to everything else we've seen today. Whether they judge anything as a control issue in there, I don't think I saw one. Just about whether the line holds enough difficulty. He certainly rode it in a fairly fluid way, and air and style isn't a problem for this dude.
No, for Matthias Vota, Vaughn, I've never really heard of that mountain.
We have a World Cup slopestyle event there. I was there last year, but as I say, it's a pretty flat place that doesn't get a huge amount of snow. So to have this standard of free riding from coming from that side of the Pyrenees, super impressive. It's right on the border of Andorra, about 2 hours drive north of Barcelona.
Yeah, that's pretty far away from Austria. I haven't spent too much time in that part of the Alps.
Well, if you had this playground, you might not head over there, but for a British guy, it's still way better than the dry slopes back home, eh?
Sure, yeah. Well, to live in Innsbruck, like I do, it's pretty amazing. You have 60 resorts within 60 minutes of driving. So depending on where snow comes, north, south, east, west, you just drive between 5 and 60 minutes and go to places like Kappl for a day.
From my house, it's a 50-minute drive to Gloucester Dry Ski Slope, which is a plastic mountain with 120 metres declination.
I feel sorry for you. But I know you spend a major part of the season in Verbier, so you get to ski a lot if you're not sitting in a judging booth or a commentator's booth.
And as much as you want to hate on dry slope skiing, actually, if you learn to do a 900 on plastic, then you can do it anywhere, because that stuff just wipes your feet out if you have any angle error on it at all. So.
I have learned to jump down 25-meter cliffs, but I've never done a 900 in my life. So it's definitely a different approach to our sports.
Oh, they're going hard to the video judge here. Ben Carmel over the shoulder, trying to get as much information from Rachel and across to Bertie and the other judges. I don't think I saw any control issues in there, so I guess they're just looking for...
No, but it's hard to compare. He did not go into NAR, so his overall line choice would be further down than the others. Therefore, he was very playful, very fluid. So another one that's really hard for the judges. You can't wait.
Yeah, I don't envy him today.
Neither can we. But he said no control issues, fluidity up high. Even if the line scores a bit further down, he's got to be up there close to Kea and Vaughn from Australia.
Yeah,
these were only 2 runs without any issues.
Exactly. So it's definitely third place, is he? Could he threaten the other two?
Yeah, he's somewhere in there. Yeah.
Fourth place, Matthias Vota on a 62.67. He's absolutely stoked, and as you say, to come fourth. He's only 15 years old. He's got another 2 years left in this competition. And here's our overall results then. Crichton de la France, 7-1. Just a brilliant run, keeping it together, making sure he had no control issues. Perhaps not the most difficult of the line choices, but everybody who chose those found sharks and had control issues, so that's that. Vaughn Hardwick takes third place on a 69. And I'm afraid I've missed third place there.
Max Baker on third place, but our Freeride Junior World Champion 2023 in the snowboard category comes from France, and he's called Crichton. Big shout out to him and his family. That's one stoked young guy right now.
And only 15, so he could be the Freeride World Champion Junior 3 times over if he comes back here next year. He's only going to get better. And I think there's something to be said for those.
All right, let's get ready for the highlights of the snowboardman category. Good. The boys backstage have already prepared the best moments of the runs. We are ready for it right now.
Huge frontside 3. Demonstrating that slough control.
That was a nice doubles. Yeah, some of the snowboarders having trouble with a tiny bit more compact snow than they were expecting. But nevertheless, great action, great airs, and some spectacular cliff drops.
Yeah, you can definitely can't question any of these lads' ambition, can you?
No, but I think great performance by all the riders. And what I really like, we did not see anything stupid. Everything was, you know, doing what he planned.
Yeah.
And even though some of the bigger jumps might not have been landed perfectly, and for a couple of rolls like this one.
But as you say, I think all of them were good ideas, and just with really, really narrow differences of execution, you had to land just in the right place on the transition, and just judging the snow condition was a little bit difficult in those landings today. You can see the wind effect there. Boom, that was massive, and what a stomp. Grab an indie. Weddle grab, off the mushroom. Interesting lines being found, lots of different little cross-court or aeroplane turnstile takeoffs to find different landings. Backside method off a cliff like that. Such a shame on getting hooked up and finding a slightly flat transition there. Oh, I don't even know what that grab's called.
That was also one of the nicer combos of the day for me, unfortunately ending in a massive face plant.
Could end up on Scorpion Masters with that one. Huge front side air, that was crazy, man.
Wow. Well, we thank the Snowboard boys for an amazing show. How do you want to wrap up this category for us?
Well, just to make the point that to watch sort of the future of freeride snowboarding evolve in front of you like that is an incredibly exciting thing, and you know, these guys have definitely got a future, and I'm looking forward to seeing them come up to the 4 stars, and perhaps some of them threatening the world tour in 5 or 10 years time. Let's see where they go. Yeah,
and what was the stand-up for me as well, that I think that the 3 guys at the podium are the ones who did ride it smart.
That's an interesting point, isn't it? There was a tactic to be played there in the end, with that slightly wind-affected snow in the middle and some sharks still available from a slightly low tide year. Perhaps taking a little bit of difficulty out your line so you could find that control became really important in that category.
All right, that was it, Robert. We are moving on to snowboard women. 8 girls from all over the world, starting with Leela Yeoman from the USA, Mia Jones, Kazuno Takahashi, Eleanor Alex, Dana Zanlehi-Selart, Kaya Hannepan, Leire Perez-Zaeta, and Haley Hetzel. Hard to switch between like Japanese
you're killing it, man,
and English and our languages.
I'm super excited for the first 2 riders in that one. Leela Yeoman, our champion from last year, and as we mentioned, anybody who can win these categories before they reach the top age of those categories is showing a level of talent that's rare, because the experience really, really matters in this type of competition. And I'm not going to mention who Mia Jones's dad is, because you probably already know, but therefore you just sort of expect really, really big things, because you know that the man's an inspiration, and he's always kind of lifted up everybody around him. So if you've lived that your entire life, then I'm sure she's going to show us something pretty crazy and a high level of talent.
Totally. Leela wants to give a big shout out to her dad, who's her coach and has supported her since day one, and her best friend Kendall, who's up now and watching and supporting her all the time.
And Leela also last year coming off a 4th in the North American Championship, so just no stranger to competition. She's been doing a lot of it, gathering a lot of experience, riding out a snowbird, and yeah, just amazing terrain around there to kind of cut your teeth on and to learn the basics of free riding, I guess.
7 times at the start gate last year, 7 times in the finish, and only missed the podium once. So she is used to be up to the top, and she knows she can win this today if she puts down a clean run.
And we are just about ready for Leela Yeoman then, repping the bucket hat. And on course, Leela Yeoman. Will she take that entry jump just as all the boys did? Lovely control.
Yeah, I like that. Bit off to the left, where there's still some freshness on the landing.
Yeah, that's smart riding.
That first air is so important for your confidence for the left of the run. If you have a hiccup there, then yeah, it kind of stays with you all the way to the bottom.
Trying to put that out your head and stick with your plan and executing it properly is definitely difficult. Heading down to the half pipe then. As we say, there's an air possible into this.
Yes, also, I like that really smart. He stays to the left of those tracks and has fresh powder all the way towards the end of the half pipe. And that's the interesting part. Where's she going to go from there? I don't think she's going to be riding the pipe all the way top to bottom. That's not her style.
Yeah, looks to be cutting in now. Little bit of a fluidity issue there, and it's setting up into this, but that's not going to count too much.
And the riders ahead of her, they have uncovered some rocks. If you see what's below her right now, that's 45 to 50 degrees deep.
Wow.
But she does the right thing. She just goes right straight over it.
Yeah, as we say, sometimes better to just sort of straight line your board over rocks, because keeping the control over rocks on an edge is almost impossible. So another little bit of hesitation, but really coming into the gnarly line, man.
Super steep, super narrow.
Wow.
Slough's going down, and now she has to point it to get a clean exit on that one. Wow,
but that's super smart, big mountain riding, slough control, and now boosting out the bottom of a super gnarly bit of that face.
If anything, she could have done it a little bit faster, but then she would have been right in her slough. So she waited for a couple of seconds to let the slough go down. Very smart by her.
As we watch her cruise out the bottom of the face, then lots of space to show your technique down here, because the terrain's a little bit difficult. So far, one of the gnarliest lines we've seen anyone take anyway in any category.
Yeah, stay on your feet, Leela, because it's worth it.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for the judges here, because where do you go with an anchor? You've got to put the number down. It typically, no matter how good it is, ends up being around a 75, because you don't want to risk it.
It was, well, let's go through the categories, right? Difficulty of line, very high. Yeah, control, very high. Technique, very high. Air and style,
absolutely.
Kind of medium. Air and style, medium.
Well, she still had that air off the top, and as you say, using air and style sensibly.
Yeah, but she decided to keep the difficulty of her line up and not do the biggest airs, which is maybe smart in these conditions, because everyone that did a big air today pretty much did have troubles landing into Snowboard's man field.
I think that's her dad and coach just come in. He looks super proud and super stoked on that one.
Exactly. And the difficult part for judges now is how to weight her not being so fluid in these super rad technical parts of the face.
Absolutely. Just going to take a moment whilst we wait for the scores to call out our lead sponsors. Thanks very much to Yeti and to Dynastar for making this all possible today. There's a bit of air and style at the top, man. It was a really smart bit of line choice, that's for sure. And man, this is just to show the technique to control.
And I like this. She gets
slough control, man.
Lets the slough go down, and now she's just pointed. Or maybe a second later. There you go. 3, 2, 1.
Having it. Yeah, that slough management definitely something that takes a little bit to learn, you know.
Our finish line speaker, Kai, the voice, Unterreiner, getting the first emotions. 70 points for Leela. I think that's a solid score for a first score in the women's snowboard field.
So these judges are super experienced and have watched an awful lot of this standard of snowboarding before, so they know this field and they roughly know where to put the points in. I feel like that's a slightly low anchor score considering the quality of the line, but they're obviously expecting some more air and style up there.
Well, so take away the hesitation and the steep parts. She's close to 80, and then add 1 or 2 more points. She's still to 90. So that's why the judges have to go to that area. Let's say a girl does exactly the same line, but adds those things, then they have to have the room at the top.
All right, then Mia Jones is on course. As I say, definitely one of my ones to watch for today. Incredible talent, front side shifty off the first air, immediately controlling the speed and setting herself up to slash that little ridge.
Winning a couple of comps last year at your home mountain, the Palisades and Mount Rose and the Big Skynorum, as she goes for a second air, looking very solid there.
Yeah, already maxing out the air and style versus Leela. Is she able to find so much difficulty in that line, though? That's definitely an impressive thing from Leela Yeoman. Into the half pipe.
Well, coming from the Jones family with the dad, one of the all-time snowboard heroes in freeriding, one of the ones who always knew how to put down a fluid and fast line.
Look at the technique and control here, man. Is she where she wants to be? Oh, that's some scary stuff. There are rocks below that. And another little control issue.
If this was the entry she wanted to use?
I feel like she wanted to be just above that nose on the ridge there. Then there was an air to be found. It looked like a very rocky place to try and find a landing.
If it was not where she wanted to go, there was still no hesitation. She knew it was makeable, and she just went for it. But definitely got their board cut up on the rocks in this in-between landing.
Yeah, it's pretty special about the Kappl-Spitz is there's an awful lot of cliffs that work, you know, at lots of speeds. You can do a lot of different options to create an air and style through that half pipe and that middle band. We'll see then, perhaps a little disappointed with the control issue and just the loss of the line creating that.
Mia Jones, she likes splitboarding and she likes real big technical lines, so it's no surprise she went right into the Nord today.
Yeah, I wonder where she gets that from. And she does say, to be fair, who do you look up to, who inspires you? And I mean, most people's dads inspire them in some sense, but Jeremy Jones, I think, is one of the most inspiring characters in any sport in the world. As a mountaineer, as a snowboarder, has achieved as much or more than any other human being ever has. So
exactly. And she's a girl that prepares her very thoroughly for the events. She says she does a lot of dry training and woodward. Do you know what that means?
Woodward is sort of a freestyle trampoline. They've got skate ramps into foam pits. There's one in Copper Mountain. There's one in Tahoe, I think. We have a couple of those sort of facilities coming in the UK as well, and they definitely do change the game a little bit to have that dryland training, create that aerial awareness before you take it to snow.
So I think a beautiful line by Mia, except for that one hiccup. Let's check one more time what exactly happened as she leaves, as she was leaving the half pipe.
Yeah, lovely indie grab off that first hit. Finding more air at the top than Leela managed to, but of course Leela didn't have this control issue. Wow, that's a gnar. Oh, she got lucky, I think.
Yeah, she got
actually
hooked up at the very top.
Grabbed the shark on the entry.
Yeah,
perhaps that was the line plan, but she didn't expect that shark to pitch her out.
Yeah, we're having a fairly low tide year, 35 points from here. A fairly low tide year in this western part of the Alps, and this last snowfall, about 30-40 cms, did fall on a lot of bare rock. So at some stages you still think this is beautiful, but the shark's just looking right underneath.
We need one layer of snow and then a few temperature changes to create a base for the next layer of snow to fall on. We're very blessed here to have that big north-south ridge just next to us, which blows a lot of snow or dumps a lot of snow from the wind into this side of the mountain, which makes the Kelspitz much more often in low tide seasons possible. But as we say, we didn't have much of a base before we had the first storm of the season. So next rider is going to be Kazuno Takahashi, repping out of Japan. She's done nothing but win in Maiko and Orai in 2022. Was fourth there in 2021 and has also won there in the U14 category. So she's been at it for a while. Showing air and style straight off the top, grabbing Indy. Is she going to run straight towards the half pipe now? We're using the open face, and look at this technique, man. That's some beautiful carving.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, she's definitely enjoying herself. The judges are going to ask themselves, though, if she goes to that part of the mountain, why did she not use one or two more of those features? Which would have been like right in her line.
There was definitely another air that Mia used on the lookers left of that. And what she got down the bottom here, this whole area is pretty gnarly and massive. And there's a closed flag there, so I don't believe we're allowed into this section, are we?
No, this is just an information flag.
Right.
She's right now above the closed section. Yeah, you can obviously see no one wants to go down there.
I think there would be insurance issues with sending 18-year-olds off that cliff, to be honest with you.
Definitely.
Whoa! A little wind lip that caught her out there. And back slapping looks to be okay.
It was a big air.
And she was boosting as well. No issues with speed and fluidity until that point. But as you say, line choice-wise, just letting a few features go by her, which the judges never love to see. But, I mean, she's at the top of the technique score. Look at this girl move. It's interesting to see how different qualities are created in people's ridings by where they come from, and a Japanese rider no doubt is going to have ridden an awful lot of deep powder, but perhaps not having as steep and technical terrain as we often find in these European mountains.
Yeah, her mountain is called Kiroro, and she really loves it because it's hardly ever busy and the snow's great. And she's really enjoying her time here in Europe. And so just the English part is so hard. Just learning the language, being able to communicate is something she's still fighting with every day, but she's getting there.
That's awesome, eh? And really cool experience for these youngsters to travel the world, come and see what the culture is around European free riding. As we mentioned earlier, sort of face inspections are done very differently in the States, and as well as none of our mountains are open or closed areas, they're either piste or they're off-piste, and they're dangerous. So there's quite a lot to be learned about snow safety and avalanche risk out here.
What I really like about that she did choose her line according to her riding style. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally enjoying those open fields, fast and fluid. Whoa.
Well, it was a double and just
double.
boosted way too fast into an extremely flat landing. So needed a turn to shut the speed down in the middle there.
Yeah, she lost the transition for the last landing. It was just a bit too flat, but she eventually came down from the sky.
30 points then. Yeah, she doesn't look too disappointed. Clearly had fun and found an awful lot of lovely snow that wasn't ridden yet. But as we said, a control issue on top of a line that wasn't the most difficult of the day.
Exactly. We're moving back up to start to see our potentially youngest competitor of the day, Eleanor Alex. She's only 14.
Wow.
But already won the two-star girls event in Verbi by Dynastar last week.
Yeah, that's truly an amazing thing to have qualified for this contest, sort of 4 years below the top of the age category. Already finding a little control issue, though. It's definitely getting chopped in the base of that first landing.
Yeah, that's getting more and more difficult. We've seen like almost 20 landings up there, and it's going to get a couple more over the comp for sure.
As you say, some smart riding there, aiming out for fresh snow before looking like lining up onto the mushroom, the looker right side of the face. What have we got here? Some steep and deep turns. Watch out for that shark. Small control issue just as she pops over that.
Yeah, she wants to follow the footsteps of Marion Herty, multiple Freeride World Tour winner. Just a couple of years to fulfill that task. Man, 14. I did my ever Freeride competition when I was 24.
Yeah, I think I started at 21, man. I was still a ski racer nerd at 14. I definitely couldn't ride off-piste.
Yeah, really nice and fluid riding through that lower part of the steep part of the face by Eleanor.
And yeah, certainly looks comfortable in steep terrain, but I got to say Kazuno's technique impressed me slightly more, so there's a little bit of development possible there. But line choice was perhaps slightly more exciting. We'll see how much the small control issue over the little shark in the entry to the mushroom couloir gets punished.
Yeah, let's just use the opportunity one more time to go a bit into the judges' criteria. What's the line choice all about, Will?
So, I mean, we're seeing lots of different variations on how people can think about line these days. As you say, with a lot of riders coming to Freeride with a lot more of a freestyle element, they might choose something much simpler, but that has a lot of jumps in it that they can put an awful lot of those things together on. In one sense, I don't want to criticize that at all. That's a really cool way to see a face and to express yourself on it. But equally, the core of free riding still wants to see people go into exposure, into really steep, really difficult terrain. That, in a sense, demonstrates a much higher level of technique. Sometimes I think it's harder to explain to a crowd with a front-facing camera why that really, really steep stuff is really difficult. But the classic example is Mikael Bimbos versus Marcus Ada in the 2019 Extreme. Using those freestyle elements was super, super impressive. But if you want to go and stand next to the Beck Ross and realize what it is to straight line that thing, it's just, yeah, there's so much steep and gnarly terrain on that mountain that choosing those lines that put you in those really difficult places, that's where the judges are going to give you some extra points. Now we're starting to see Craig Murray and those sort of characters adding extreme freestyle elements into terrain that's got huge exposure behind it. And in the end, if you're going to do that with a high level of control and technique, that's going to get you points.
Exactly. So line choice is about the difficulty of your line going down the steepest part of the mountain with a lot of actions. On the other hand, you want to ride down the mountain as fluid as you can. Obviously, the steeper part is harder to ride fast, as we can see here with the riders today on the Kappl-Paznaun.
Yeah, and we've definitely have mentioned, especially at this level of competition, if you're riding past features that look like they could have been hit, and especially if other riders have already used them in a similar line, and you just don't, yeah, then Bertie's not going to miss that. I know Manu's keen on kind of making sure you use every possible part of the face to the best of its ability.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's only the line choice and the fluidity, and then we have air and style as another category, and the control, which also go hand in hand. The bigger your jumps, the higher your score or the end style, but obviously you want to control your landings very well.
Eleanor Alex coming in on a 42.67. Second place for the moment, but I'm sure we're going to see some runs with less control issues and a little bit more gnarly line choices yet. I always find the air and style category, just for my own preferences within skiing, coming out of a bit more of a freestyle background. I just like doing flips and spins, and I find them really impressive. We're a little bit less harsh on the execution errors in free riding because terrain's more variable. So we have a little system for allowing you to backslap stage 1, 2, or 3, and it takes us a certain number of points out of your score in accordance with the ranking and how big those gaps between the rankings are.
Dana Zanlehi, entonces, bienvenida a toda la gente de España que están con nosotros ahora para esta competición, a la familia de Danae, a todos los amigos.
I had no idea you spoke Spanish, Flo. That was really impressive, man.
Just saying hello to the family and everyone watching from Spain. We're stoked to have such an international field here, Kappl, and Dana going right for the gnaw.
Wow. Really great control, because there's some sharks to be found in there.
Why did you say that? You must never say
that at the wrong point.
Yeah. Great control. Why do I still riding?
There's not even any wood in here to touch. I'm sorry, that's totally my fault.
It's all plastic. Doing the same entry that Mia Jones did choose, and actually riding it really fast, but then getting hung up on a rock, it looked like. And
as you say, perhaps that's the smart bit from Mia. Just knew that those sharks were in there. It's either ride it in a dead straight line stupidly.
What is this going for?
Well, it's definitely the gnarliest line choice of the day so far. 2 times getting into seriously dangerous places and looking real confident, but then a control issue in the flat terrain at the bottom. Yeah, 2 major control issues now, and one of them in a place where the judges will not give you any dispensation for the technicality or the difficulty of the terrain.
No, but I can tell that Dana is a very complete rider. There's the speed in which she approached the line, and combined with the line choice, yeah, it was not the best of execution on that day, but I think she has the potential to be a very strong rider.
What's going on in Spain at the moment? We just keep seeing characters coming out of there who love like really gnarly big mountain, and that's how they try and push the sport. Aymar Navarro's like, yeah, I guess there's a little bit of that just culture making everybody aim for that style of riding.
There is, and funny enough, my hometown of Innsbruck, being a big university town, has a couple of Spanish crews right now who come to study. Well, basically all they do is snowboard and ski, but officially they're to study. And they rent apartments over the winter season and stay for half a year. And yeah, there's more Spanish crew in the freeride world. Definitely on the footsteps of Aymar Navarro and Abel Moga, who show the kids how it's done on the freeride world tour.
And it just says something for the value of inspiration as well. I think we're seeing more and more strength and depth across all of these categories as people realise the opportunities available to them from freeride sport. Every year the women's categories, especially in skiing, but now we see in snowboarding as well, starting to really push the limits, open up more gnarly lines, adding freestyle elements into those gnarly lines. Stoked to see what Michaela Davis-Meehan does on the world tour this year. I know she's got the ability to backflip and spin. Marion Harty was starting to add those things to her lines as well. Yeah, super exciting one, but I think the control issues are going to keep her off the podium today.
Yeah, Paquera Perret being home at home mountain. Yes, she definitely got hung up on this rock there, but
there's some serious sharks in that.
Big props for the speed which she.
And the idea was definitely
section. Yeah, and also that lower exit. She didn't go for the easy way. Now it stick all the way to the rider's right, going right between these rocks.
Guess we can talk about slough management a bit with that line, eh? We've seen people, you've got 2 options, either kick it out ahead of you and ski slowly until it's gone, or be such a nutter that you go faster than the snow falling down the mountain. And on this line, definitely going for the second option.
Exactly, slough management, very crucial when you ride a steep mountain in deep powder.
Waiting the scores, then going to the video judge to have a look at those control issues in the couloir there.
Yeah,
fairly undeniable.
In the meantime, I think we give it one more. We give it one more. Viva España.
And Werner coming in on 18.33, so definitely being punished for the 2 control issues. Great option on the line choice, but yeah, a little unfortunate.
But
at the
I
end
think
of the day.
she has a bright future ahead of her as a rider. Yeah, she really impressed me with the way she tackled the mountain.
You're not an easy man to impress, Flo, and you like your big mountain style, so I think if she's impressed you, I'll back her for the future too.
You are right. USFA presents the next rider, Kaya Hennepen.
She's currently the leader of the Europe Oceania snow women category, even though coming from the USA.
And she was 3rd here in Kappl last year, so she's definitely trying to stay on that podium again this year or even improve.
Her first air, stomped landing with a straight board and immediately into heel edge control for the speed, so showing a lot of technique here.
Second air.
A few people have ridden straight past that. So, yeah, again, finding hits that are there to be used and making sure they get used is how you get points.
Exactly.
Now, building the fluidity, riding fast and aiming for the half pipe.
She grew up snowboarding in Kirkwood. Beautiful resort with one of the most scary chairlifts in the world. We had a Freeride Road 2 event there, and a kid fell off the chairlift, and they got sued, and they had to eventually did take off all the restraining bars on the chairlift. Now you're riding 50 meters above the ground, and you don't have a bar anymore, because then obviously you have to hold on.
What?
And you can't sue them anymore for slipping under the restraining bar.
Aha! So no restraining bar is better than slipping under a restraining bar.
Exactly.
That's American smarts for you right there.
No safety net for her either, as she's one of the most gnarly parts of the face.
Yeah, those sharks in
more
there
slowly
making that.
than Mia and the rider just before, but therefore staying on her feet.
Maybe a little butt check in that corner. Finding another seriously gnarly zone. Have we seen anyone in here yet?
Yeah, we have seen Leela in there. Our
Wow.
one in the snowboard gallery. Still a lot of slough, the drone hatching it. Wow, that can take you down easily. Wow, we see her coming out of a big cloud.
Whether there was a control issue or certainly some marks down for the fluidity and just kind of holding on the heel edge there. Regardless, it was a very smart move to let that slough go. Almost impossible to ride something as gnarly as that with the floor disappearing ahead of you as the snow rolls down. Yeah, now traversing back towards the finish line a little bit. Snow's looking pretty difficult in the bottom now. And it does look like there's a couple more little jumps in the bottom here, but I'm told that, that those takeoffs really didn't fill in properly and they're quite sharky, so perhaps sensible to be riding past those.
Yeah, that's true. I was kind of thinking we'd see a couple more potentially freestyle moves in the lower part, since the riders had the chance to physically inspect it. But it seems that the takeoffs and also landings with all the tracks are not at the level which you want them to show off any big moves.
Now running some speed towards the finish line. The crowd going wild for her.
Gaia Hannapan, part of the Palisades snowboard team. She says she's so stoked to be in Europe. She loves traveling over here and meeting new people. Actually, this whole crew, every evening when the riders congregate at the riders' lounge, it's such a good vibe. You know,
Nice
64 young kids, I dare to say it, between 14 and 18, hang in there, all united by the same passion for freeriding. It's such a good vibe.
It's brought Kaya back to this contest for the third time in a row then, and I think she'll be a little disappointed in the end, because definitely the line had all the elements it needed, but there's a control issue for you. And here, certainly being a little hesitant, which cost the fluidity score. I know I'd hesitate into there as well, because it's super gnarly.
Yeah, now we're having the big cam showing this for us.
And rode out really nicely there, but then there's a little bit of a wind lip as she tried to put in that heel edge turn to gain control of the speed after straight lining through this big chute, and that just pitched her out. So I think 2 control issues for the judges to look at. That is a gnarly segment for sure.
Yeah, and we've had a situation now a couple of times that the riders arrive at a certain section and then see it's actually fairly like skied out. The snow has been pushed down a bit, some rocks are exposed, makes it much harder to keep your fluidity up when it's like that.
Kaya Hennepin at the moment in third place on a 38.33. We've only got 2 riders left to go. So again, I think the tactic today might be for the coaches to get on the radio and suggest to take a little bit of the difficulty out of the line and just make sure you get a full pull down the face. If you've got no control issue, then that might be good enough for the podium. Leah Perez-Sater from Spain. 17 years old, winning in Becerra Barret last year, and Ordino Arkeli. So, yeah, she's been on the podium there since 2020, but already a bit of a control issue.
It looked like she caught an edge at the takeoff of the almost mandatory rock right behind the start gate, which sent her into like a double forward roll. So I hope she can get it together and focus on her run, not being too distracted from the mistake at the very top of the run.
Yeah, as you say, that's looks like she is going for that tactic of choosing the looker left side of the face, which certainly has slightly less in the way of gnar, but a second control issue. She gets hung up on sharks. They're definitely there on those takeoffs. Maybe you need to be thinking about popping early, taking speed so you can pop early and then get over the transition that way rather than dropping off the top of these things.
Well, the safety team was riding the mountain already 2 days ago, and they gave feedback to the riders telling them that there is sharks to be found on the face and to be aware of it. But obviously, once you're in competition mode, you just want to go for it.
Yeah, so difficult
to ride carefully, so to say.
Yeah, just kind of hold yourself back and do something. As I say, do you want to just do something consistent to end up on a podium, or do you want to ride the line of your dreams and push the limits of yourself?
Exactly. And most riders we have seen today were definitely going for the line of their dreams, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's what's great about free riding, and perhaps a slight criticism that too often we see people trying to play the judges in free skiing rather than, I prefer those riders who somehow end up less often on the podium but just go out there to impress themselves and push their own limits and don't really worry about what everybody else is doing on a day.
Leela Yeoman, her home mountain being Aramon Terler in Spain. That's where she has grown up with and learned to snowboard. And she's training with the Ribargotha snowboard team. She's actually a great drummer, do you know that?
Oh, yeah?
Drop it. We have a Freeride Junior World Champion with
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely sorry. We've just had a bit of a power outage here. It's not easy to run the infrastructure we need to get a live stream in the middle of nowhere. And we've missed the top end of Haley Hetzel's run, which is a crazy shame. Took the first 2 airs at the top, moving out towards the lookers left. I think had a control issue off the second cliff there. And now just running out towards the bottom. So the judges definitely haven't missed anything, but I'm afraid we have here in the booth Haley Hetzel, second place, finishes in the Big Sky Nationals and Crystal Mountain last year. 5th place in the North American Championships. Coming out of Crystal Mountain. And she wants to say a huge thank you, first of all, to her parents for encouraging her to chase her dreams. And, of course, to thank her own sponsors, which is Crystal Mountain, Telos Snowboard, Smith Optics and K2 Boots sponsor this young lady, so thanks for that. She looks pretty stoked with it anyway, regardless of the small control issue out the top there.
Yeah, Haley has already the last
here it
girl
is.
off.
Yeah, just got pitched over the heel edge, and that's a shame.
Whoa. Yeah. Going full speed with that compression. That
I like the look of that.
Enjoying it, but look at that board. That's
That fishtail looks like fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, surfboard, yeah. Definitely a big powder nose there. That was already the last girl off our snowboard category.
Yeah, pretty awesome competition, but once again the snow proving to make it a bit of a controlled, judged session. Not seeing so much in the way of air and style. We definitely saw the gnarliest of line choices so far, using those tight couloirs in and through the half pipe. But again, not quite finding the right snow conditions to stomp out of those fast exits from those couloirs.
Well, I'd be a couple of seconds away of finding out who the winner of this year's Yeti Freeride Junior World Championships 2023 by Dynastar is, because this is the last snowboard girl. I think we have Leela Yeoman at the lead to this point, am I correct?
Yeah, I believe that was the case. She opened up the face with just about the gnarliest line of the day and the least in the way of control issues there. So everybody kind of went for a more difficult line. Mia Jones just finding more of a control issue and getting pitched out through some sharks in the most difficult parts of very tight couloirs.
Once again, the judges taking their time, as we're saying, comparing control issues to make sure the riders end up at the correct rank are crucial. So better to take a minute more and make sure the ranking is correct at the very end.
Haley Hetzel comes in 7th place then with an 18.67, perhaps being punished obviously for the control issues, but also for a line that didn't have quite as much gnar in it as some of the other girls. So that's that. And we see some people stood on the very top of the Kelspitz there.
Double Freeride Junior World Championships winner, Leela Yeoman. She does it in 2022 and she does it again in 2023.
The only person to put a full pull of a run down, some sensible riding and that experience showing through. Once you've been and tasted the top step of the podium, tends to catch on for these youngsters. They just keep realising they're capable of it, keep using that as motivation, and keep finding the skills that they need to develop to move towards the top of higher and higher categories as they move up the sport.
Eleanor Alex from France in 2nd place.
Leela Yeoman then repping the beautiful bucket hat and yeah, you should be extremely proud of yourself. I don't know how many people have won this thing twice. Can't be too many because you only get, 3 years at the top of this category?
She's the only one, yeah. And she's just a funny one with her colored hair and the piercings below. It's just such a cool kid.
Looks like a character for sure. And great atmosphere in the women's snowboarding as always. Everybody's a good mate.
Exactly. With Eleanor and Kaya Hannepan on 3rd place. And we are ready for the women's over category highlights of the day. I think that is Leela with her early bid going into the gnar.
Wow, yeah. The gnar is definitely the right way to explain that. And again, the slough control from people of this age, the exit of that is so fast. Got to make sure you can see where you're going to in order to take that level of speed through such a difficult section.
And that was Mia, 2nd air, Mia Jones, looking very strong up to that point.
But then
she gets hung up here.
Oh, God, that was scary.
A bit of a shocking moment for Daddy as well, I suppose.
Wow, that's a beautiful line, but
Yeah,
then
that almost was a triple by our Japanese rider. I really like your riding style.
proves why those doubles are so, or triples even, are so difficult, because often you do need to do something about speed control in the 5 meters of snow you've got to use before getting airborne again.
Yeah. But what we did see today is a lot of powder slashes, a lot of people enjoying their moves, and a lot of girls going really hard.
I mean, it was definitely a festival of big mountain riding there. People seriously using those steep, deep, and narrow technical sections to develop their line score.
Exactly.
What is this entry? That's insane.
Not pulling back.
And that was beautifully controlled as well.
Once this luff is moving down the mountain, it's so hard. It covers the rocks which are beneath you. And
yeah, I'm really impressed with the management we've seen from these youngsters on that. And yeah, what a crazy line with that speed through the exit. It's a small control issue there, but and this top rock getting absolutely ripped apart now. One rider managing to clip that on the toe edge. It was definitely getting sharky on the takeoff. I'll give one more shout out to the technique from our Japanese rider there. That was one of the most beautiful techniques I've seen, ripping a short-tailed power board with a big nose. Yeah.
So to wrap it up, women's snowboard category, the girls were really giving it all they have. They went for some big anole lines with snow pulling back, but we also saw some beautiful airs, beautiful powder turns. All in all, a very complete show of the girls with a couple of troubles.
Yeah, you say that those control issues are kind of easy to iron out as you get a bit bigger and stronger, as you develop those techniques over time. And you know, it's trial and error often to learn these things. So you've got to clip a shark on a takeoff before you know what it looks like when there is a shark on the takeoff and what snow conditions cause that.
So had you coached one of the girls today, would you have told your trainee to just step back by 10-20%, go for an easier line, go maybe a bit faster, but stay away from the rocks?
I think that's the unfortunate thing about being a coach, that would be the right thing to do, but completely against my heart in the sport, as you ask them to just push the limits of what they're capable of every time, you know.
Exactly. Well, pushing the limits is the keyword for our next video. Let's look at what's happening at the Freeride World Tour with the big boys and girls.
Here we go.
Be fast, have fun.
We are live here in Kappl-Paznaun in beautiful Spain. That was huge!
What a return to glory.
What massive transfer! It is crunch time here on the Freeride World Tour.
Have fun, buddy. You too.
Wow.
This is the Extreme Verbier.
Wow, amazing pictures here of the 2022 Freeride World Tour, and the 2023 version is off to start in a couple of days.
Seriously looking forward to the kickoff in Kappl-Paznaun next week. We go back to back with Ordino Arkeli, and with incredible conditions. Apparently the snow's really improved there. Moving on then to the ski women category, and there's a couple of huge names to look out for in this one. We're going to kick off with Lucy Leishman from Canada, Drea Dima, Ida Fien from Norway, Madison Ringham, Tia Karina Schenk from the USA, Lucille Carrière de la France, Ruby Hewitt. Man, Dion Newport has given me a big props to that. The young lady's apparently a serious big mountain rider. Zoe Del Zoppo, Mila Delarue needs no introduction. Maria Castellevi-Bono, Luna Rambode, Emma Opson from Norway. And I think my biggest one to watch is Alize Grivel, hailing out of the Nondar Freeride team, representing Switzerland. And yeah, just a serious big mountain rider.
I think they're all to watch. 14 girls, 7 nations. That says it all. Super international field, super strong riders from all around the world. And Lucy Leisman from Canada is the one who's going to be the first to drop in. So conditions obviously have changed now a little bit, right? We have had almost 20 boys and girls down the mountain, so especially the upper part has some tracks in it, and also these girls now know what to watch out for.
That's it, and I think we do see slightly different styles of riding just because of the differences in equipment. So perhaps the girls on the skis are going to use slightly different lines, find different landings, and we're still going to see a show here. So Lucy Leishman shifting off that first hit and looking really solid straight away.
She is the reigning North American freeride champion in the skier girls category. Won the comp there in Big Sky North, and knows what it's like to take the apple home.
And so far, loving her technique. Just looks super relaxed and balanced over the middle of her feet. Nice, using that air into the half pipe, which we've mentioned a few people skipping by. So that's building the line score already.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure she'll be looking at an exit on that skier's left side from the half pipe into the ramp.
Ooh, is this the best option to take if you've got a hike up to it? The judges will think about that.
She was still quick at it.
And it's a sick line, so it's worth it. A little bit flat in the bomb hole at the bottom of that.
That was a big hole from one of the snowboarders who got hung up there. So kind of losing that fluidity a little bit. But not a crash, not a major mistake. Still going for them. I'm sure she has a nice exit plan there.
Wow, doubling in. Wow. Almost a little bit of a triple. And then again, that power of the outside foot, but then big control issue.
Sitting a bit too far back at the Hannah Stigas, over-rotating, going for a high-sider, as we call it.
Always a difficult balance to strike is if you've got to have the weight slightly behind centre in order for the skis to float, but the moment you overdo that, they'll kick out in front of you and you get punished for it.
And that's we work for all summer in the gym to have your quadriceps ready to still stay on your feet in such a situation.
But Lucy Leishman's definitely had a couple of the air and style points with nice shifties and a little bit of time in the air. I think she's up there with the technique, but definitely going to get punished now for the control and say risk it for a biscuit. But yeah, sometimes too much risk leads to no points whatsoever. So there we go. Lucy Leishman then rolling into the finish area. Another big shout out for our lead sponsors today, Yeti and Dynastar.
And I also call the Kappl Tourism Board in there as well to host us for the 6th consecutive year. That's pretty amazing. Such a warm welcome every year here in Kappl. And
such a cool place to ski. I had no idea the mountains around here were so cool. So many lines.
More often.
That little Alaska
also talks about her mountain, whitewater, steep and deep, she calls it at home. And you could tell she's not afraid of the steeps.
Wow.
Going in here, it's fast.
I think if anything, just needed to take that one a little bit more foreline because there was as she climbed out to the left to control the speed, that's where the bomb hole was.
Exactly. So one question is already answered now. I don't think the riders are going to pull back because of what they saw in the snowy category. They will stick to the lines. They go all or nothing, risk it for the biscuit, as you call it.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's bad coaching, but equally we're here to get a show out of it. So let's push the limits, and well done, Lucy, for definitely taking that on. When you try to find the limits, sometimes you do.
30 points for Lucy Leisman. First mark, yeah, obviously with the control issues she had. Not a perfect run, but I think she'll be stoked to have been here.
Yeah, looks like she had a good day out of it. And like you say, if you set off with a really difficult plan, you're normally stoked to come out of it alive. And as much as it's nice to stomp everything and ride out fast, it's not necessarily the thing that completely decides whether you're happy or not about your day.
No. Happy about her day is
Drea Dima.
I have a different name on the start list. We move over to Drea Dima.
Yeah.
All right, here she is. 3 victories for her last year. Red Mountain, Whistler, and Big White. 4th in the seeding list for North America right now. So we can definitely expect a strong run.
Took the foreline off that first cliff. Now finding some open field to boost around in. How fast is she riding into this half pipe?
Not as fast as Lucy.
Lucy was able to find that little air into the entry there, which again the judges are going to notice the differences.
Coming from Whistler Blackcomb, she's well known to going big on big airs.
Wow, absolutely boosting out of here, but getting pitched over the inside foot. Got to keep that inside foot soft, because if you do catch it on anything, you go for a straight roll, but she's given us a big wave.
Oh yeah, the outside, the bottom ski is always the boss, right? That's what.
Yeah, I mean, in powder, you definitely want to even that way out a little bit more. Whereas on a piste, I might have 70-30 distribution towards my outside foot. Maybe it's more 55-45. You can use that inside foot and have some pressure on it, but if you're not keeping it soft and letting it be ready to absorb something, then it tends to dig, and then that's what's happened there. She's got pitched around her inside foot. Diving inside can be a pretty dangerous crash as it puts your knees in slightly dangerous positions, but she's given us a big wave. She's in good shape.
She's definitely lost both of her poles. I'm not sure she still has both skis on her feet.
Yeah, we
right now.
might need one of our experienced ski ninjas to come down and give us a hand. Big shout out to those volunteers who always help us out.
Yeah, maybe that's a good point to talk about the whole safety procedure on the mountain. Markus Cox-Kogler, with 20 years of experience in freeride competitions since founding the Field World event in Fieberbrunn a long time ago, they have it really dialed out. You have security personnel on different spots in the mountain. So within the shortest amount of time, one of those security can be with a rider who crashed. Maybe Backstage wants to show us here a second. I have a leaflet here which shows how they put the, how do you call that? Well,
the
grid.
Yeah, the grid, and therefore where it's open and it allows us to know where all the safety people are within that grid and understand.
Exactly, yeah. So the head of competition can tell the safety personnel in the mountain within a second the exact spot where rider needs attention, and thus any risk of any after a fall can be minimized.
And yeah, big props to the Freeride World Tour organisation. All around the board, I've found it an incredible thing to be able to find a face that's made completely safe for us to have a competition and express ourselves. I wouldn't say that it forces us or makes us take any more risk, but it certainly it just facilitates the most open style of riding I could possibly take to a face in any competition.
Well, I was a pro freerider myself almost 20 years, and the biggest threat out there is avalanche, the avalanche risk, you know. So you have to be aware every single day, for every single run. And it is so nice that on a competition day, that risk is taken, that weight is taken off your shoulders. Marty Cox-Kogler, they start here early January with the safety work, means they bomb the face if they know there's a weak layer starting to build. They put a bomb dump in the helicopter to let the venue heal itself with the next snowfall, so that when the competition on, you can have both. You can have powder snow for a great show and great riding, but at the same time, safe conditions. Yeah,
we did a great job with it. The Verbier Freeride Week is the first of the junior competitions, and we also go all the way up to 2 and 3 star with that event. And this year, for the first time ever, doing a girls-only event. Very low tide at the start of the week. By the end of the week, we'd had 80 centimetres of fresh coming in with quite a lot of wind, and it certainly made it extremely difficult to find a face that we could secure. So again, the organisation find an appropriate face with the right declination, the right steepness to it, and then take an incredible team of guides in there to bomb the bits of any risk. Send the judges down there first to cut the last bit of the day just before the contest and make sure everything is as secure as it can be. I do need to make the point that just because you see us competing off-piste in a day, that should not green light you going skiing off-piste, because as we say, we've made all of those control necessities happen, and that isn't the case. If it's avalanche risk 4, you need to know an awful lot about where you're going skiing before you green light yourself to go and actually take that risk.
Be it World Tour or Freeride Junior World Championships, the riders have their safety workshops to make sure they're always at the very latest level in performance with their avalanche gear, that they know how to find someone who's buried with a transceiver within seconds in case disaster would ever strike. And yeah, I'm amazed at how often we find the money to put on those clinics for every. We had at the Freeride Verbier Freeride Week as well. Always with the juniors, I think it's the most important to have had Xavier Delarue and Jeremy Jones talking us through avalanche safety before dinner the other night. Yeah, all these opportunities are really special. Yeah, and here at the Junior Worlds, we even have a helicopter at standby at the finish line. So if there should be a major injury, which we very much hope it's not going to happen today, the helicopter would be at hand within minutes. There we are then. There's Drea Dana going for a roll. Got the ski dude down to her now to recover a kit. Just trying to get clipped back in. Whistler Freeride Club is her home crew, and she looks up to Olivia McNeil, who spent a couple of seasons on the tour, so that's definitely where she wants to go. I presume from high school this year and ready to have more time for skiing even. Nice. Until now. Presume that means her coach will be Derek Foos, our long-time Freeride World Tour commentator and absolute legend of the game. Perhaps he's going to take a look at what happened technique-wise over that inside foot and just give a little feedback on how we can improve that for the future. That sounds like you're giving Derek a bit of shit for not coaching his
Not
girls.
at all. No. I had some of the best race coaches going, and I definitely still made that error all the time. So you can't blame the coaches. Sometimes athletes, maybe you aren't hydrated just right, so the body didn't do exactly what it was told.
Cool. Let's take a very quick break before we're back for more action here in Kappl.
So there we are then. Do check out the freerideworldtour.com. There's loads of awesome merch on there from our sponsors, Peak Performance, and great equipment to keep yourself warm and looking stylish throughout the season.
And by purchasing Freeride World Tour stuff, you're not only looking really style on the mountain, you're also supporting the Freeride World Tour as a sport association who's organizing all those comps for adults and juniors alike.
Yeah, and again, whilst we've got a few moments here, I just want to thank all the organisers, to Ben Carmel and Alice Ronchenti, who put an awful lot of time and effort into putting on all the lower-end competitions, so there's a different set for the World Tour, but these junior events and everything up to 3-star. We're really, really blessed to have people who work hard all year round, make sure that everything runs super smoothly, everybody's safe. All those protocols are in place to make sure we get events off efficiently.
Exactly, yeah, some major changes happening as well within the Freeride World Tour. The Freeride World Tour actually being sold to the FIS, International Ski Federation, in a move by Nicholas Haywoods, the founder and CEO of the Freeride World Tour, to ensure quality and consistency of the Freeride World Tour in the years to come.
I keep getting asked that question a lot, as I've done a fair few years working for the Federation of International Skiing now. And of course, there's a bit of a worry that they're going to stick their fingers in the game and people just think of them as ski racers who love their rules. I have to say, at the top of free skiing, we have a lot of really great people who totally understand our culture, who respect that and try and keep it core to the sport. So I think if you really take a look at what's been going on in free skiing, it hasn't become spin to win, and we've kept other progressions in the sport available for points and the athletes. And I think that's going to remain the case in free riding. I'm told by Bertie Denevo that they haven't put their hands into that yet, and he's going to keep control of, or let the athletes keep control of the feedback to the judges to make sure that we're truly representing our culture and our sport in the right way.
And the competitions in free riding are always only going to be one aspect of the sport, right? I mean, we are all out there all year to have an amazing time out in the mountains. The pro riders produce videos of the most amazing run, and then only one part of it all is the free competition.
And I think it's fair to make the point that you say FIS is just creating a platform for us to express ourselves on. There's a lot of those platforms, and it's up to us as riders, commentators, individuals within the sport to make sure that we stay true to those roots, that we're going in the direction that we've always wanted to and that we've seen the sport go. It's not down to FIS coming in and creating rules. We have control of that. So.
But we will see the F in FWG stands for free, and in free skiing it stands for free as well. In FIS it does not stand for free. So we will see how those philosophies will actually work in the future. Yeah, right here with me is Mr. Bernie Bletzenauer, boss of this amazing truck. Oh, and
we're back to the top for Ida.
We're moving on. Skiing girl number 3, Ida, out of Norway. And she's only been competing for a year. And wants to give thanks for all her coaches, and especially her dad. And she's ready to rip it on the Kvalspitze.
Looking slightly defensive in terms of technique, but certainly not in terms of line.
Winner of the 22 Roldal and Hemsedal freeride events, 2 of the most sought after freeride events in all of Scandinavia. And
again, I'm told Roldal keeps getting all of the snow. Living in the Western Alps is an extremely lovely place to be, but for 2 years now it's been fairly low tide, and I'm very jealous of my friends in Norway and Utah.
Yeah.
Okay, then finding the entry into the half pipe, we've seen a couple of the other girls use. And there are some sharks in that part of the face, and it's difficult to keep the fluidity, have the trust that you're not gonna find anything to trip you up and cost you the control.
Yeah, doing it a little slower than other riders, but staying on their feet.
As we say, maybe that's a smart play now.
Crucial today. Yeah. Looking up to Hedvig Wessel, Norwegian skiing star on the Freeride World Tour. And Ida is only 14.
Wow,
14 years old and going into the NAR.
Super strong. Yeah, as we say, not the most fluid of performances, but definitely a basis of technique that's going to lead to that development in the future and the ability to take on more and more steep lines as she gains confidence in this sort of terrain.
She's not a 4 times to compete on the Freeride Junior World Championships if she keeps going like that.
And she says it's her first year competing in free riding, so to have even made it here is obviously a huge achievement.
Yeah, Norway hasn't brought as many competitors to the Freeride World Tour as Sweden, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about Scandinavian countries.
Right.
But there's definitely a chance for her to fill that gap in the future.
Yeah, I always sort of made that point that Swedish characters, it got to a point with my own freeride career that I just didn't want to take the risk that they were taking, and I had to find some other way of creating a line. And much the case, there's a whole Scandinavian attitude to just being extremely sendy. And, you know, generally speaking, we've seen some of the highest levels of technique and ever performed in freeriding from some Norwegian athletes. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Ida then cruising towards the finish line. Yeah, that's just crazy to be 14 years old and hanging around with these 18-year-olds who've had that much more experience, that much time to develop the strength and technique necessary for this sort of riding. Take a moment to give another big shout out to Dynastar, to Yeti, to the Kappl Tourism Board for organising all of this, to the whole Open Faces organisation across Austria. Lang, Black Diamond, Scott, Pit Viper and Ski Koenig Rental here.
Yeah, you can't give enough thanks to the Open Faces Freeride crew. That's the team that's been organizing the Open Faces Freeride Series in Austria for more than 10 years. And they team up with the Freeride World Tour stuff for this event, which is not always easy because Swiss Roman mentality and Austrian mentality are not always the same. But over the years, we have learned to respect each other and work with each other. And at this point in time, it's working amazingly well.
Well, that's balance in life. Sometimes you need someone whose first language is French to be creative and come up with some ideas, and someone who's German to make those ideas happen. Or Austrian, sorry, German speaking. Exactly. Ida Fien goes into first place now with a 49.33. As I said, it was going to be a super sensible play to perhaps take a bit of risk out of the line and therefore have that control. She demonstrated great technique all the way down, but definitely limited in terms of the air and style category in the line. But right now, that's the game we're playing.
50 points between her and maximum of 100, so lots of room for the others.
Yeah, I think we are going to see more and better. Let's wait for...
Maybe Madison Ringham from the United States of America is ready to fill that gap. She knows the mountain. She was 7th here last year, so I'm sure she's eager to improve today from last year's 7th.
And this is a beautiful technique over the outside ski. If I was being a Basie ski instructor today, I would be quite happy with this kid. And finding the little air into the half pipe, which we said just stacking up the line score.
I'm still surprised why they're not using a bit more speed for that air. Maybe because they're already so focused on that, leaving the half pipe again.
People worrying about conditions into that side of the face, and here she lost in the line at this moment. Definitely skipped over a few sharks to try and line herself up. And this is going to cost her on the fluidity score.
Yeah, definitely. It is more sharky in that area than the riders were expecting. This is where she wanted to go eventually. Nice entry.
Yeah, I'd say it is a slightly gnarlier line, and I think it's possible that she can go towards the top of the podium here, even with the issues in fluidity, if she keeps the control together and takes on this line as she's doing. Come on! Madison Ringham absolutely boosting through. Just not able to shut the speed down.
Way Adria Dema did just before her.
What a shame. That was an awesome line.
Is that a ski gone?
Yeah, there's one ski down, and I'm afraid in the ski category that does mean you get pretty much a score between 0 and 1.
Actually get a no score.
Yeah, if you lose your kit, that's that, is it? And getting a ski back on then, Madison Ringham putting on a display for us, but it was definitely loose but lit rather than lit. So close to just having the control to shut that speed down again, but it wasn't easy. Conditions out the bottom of that side of the face starting to be really choppy. Generally a great basis of technique, but it's that much more difficult to apply it when you're at incredible speed as you're going to be once you straight line a double out of a cool wire like that.
Yeah, I really liked that exit off the steeps. That was so fast. It was really amazing. Yeah.
And I feel like despite the fluidity at the top, it was the most ambitious of the line choices so far in this category.
Yeah. Madison Ringham also being from Kirkwood, her favorite resort. Big shout out to her parents and her brother Ryan, and also the Kirkwood Freeride crew, Bowman Skis and everyone else who has supported us so far on her freeride journey. Her comment on Quellspitze since she was here last year says, "This mountain is crazy." Maybe a bit less intimidating today since the ride is not starting from the very top, which is actually very intimidating because if you turn off to the left side, you find yourself free falling about 200 vertical meters down. With this year starts, it's a little
Back
bit more
on course then.
Already back on course with Tia Schenk from the United States.
Hailing out of Telluride and winning, I believe, the second place in the Big Sky North American Championship last year, third place in the Kirkwood Nationals. And showing the technique that's necessary for that level of competition. This girl can ski.
Also coming to the half pipe, the area of the mountain that has seen the most traffic today.
Says she loves it where she's from in Telluride because you get so much steep and
Skis
techy
over the
terrain.
rocks,
And oh my God, demonstrating
Can
it.
she shut down that speed?
Come
she
on.
Can. Wow, of all the riders having attacked this part of the mountain, yet she's by far the most fluid.
Oh my
right
God,
into
going
an exit air.
massive. This is huge.
Super centered over her skis. This is... Whoa.
Please hold
Right
it
on the
together.
limit.
This is a comfortable
Great
first
control.
place line for the time being.
Tia Schenk showing how it's done. Wow. That was very impressive skiing.
Honestly, obviously linking such a steep and technical section, controlling the speed after that to set up for a huge air, looking solid in the air, stomping that, and then bringing the speed back down, showing that control, proper use of line. She makes it to the finish line. I'm saying this is first place for sure.
His leg's got to be burning by now because you can see how she was on her limit, shutting down the speed, coming out of the steep part of the face, going for another air. But she managed to stay on her feet, staying in full control actually. And the finish is just a few seconds away. There we go. One of the most exciting and fastest runs of the day so far by Tia Schenk for the United States of America.
And that's her first Freeride World Junior Championship performance. Said she was just stoked to come here in Austria and give it a go. Used to, and clearly very used to riding steep and technical terrain. Just an incredible performance.
She seems super cool. Like, I'd be stoked. I'm screaming.
What happened to claim
Look
it, man?
at this. She rides over all the
my
sharks,
God.
which took other riders out, shuts down completely, weight centered, not worried about the tracks of the other skiers. Very impressive. Just a little speed check turn and goes right for the exit air. Knows exactly where she is, finds the 20.
Really solid
Once
4 point
again
of the
keeps
landing.
speed up.
And I mean, that's definitely the most difficult line of the day with absolutely no hint of a control issue because the technique was so incredibly solid. And the first we've seen really add a lot of air and style to their run. So
Yeah, I'm jumping ahead. I say this will be the highest score which we've seen today, which we get.
There it is, 70 points for Tia Karina Schenk from the USA. First place. Judges, I think, being a little bit conservative. I might have gone high with that.
I would have scratched the 80.
Yeah, for sure.
Judge. Yeah, still leaving enough room up there, but
that's why I'm not Birdie Denver.
Let's hope. Let's hope we'll have another 10 snowboard goals.
And we're into Lucille Carrière de la France. Elle vient du Chamonix-Mont-Blanc.
Had a very good year last year, 3 podium finishes. 2 wins among them, winning the La Clusaz 3-star and the Grand Raid in Chamonix. So the Alps and Mont Blanc is her home mountain, and she's climbing and skiing in the area where the big boys are playing.
Skiing sort of ass on the grass style turns here, really steep edge angles, but looking so strong over that outside foot.
Yeah, you liked it, huh? On their outside foot.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
So different line approach, staying in the half pipe for longer. That means she'll probably find a fresh entry onto the ramp, which she does. It's a nice air.
A little bit over the heels coming out of this, but controlling speed because she looks like she's going for another big entry here. Not where she wanted to be, apparently.
Now she is.
Is it this cliff just on a 4 line now? Got to commit to something. Probably better off straight lining that than trying to control with your edges down there. Case in point. So there we go. The fluidity score is going to be affected by this bit. Might still be a second place run for now, as we've seen so many control issues, but I don't think going to threaten Tia.
It was very hard for me to tell right now if she was where she wanted to be.
Certainly an error in finding that line. She'd scoped out an entry, and whether she then just ended up dropping into it without knowing that's where she was, or if that was the plan from the start, is hard to know.
Both those entries going from the half pipe onto the ramp, onto the exit left ramp, are super blind. It means you're approaching a wide ridge and you know there's nothing for 10 or 20 meters. If you're not at the right spot, you really might be in trouble. So proper line scoping here, very, very crucial.
Ooh, and another small control issue down the bottom here. The snow getting really difficult and legs tired, having done an awful lot of shutting down speed in difficult terrain. Lucille Carrier then making it to the finish area. In a sense, a clean run, just the one tiny control issue in it, but certainly going to be punished for the fluidity. I think great option on the line, perhaps lacking in air and style as well, though. So possibly a second place position for now. I don't think it's going to hold up against the best of them, as we're still waiting for some big names. Ruby Hewitt coming up, Mila Delarue, Alize Grivell yet to come, Luna Rambaud. Yeah, I expect that this might be second place, but getting bumped pretty quickly from then on.
Yeah, there's still a lot of girls up there who want to show off their skills on the Kappl-Paznaun.
Yeah, just a bit too much hesitation there. Perhaps deservedly so, with so much sharky terrain in front of her. It wasn't a bad thing to do. And there we are, second place for now with a 55. Perhaps the judges being fairly friendly to the control issue at the bottom.
Well, judges are supposed to make a difference if a control issue does happen in a critical part of the face or some exposure, compared to a control issue happening in the flat part of the face where there's no consequences to a potential fall. So I think they took that into consideration.
Very true, and still
moment.
plenty of points in between there, between 55 and 70. Had a chat with Ruby Hewitt's coach last night. He's super impressed with the talent this young lady puts out. Big mountain rider, gnarly attitude all round, solid technique. And Dion Newport is not one to mince his words, so I'm going to believe him if he says that.
And we know the crazy Kiwis from the field world, so they're not named that for nothing.
There's something in the water in Wanaka, man.
I suppose you can also apply this for the skier girls.
Yeah, totally true of that. Super solid technique, and it looks like going to take a pretty big mountain line here, coming into the mushroom side of the face.
At the beginning of the season in August, and guess what? She won all three of them.
Yeah, winning in the remarks as well as a very big, gnarly mountain face that rarely has great snow condition on it. So you really trust a Kiwi's ability to rip tussock and to understand that there's sharks out there and to plan a line appropriately.
She looked very solid so far, going for a big accident.
Oh, no, Ruby! Yeah, perhaps another shark in that transition at the bottom there. These receptions are difficult.
I would say so. That was all in full control until her left ski touched the board, and I think it just got stopped there down by a shark, and the momentum kept her body.
Yeah, she was
forward,
strong in the air and looked like a 4-point landing, but then one foot ripped from underneath her. So she's given us a big wave. Ruby's in good shape. Bit of a shame.
Shame. I didn't see any mistake there. Perfect body position, really nice takeoff, nice landing, but the Kappl-Spitze taking its toll today.
Man, she takes no prisoners, that's for sure. Wow. I was like, at the start of the comp, I was asking you if we could go up there and do some turns, but I think I'm scared now.
Well, it's a huge difference if you go on, easy mode or if you are in competition mode, right? So
that's very true, but I know you, mate, and there is no such thing as easy mode. So if I go up there with you, I'll try and keep up, and then I'll end up in trouble. So maybe it's worth it. I've got a paraglider. If I decide to win bad at it, I'll just fly home.
You can fly home. I'll stick to the snow this time. Ruby Hewitt climbing up to get her stuff back together.
We've
that
seen
was a shame. I really like that approach at first. Solid riding. Yeah. Mushroom air. That last one is really, really strong air. I mean, it's
Big shout out to our ski dude coming down to help her out. And you've got to just say something about Wanaka and the number of huge talents we've seen come out of there in every possible category, from obviously Freeride, and we see the Craig Murrays, the Jess Hotters of the world, but going to snowboard, freestyle, free skiing, the biggest names in the sport have very often come from this one small town in the Southern Alps. And yeah, I just love it there. Really, really nice place, beautiful mountains, and a culture and an atmosphere that leads to people pushing themselves and their friends to their limits. And Ruby Hewitt, clearly no exception to that rule. Incredible talent and just coming unstuck with a shark there and being a bit unlucky today. That's going to be no score. Kit lost, ski dude applied.
Well, if Ruby keeps going that way, she'll probably win another 3 comps next year in New Zealand. She'll be high on the ranking list, and she'll be back here because she's only 17.
Ah, there we go.
Another chance for her to come to the Junior World Championships next year.
I think this is her first experience coming north and riding in the European mountains, so certainly today is going to be a big builder for her. She's able to learn about the snow conditions over here, how to ride these mountains, how to ride in a World Championship competition. And some lovely turns from her and the ski dude down. Technique. And I think if there's 2 places in the world where I just want to bottle all the water and take it home so I get something, it's Le Clusaz and Wanaka, although Ruby's from Mount Olympus, but the next rider, Zoe Del Zopo.
But sorry to cut you short for a second. Let's look one more time at the replay of her exit there, because Ruby looked...
that's what we wanted to see. We'll talk to the director.
Zoe Del Zopo from France in the start gate, and we give her the Marseillaise. Made it to a great run.
Zoe Del Zopo has found a couple of airs. We've just lost the cameras for a second here.
I hope she didn't lose her track. The first air looked really solid. Alors, bienvenue à tout le monde en France, tous les frères, les mères, les sœurs, les papas et tout le monde qui est avec nous maintenant et qui ne peut pas regarder Zoe parce qu'on ne peut pas ne plus vu Zoe.
So we've just watched Ruby Hewitt cross the finish line. Now we're back up for Zoe. So it's really sorry we missed a little bit of that run.
I hope we get a replay a bit later on. One of the classic lines in the half pipe.
Whoa, a bit of a sniper landing because there is a shark there.
When you say sniper landing, I translated landing close to a rock.
Wow, and that's massive. Is this first place from Zoe?
Zoe Del Zopo.
Getting the speed shut down as well in an area where a lot of people had a control issue. So the judges are going to notice that took a bit of technique. Air and style stacking up.
One of the biggest airs of the day, coming right off a sniper landing. That was an amazing combo by Zoe. And she did stick that like one of the big boys.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it is. I don't know if this can compete with Tia Schenk in terms of the all-round. We missed a little bit of the line there. And she's definitely being a bit more cautious through the bottom. But for sure, one of the biggest airs of the day, which, if not, that's a crowd favourite, even if it's not a judge's favourite.
Barracheuse, incroyable, avec un atterrissage parfait de Zoe Del Zopo. Incroyable, vraiment. Wow, bien fait, bien fait. Comes from like Lisa, like Candide Touvé, like Seb Michaud, like many other big names. She's the ruling French champion in the under 18 ski category, so not a surprise that she reps.
There's definitely something going on in Le Clusaz, man. Just again, a place with a free ride and free ski atmosphere that just causes everybody to want to be better and better every day. Yeah, I've seen so many of the great riders watching 4-star coming out of that spot. Do we think that's second place for now? Don't know if there was a control issue anywhere on the line. Definitely one of the biggest air and style moments we've seen.
Look at this combo. That was really amazing free riding. Shutting down a little bit to focus on what's coming up.
Yeah, great speed control.
Exactly finding her entry spot.
And then the fluidity between here, making this a bit of a double.
As you call it. And then look at this. Just a speed check. All right, this is where I exit.
Oh my. So much gnar and getting it just right, man. Woo. Yeah, 4-point landing. First place, 80.67 for Zoe Del Zopo, current leader here.
That put the challenge out for the next and last 5 girls, which are still in the start gate. 80 points for Zoe Del Zopo. And the next one to challenge these 80 points is no one else but Mila Delarue.
And yeah, just going to be one of the big names of the future. Definitely keep your eye on Mila Delarue. I first noticed her at the under 14 of the Verbier free ride. She comfortably won. And a little bit of this Jess Hotter, big mountain, hard charging riding style. takes risk, also has the freestyle elements, but doesn't need to use them because she'll create such a gnarly line. Oh, tell a lie. 360, massive 360 stomp, and keeping the control together.
Well, she's only 16, just one of the younger crowds, and if your dad is a 3-time Freeride World Tour champion on a snowboard, it might surprise you that she's there on skis, but it doesn't actually matter because she obviously rips.
I'm telling you, this girl is going to make her dad and uncle irrelevant in some time soon because look at the way she shreds, man. She's going to be the big name in freeriding for the future. 360 in at the top, no control issues so far, and now coming into the gnarly steep terrain, as I said, kind of her forte to go really big and stomp stuff.
Too, but Zoe, she set that level really high. Actually, she is at the same entry. Hope she does the same sniper landing.
Different sniper, but finds the gap between. And I think with the 360,
it'll all depend on that last air.
Yeah, a little bit of a double out the bottom. So I think Zoe did have a little bit more in terms of line score out the bottom of that. But air and style-wise, this is a tricky one for a judge.
Yeah, so it's kind of the 360 of Mila at the top versus the massive drop of Soviet at the bottom right now. Oh, just going to have a headache right now.
Oh, man. I'd hate to be in their position with this one. Still finding little airs and playing with the terrain at the bottom. Looking a little bit more confident than Zoe. And I think, you know, knowing Bertie, he just likes you to keep the speed up and use your line all the way to the bottom and not be cautious anywhere.
Me coming from the freeride before, I will obviously value that big cliff drop and the clean landings by Zoe a little bit more. The 360 was nice, but it was not an exposed area, and it's like it's an add-on.
Does it add that much?
Jump,
exactly.
So
yeah.
it definitely gives you a couple extra points. To me, Mila lacked that last bottom feature a little bit.
Just a little bit.
She had the chance to where Zoe did her biggest air. She pretty much went straight through the gully rather than adding another jump.
The free ski judge in me, though, is always looking out for what's progressive in a category. So how do you add that up? You know, Zoe Del Zoppo, here is the 360. It's perfect. But as you say, maybe it's only 2 meters of air. I don't know, Bertie doesn't love that stuff as much as those big airs, so maybe that's going to lean towards Zoe Del Zoppo, which I think is quite right in the grand scheme of free riding. Little control issues in some places. It's either first or second place.
Air, yeah. It'll be a tough one.
It's definitely progressive in the women's field, though, to still use some big mountain riding at the bottom and adding those freestyle elements.
I tell you what, France and Switzerland, Zoe Delop and Mila Delary, 16 years old, they're going to be.
They've got 2 more years in this contest.
Oh my God.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to see this thing progress. It's so cool. Well done, Mila Delarue. We're waiting for the score.
Yes, so is she.
Manu looking nervous. The pressure is on.
Just right out there, discussing and shaking their heads. So,
talking to the video judge as well, perhaps to just check any control issues that I don't think were there out of that 360 or indeed in the half pipe zone.
Can you please give it a control issue to make it easier for us?
You know, Manu, she's a professional every time, so she's going to go through every detail of it and make sure she is totally satisfied before giving out a score here.
79.
On second place, so Mila Delarue, as we thought, judges slightly leaning towards the larger air and the more gnarly exposed terrain, taking the risk there. That's what free riding's about. It's cool to have those freestyle elements, but it's not the be-all and end-all of a score.
Exactly.
And we're back to the top for Maria Castelbono from Bikira Barrett. And yeah, has had some great results in Bikira Barrett lately as well, winning both there and Ordino Arcali 3-star events last year.
And
16
she's
years
also
old.
only 16. That's amazing.
Grabbing Japan off the first hit. Haven't seen the girls use those those grab elements so much lately. Lovely control and shutting it down after that first air and leaning away over towards the mushroom area of the face, I would say. No, back into the half pipe.
Definitely half pipe. Yeah, I really like this view from the drone. So you know the riders are coming up to that half pipe area, but
as we say, finding that air into the half pipe, grabbing mute as well. Perhaps a bit of a boot tickle, but cool to be adding those grabs in, showing the control in the air. Now, where does this gnarly entry come in? Shuffling down this ridgeline, bit of a shark there. Not much of a loss of fluidity, and definitely finding the gnarliest line. That's sick, and the control out the bottom was perfect.
And she still has the bottom ramp for her last feature.
Oh, what did we say? Oh! So I think fundamentally too sendy, too big, finding a bit of a flat transition which causes the legs to collapse there. Did we mention that people from Bakira Barrett have got a certain level of send in them?
Yeah, just tune into Freeride World Tour when it's on in a couple of days, and you'll see.
Wow.
I'm Navarre and Abel Moga do similar moves. Wow, she didn't lose her skis, she's still going. There'll be a major deduction for the landing or not landing of that air, but it was huge. So I can only have one thing looking at that air, which is...
I think I can fly. Yes. I mean, you talk about the control issue at the bottom. It's definitely a hot tub, and I guess they'll call it a stage 3. But as you say, if you've added that many points for going that massive and you lose a few of them, then perhaps you're still adding more points than taking a non-consequential 360.
Well, there is a safety consideration in there in the whole judging as well. I mean, obviously, we want all of our riders to arrive at the bottom safely. And doing a huge jump and then landing out of control is not the whole idea.
Don't scare the judges.
No, so with a control issue like this, you should always, as a rider, walk away with less points than you had at the very takeoff, because otherwise it would encourage people to do crazy stuff and think, hey, no matter, I'm going to land head down, maybe my skis stay on, and we're going to score anyway. That's not the idea of judging.
That seems like a very sensible point to keep in the sport, true.
But we can't value enough like the amount of courage it takes for our skier girls. Two major moves in this line. Look at Maria Castelvi-Bono.
Look at those sharks on the top.
Almost getting hugged up there, defying the shark.
Wow, that's a seriously... It's such a shame that she did have that control issue, because that somehow was the line of the day if she didn't quite go too big. And now she knows
exactly where to find a takeoff. It's almost the same air as Zoe did.
Oh my God.
Just a bit too much speed. Look at it, overshooting the landing by 4 or 5 meters. Yeah. The transition is running out. Wow, what an air.
Call that a headbutter 360, that was.
No extra scores, unfortunately, for the headbutter 360.
Oh. Well, the ambition was definitely there.
Maria. Wow.
Whew.
We're heating up in here.
Yeah, man. It's getting scary, but so fun. Number 5, Maria Castelvi-Bono comes in with a 51.33. It's a pretty good score considering the size of the crash, but the line was definitely the gnarliest of the day, so there we are.
But no time to rest for us, no time to cool down. Another 4 snowboard girls up there, and the next one, Luna Rambeau from France.
Again, second place in the Le Clusaz 3-star, and third in Bonneville-sur-Arc. And she drops, and everybody using this first hit today must be getting ripped up in the landing, but she still goes big off it.
You might actually, the landing might get a little better now that it gets really skied out compared to when you just have a couple of landing tracks.
Just sharked her inside foot and went for a roll, I'm afraid. Yeah, and that's a shame. It's definitely difficult to keep your head in the game now when you've got so much gnar left below you. Do you stick to the plan and execute something, hope that you rebuild the score? It's not going to be a podium run with a trip in flat, easy terrain at the top.
But, as long as you don't lose your gear, as long as your skis are still under, you can still...
yeah, still some points to be built.
Some points to build, exactly.
Now, I think Luna perhaps taking it sensible. Is she still going to line up one of these big cliffs? She is. Slightly flat exit there, needing a bit of an edge change in the air, and again gets pitched over the inside foot. 2 control issues now.
Yeah, that's the moment when if you have like a major air plan at the bottom, you probably should think twice, because the focus is just not the same anymore.
Yeah.
And if she had something planned there, similar to Zoe or Maria, she changed her plans and is moving to skis right west, which I think is very smart.
Case in point.
Yeah.
Not quite head in the game anymore, just trying to get to the finish line and think about getting a cup of tea, and it leads to 2 further control issues.
Yeah, one control issue is fine, you kick it away, but once you have the second, this core is gone, and then usually the mental focus is gone as well, and that's where it starts to become dangerous.
Yeah, so we saw an interesting crash at the Verbier Freeride Week in the first girls competition we've ever done there. But lady just had a perfectly good run, hooked up her foot on a takeoff, fell over, then just tried to straight line to the finish line where there were some really big rollers, caused her to scorpion really hard in. So I think we should make that point live in commentary that don't take so many risks if you know you're already tired, your head's gone out of the game a little bit. Just make sure you get to the finish area safely and try not to rip the landings apart for the competitors behind you if you can.
Yeah, well, that's a rule also. If you do lose a ski, well, let's have a look at the current standings. Zoe Dalsopo, 80.67 with Mila Loreen second, 79, and Tia Karina on 70. Well, 3 outstanding runs. So if you do lose a ski as skier or skier goal, the rule is that you have to ride down the way not to disturb the potential takeoffs, landings, and other areas where the riders after you still go for big action.
Yeah, and Luna in the end taking a 4th fall towards the bottom. And I'm sure she's going to be a little disappointed with today, but still chances to come back here. She's only 16 at the moment, got a bright future ahead of her. Definitely got the right ideas for the game, but just a few control issues and a little bit of technique to work on.
Yeah, it's amazing. We have 14, 16, 15-year-olds. Last year, the finals of the Freeride qualifiers, when it was about who goes to the World Tour, I think out of the top 10, 7 riders were 18 or 19 years old.
Wow.
So once they're done competing here, they go right up there to the ahead of the qualifiers. So the range of age has gone down significantly over the last years on the qualifier circuit.
Yeah, we are a couple of champions from here back in the day. Zoe McGeorge and Elliot Dancer, living in my hometown of Nondar and representing the Nondar Freeride, have done exactly that and gone from Freeride Juniors straight to the top of the 4 stars, putting themselves on interesting podiums in really difficult competitions in Les Arcs. And yeah, just great to see them carrying on, taking that passion straight through to the big leagues.
Exactly. Elliot Dancer, former champion here, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, exactly.
On snowboard. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy guy, man. You should just go for a day riding with him. You won't keep up, but you'll have a damn good time.
All right. Representing Norway is Emma Calland Opson, with her brother competing in a different category through the start gate.
She's only 14 as well. And yeah, did really well in Norway last year.
But my daughter's 10 now. Imagining her being up to the start gate 10 years, I probably couldn't watch. Hemsedal, her home mountain.
And she's yet to score.
The Hemming Adrenaline Freeride team.
She hasn't scored any podiums yet, but hasn't finished outside the top 6 and therefore ranked at the highest on the seeding list last year in Europe and Oceania.
Yeah, consistency counts as well.
That's it. And you can see the quality of technique.
I'm surprised that so far we've only seen 2 riders using the rider's right, Lucas left side of the mountain. Because I believe on the day of today, with tricky snow conditions in the steeper part, with many sharks being uncovered, it could have been a smart move also to do it.
I think we saw that there was the winning line in the snowboard women's category, so perhaps it's purely because these ladies have already pushed the limit on that looker right skier's left side of the face, that now if you want to beat them, you're going to have to go to that big mountain line and take those risks in the steep terrain. Control issue here from Emma. Looking pretty neat up until that point, but perhaps a little bit limited on the line score anyway.
Yeah, a bit more of a mellow run compared to the others, which I still like. You know, it's so important for a competitor to ride within capabilities. The worst you can do is, okay, this is a competition, and now from my normal 100%, I go up 20, and I'm riding at 120, and then do something where I can hurt myself, or it's just something out of my league.
And especially when
you don't want to be doing any competition.
When you've got 4 years left in this competition, today's a great learning experience. You now know where those lines are, where your limit is, and then you can start to think about pushing it. But knowing where 99% is rather than 101 is a pretty important thing in this sport. Emma cruising out to the bottom of the face then. Again, I think they've had crazy snow conditions in Hemsedal all season, and here we were, me living in Verbier, we didn't get anything at all until the middle of January. Slightly worried for the men's ski category, where they're all going to absolutely boost through the bottom. It's got choppy and probably still use these big hits. I think, as we've just been saying, it's super sensible to ride slightly within your limits, and those limits are going to be difficult to judge in flat terrain with very variable snow underneath you.
Yeah. Well, I'd really like to show the women are putting on here. But
yeah,
like you said, typically the ski man then
just to take too much risk for themselves.
Another variable to the equation, yeah, was just going bigger and wider. and further.
That was a super interesting bit of line from Emma, but then, yeah, just the control issue. Trying to get the speed shut down in the steeps is never easy. You need a lot of strength in the legs. More to come from Emma Opson in the future, I'm sure. And we await the score. I can't believe, there we are, 33.33 for Emma Opson and 7th place for now. Let's take ourselves to the back of the top, back to the top of the mountain then, because I need to go nuts here for Alize Grivel, representing the Nondar Freeride organisation. Absolutely my favourite people in the world to ski with. Got so much respect for Cyril Lanfranchi, to Coach Anto, and to everybody who puts in a lot of work on the Nondar Freeride.
And guess what? Alize has done 8 events in 22 and was on the podium 7 times.
3rd place last year here as well, and again, one of those people you go skiing with and you just can't keep up with her. She skis hard, fast, perhaps slightly less freestyle oriented than Mila's proved to be, but definitely proving that big mountain is her thing, and that look at this aggressive technique straight out the gate. She's not going to mess around. Super level head on her shoulders, really smart lady. And where are we going here? Onto the first air.
Sponsored by Giro Snow, Dakar Europe, Faction Skis, Neige Aventure, On the Mountain Store, Nondar Freeride, Ferrari Zenit.
Well done, Neige Aventure. Definitely the right woman to sponsor. I worked for them for 9 years. Sorry to miss you all. Hashtag Brexit.
I get a feeling she's got something special prepared.
Yeah.
I just feel that in that body language that she's maybe taking a little easy in the middle part, getting ready for something major in that bottom part.
Telling you, she goes massive. When this girl jumps, it blows your mind. So let's see what she's got lined up. Perhaps also sensible enough to decide that just getting a run with no control issue is a good idea here. Here we go then into the big airs. Alize taking it to the face, I think. May have kneed herself in the head there. Too big to too flat. Yeah, that's got to have bruised a little bit.
Yeah, because it looked like she was in control in the air, but really got compressed at that landing there.
Yeah, I think really just going too big, jumping over the landing. She has given us a bit of a wave to say she's okay, but looks a bit winded at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well done, Alize. I mean, we said you were going to be ambitious and go as big as anyone. Definitely one of the stronger athletes in the field, but too flat in that landing.
It looks like she just needs some time to catch her breath again, probably so compressed that her chest got hit a bit by her knees and
I call
that some time to recover.
The knee chomper, when you kind of landed completely 4-point, but it's just too much impact and your head goes straight to your knees. And yeah, you'd be better off if you were out of balance backwards because your feet would shoot and you could just hot tub it and have a comfortable slam. But that one can really hurt sometimes. Yeah, she's on her feet.
But landing there, you want to be centered over your skis because there's not much room for error. Still having those other cliffs beneath you.
Yeah, very good point indeed. It was lining up to be a double. I think she would have just had 2 turns, controlled the speed, and gone for that same hit that we saw our current 2nd place finisher using.
Alize Grivel, a girl used to go big, going a little bit too big to too flat in that entry part to that lower ramp.
And now, yeah, I always worry for these moments because bruised and winded, very easy to lose the focus, and there's plenty of gnar below her. Needs to keep the control through here. Yeah, she looks tired now. Oh, I really thought this was Alize's year. I think she is going to do plenty well on all the other competitions, but young lady that perhaps deserved a spot at the top of the podium, and at some point a bit of luck does come into this game.
It's a big learning curve. If you do 7 podiums instead of 8 comps, you probably feel a bit get spoiled, and everything that you plan will work. And then sometimes it's good to put, like, we call it a shot. What's that? The Austrian expression. a close call shot, so to say, that okay, well, this is
Yeah, I always make that point to any kids I've coached that, no one goes from 0 to world champion in a straight line. Exactly. It's not a linear process. At some point, you've got to injure yourself and learn how to get fit from that again. Your dog's got to die, and you've got to learn how to make the mental strength back up from that. Other things will happen in your life that take you away from the sport. And eventually, those guys who are the world champion are those who had the most passion, who overcome all of those challenges. But they certainly didn't get there on some nice, easy path to the top.
No, talk to Leos Lambert if you want to know about it. He's been through some major ups and downs in his life and career. Taking a year off from the Freeride World Tour this year, but just competing at the Nondar backcountry was an amazing show.
And as you say, famously just a big mountain gnarly guy who just at the age of 30, started adding massive freestyle elements into his riding. And we're seeing him doing double backflips, cork and bio 7, huge cork 3s out of the non-dar backcountry invitational. So Leo is not down and out yet by any means. That man is coming back for more.
As an athlete, and even before Alice, this is a tough moment right now. I'm sure she will be back on track soon and more successful than in today's run. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough call for the safety crew because she kept on riding, saying she's fine. But on the other hand, she does seem so bruised that she has a hard time continuing all the way to finish line.
I've just had that conversation with Anna Smoothie, who's broken her ankle on Friday, filming for Sun God, and it's a big smash to the head. It's too easy to try and play the hard man card, and say, especially if you were always getting in trouble with your parents for doing stupid stuff when you were a kid. So then you start trying to hide the fact that you're injured. Don't give us a big wave if you're down, you're breathing hard. Just wait for the safety people to come down to you and try not to kind of give away the impression that you're fine.
Do you wear toothbrace when you're doing your?
I have never competed with a gum shield in, but I think that's definitely a good idea. And as you say, it just protects the brain from those impacts to the head, and absorbs a lot of that energy. So, in the modern day, with people going bigger and bigger and taking more and more risk on these lines, I think it would be a really good thing if we did encourage. Obviously, helmets are a complete essential. They're part of the rules of the competition, but adding a gum shield is very little inconvenience to you, but might really protect the brain in some situations.
Yeah, we saw the replay there from Alex's jump. Yeah, she was perfectly centered to land, but really got compressed, and her knees either hit her chest or her chin, and that's what's keeping her from continuing all the way down to the finish line right now. So we have a safety crew member with her, ski down a little bit too far actually, step up a couple of meters, but we'll be with her in a few seconds. Isaac Griffith, our second to last competitor in the skier girls field of today. With Lydia Nelson from the US, the last one to be the start gate. That's such a tough one when you're up in the start gate and something happens. I remember I was really close to being world champion 3 times. And once I was in start gate in a very big extreme, and all I had to do being lead of the rank was put a proper okay run down. But the guy that had me had a big crash, and they sent me into the start gate 3 times and said, "Flo, this is 30 seconds." Over a time span of 30 minutes. So the last time was the start gate, my focus was just gone.
Yeah, it's impossible at that point. Yeah. I had the same in Broussard at the No Limits Freeride 3-star, I want to say 2017, but a friend of mine broke his back just 2 riders before, and we waited 2 hours for a helicopter in there. Respect to Sam Allen, got all the competitors kind of doing a group workout, and we were doing some star jumps because it was -15 that day. It was a really long wait, and just trying to keep the body going. Had to change my goggle lens 4 times. All of that stuff just takes you out of that focus on the line and the whole concept of what you're there to do.
Yeah, so that's something that Lydia Nelson has to deal with right now, but I'm sure we'll move on with the comp in a very short time.
2 meters up, please, and the next galley. The right way.
So we've got the grid system working well for us there. So Ski-Doo just made one error, because that where Alize fits within one grid, so we've sent him the wrong side of a ridge. Then he's going to be with her in a couple of minutes. Saying how difficult that is, and I think especially for the youngsters, it takes an awfully long time to develop the experience of understanding how different snow conditions are going to affect your day. Therefore, how far away you need to finish your speed checks and get yourself set up. Alize, as ever, an extremely confident and strong competitor, and therefore going to take the risk and going as big as she could, getting compressed in that landing to an extent that she couldn't hold it. Ski-Doo just getting over the ridge to her now. So we've got a Ski-Doo down to Alize.
Okay, soll ich ankündigen? All right, while we are waiting for Alison to make her way safe down the mountain, we have a look at the judging criteria to give you more deeper insight into the sports of freeriding.
Cool.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? The landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might take off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
All right, I think it was a very good explanation of the judging criteria. We see on the screen that our safety personnel has arrived with LSA and now deciding what to do. In the meantime, I have someone here for a quick interview. Stefan Hetzel, one of the freeride legends of Austria. He coaches the Alberg freeride team. He has won stops off the Freeride World Tour. Stefan, challenging conditions on the Quellspitze today. We have seen amazing action, but also a lot of hiccups. You have a competitor up there later on, Jakob Miller. What advice are you going to give him for strategy, considering the conditions of today?
Yeah, I got 2 competitors up there. Timo Rolshoff, he rides for Germany, and Jake Miller. Yes, we need a clean run on that mountain. We need to find the steep landings. But we didn't make a big line change now, but it's important to stay in control. But yeah, as always, you know, powder snow, everybody thinks it's going to be perfect, but then the tracks are not easy to handle. And sometimes, yeah, it can be a challenging competition at the end of the day.
I like that Stefan, being a big tactician and a very good coach, still saying no, there's no pulling back because there may be some sharks in some areas. We'll still stick to the game plan and give it all a have. Thank you, Stefan, very much, and all the best for Jakob and Timo in the ski Mansfield. We'll be seeing very soon.
I wonder if it's possible to hold these lads back, though. If you tell them to take it mellow, they'll probably be like, no, coach, and just go bigger anyway.
That is true. Well, one thing I do know, before the time of coaches on the Freeride World Tour, there were always teams that work closely together. One very good example is Rainer Barkert and Christopher Tudell. They're so like-minded people. They ski the same style, they ski the same lines. So the one who be down first would always radio up and tell the other one exactly what to do. Like maybe change the angle 5 degrees to the left on that particular jump, or go with 3 kilometers per hour less speed to just find the perfect pockets, not on land. And typically it works. Typically the first one of them to be down would be ranked after the one. Okay, now second who get that extra info would enable to get just an even better score.
You see them with the 2 of the guys with the most solid technique in the game. So what if they're told 3 degrees left, they'll completely nail it. And yeah, as you say, I don't know how many times I've seen them do the identical run with the second one going 1 yard bigger on everything.
But they're so experienced riders, and here for a 14, 15, 17-year-old who has spent a day or 2 preparing his line, then telling him maybe 2-3 minutes before the start you have to change something, it's maybe not a very good idea. And I think that's one reason why Stefan, for example, says, no, I'm not going to tell them to change anything unless it's a safety issue. Like if a rider ahead of your athlete uncovers a big rock in the landing, obviously you have to radio up and say, whoa, watch out, you have to change the angle at this takeoff in order to avoid the rock in the landing.
Yeah, that's why it's great to have coaches like Stefan in the game who have that experience and understand, you know, what it is to change a line on the day and why what the values in each direction of that are. I also think it's really important just to let these kids express themselves, and the result, maybe, yes, it's important we're at a world championship, but actually that idea of doing what you wanted to do, expressing yourself, getting out there, taking those risks is kind of part of the progression we're looking for here.
Exactly. It's the combination. Look at the riders. We have Xavier Delarue here. We have Jeremy Jones here. Emilien Badou, Kevin Gury, myself. It's all former Freeride World Tour winners or World Tour champions that now pass on their knowledge. But it's not like a pot that you're stuffing with all your knowledge. You're just there to provide them with the info. And we had those line workshops the day before yesterday, and it's really cool to be out there with the kids and just look at the mountain. They tell you about their lines, and then just you give them feedback and have them ask questions. And that way they can take bit by bit off your experience. They can profit of it, but they have to make something of it themselves.
That's always think the most skilled coaches are certainly not those who are trying to get kids to emulate something or themselves, just creating an environment for those kids to express themselves in, to lift themselves up that way.
Hey, judges, someone to come here for a quick interview?
It does now seem like we're getting a little bit of movement to get Alizé off the face. Does she have a problem with her binding as well, perhaps? Yeah, another big shout out to everyone at Nondar Freeride and all my friends back home. Sorry I'm not there with you as much this season. Judging and commentary is taking me away from those beautiful mountains. But yeah, there's certainly something in the water there and a culture around that entire town that creates people like Alizé and Elliot Danza and Zoe McGeorge and Gilles Nevon back in the day. I don't know how many people have come out of Nondar Freeriding and really pushed the limits generally within this sport.
So the good news, looking at our screen and through binoculars, we see Alizé moving there. She's talking to the guides. So I do not think she's in any major trouble. So we'll see her make her way down sooner or later.
Yeah, perhaps could do with a good bath and after that kind of impact level, just kind of rest the body and take a time off, because that was pretty brutal. But yeah, good to see her in good shape and getting off the face here gradually.
I mean, every one of us has had crashes in freeriding. I mean, obviously, you're out there, you're playing in unknown terrain. Every time you drop into a face, that's also the mental game in freeriding, right? You don't know exactly what to expect. It's not a alpine ski racing course like the Honeycomb race in Kitzbühel just last week, where they slide down inch by inch, meter by meter, the whole slope, and then just try to ride it perfect. The unknown is always a factor which you have big time between start gate and finish line.
Yeah, I mean, personal experience, I definitely crashed more than I landed in a full career of freeriding, man. And again, for me, I was normally did better when the snow was kind of worse and therefore predictable if it was a low tide year, and it was more like riding a Scottish mountain than it kind of suited my technique and being able to freestyle into stuff a bit more than when the landings were really full of snow and people could go absolutely massive. Then British guy trying to develop that in my riding was going to take me a lot longer than I ever had. So.
Totally. And I remember guys coming from the ski racing world, or even later heroes like Kai Sakrisson in the early years in competition, they were so nervous at the start because they said, I don't know what's coming up. It's not just like a freeriding fun day, you're going 100%, but you never exactly know what's the takeoff going to be like. Do I have the right flight curve, light speed for the cliff jump? Am I going to hit the 20? You just don't know until you're right there. And that mentally really makes it difficult for freeriders to be calm at the start gate and then just... according to plan.
Lucky Kai Zakriksson just kind of happened to have that level of talent that he was a complete cat, and without expecting anything, he could fall over, get back on his feet, and just never seemed to matter to him.
That is good. A flying squirrel, they didn't call him for no reason. So, Alice has made her way to the side of the venue. She's accompanied by two safety guides. Very good to know her in good hands. And it means we are ready for the 14th and last skier girl of today. Lydia Nelson, who had a long wait right now. I hope she was able to keep her warm. We're definitely looking forward to her dropping in.
No stranger to the top step of the podium in a regional event in Schweizer in Crystal Mountain. She was able to win and second place at the Big Sky North American Championship. First time here at the Freeride World Junior Championship. We've definitely mentioned the difficulty of controlling the level of hype. What do we call it? It's actually called arousal level in terms of the textbook for preparing yourself for sport. Very easy to let that energy drop off. How do you stay in the game? But it doesn't look like it's an issue for Lydia, because she's gone straight into that first hit off the four-line, charging and keeping the control. Little airs there. Lovely technique and heading down towards the half pipe. Is she going to air into it as we've seen some of the other girls do? Yeah, lovely cross-court air into the half pipe. Oh, and there's a control issue. So there are some sharks in the top of the face there. She just caught the inside foot and went for an impromptu 180.
I like that entry there, even though you got to be really careful not to
Yeah, it's the first one to
Go
not
too
lose
fast.
any fluidity in making sure you don't go too fast in that phase. A
Exactly.
few people have had a real stop there. Big air and massive control issue, stopping immediately at the transition at the bottom of that. Looks like she's all right, though. Well done.
Yeah, that's the tranny at the side of the half pipe. It just came into a little bit. I really like the approach, though, the way she hit that air right above it, but then it was too much speed to ride it out.
As you say, you know, 20-minute wait just before dropping in. You might have done a really good warm-up for the legs, got the head in the game, then the body starts to drift away from you a little bit, and it's just difficult to maintain that with those course holds. So, respect to Lydia. Control issue, I think, is going to keep her off the podium today. And taking it nice and steady, very sensibly after the control issues at the top. No need to take any risks through this difficult terrain at the bottom. A slightly unfortunate way to wrap up our women's field, but the best of what we saw today was truly incredible. Some amazing air and style. You know, second place had some big mountain riding and some 360s in it, and we're proving that free riding still stays true to its roots and taking big technical terrain, going off big drops, rather than inconsequential 360s and open terrain is worth more of the judges here.
Yeah, right. But it's all really close up there. Yeah, first and second place, I think.
Yeah, there's
Really,
only a couple of points in that or
that's
what.
just less than 2 points difference.
As you say, interesting entry here.
Yeah, still spectacular. Puts that to her feet really nicely. And I like the way she approached this air was really nice, but she was a bit back already, and then the compression obviously too much.
I always love that in riding when people are, you know, using whatever, if they're doing 3 big link turns and that just arrives them at the feature with the right speed rather than having to do sort of a checky slot, have a look and then drop. It's so much better to run that fluidity through the middle.
Yeah, that makes a difference, and I like to see that on the Freeride World Tour with the big boys when they prepare the runs. It's amazing. They hit a feature, they do 2 high-speed turns, and then hit the next one immediately. You don't even see them like prepare or get their head together.
Yeah,
that was one thing where I realized I'm getting old on the tour, because I always had to get my mind together before a jump, whereas the young ones just blast right through.
Yeah, they know what's coming. They go
25.67 at 9th place for Lydia.
And I think that confirms our podium then with Tia Karina Schenk, 3rd place. Mila Delarue coming in second, and with the big mountain line and 80.6 just above Mila is Zoe Del Zoppo from France.
Congratulations to being Freeride Junior World Champion 2023, Zoe, and I would say you deserve it with an amazing, huge
That
air.
line was so impressive, and a great performance from all the French athletes today in 1st, 2nd and 4th. Tia Karina Schenk certainly impressed, but then it was no-brainer in the end that Zoe just used the biggest line of the day, did it with control and fluidity. There we go.
Awesome. So we're waiting for the highlights of the women's field to be shown one more time. All those great moves which we saw in the last half hour.
Another big thank you to Yeti and Dynastar, our lead sponsors here. Zoe stoked. Going to be some proud dad and parents from Mila. Here we go then for the highlight reel from the women's skiing. Few of those bomb holes starting to get very difficult, flat transitions, but some really smart riding to find those sniper landings. Great use of this feature at the top. Few control issues in the middle there. Yeah, well, 2 or 3 of those crashes on that traverse. Trying to get the speed shut down from the steep couloirs above.
And keep in mind, all these girls right there are 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. That's the most amazing. Like, you always think it's adults when you see them coming down there.
Honestly, I think they've got such a great future ahead of them, because there's plenty of big names who just weren't up to what they were when they were that age, you know. It's a seriously special thing to have that level of talent so young. Wow, look at that control over the rocks as well. One more air at the bottom. This was massive. Beautifully stomped.
That was our 3rd place finishing, I think. Yeah.
Do slightly want to see Mila's 360 again.
Well, looking at the replay, this gives us time for a wrap-up. Well, overall, skier gold category today here in Kappl.
I mean, we're seeing the sport progress, aren't we? Every time we put on one of these competitions, these ladies just step their game up, and as we say, the freestyle element's coming into it, but definitely maintaining those huge, big mountain things. Few big crashes because we've got some slightly difficult conditions to judge here, but generally speaking, I saw a lot of control, great technique, and ambition beyond what we've seen before. So thank you, ladies. What a show.
Exactly, yeah. There's some amazing air, some amazing lines, and the girls can truly be proud of the show which they put up. But we have to move on to the next show.
Here we go, then the men's ski category, always a crazy show. And if we want to talk about risk-taking, these guys are going to push the limits of it. Orion Charnay, Griffin Larson here, Jack Kolish from Canada, and Marcus Gaban from Canada as well, Bodie Yang from the States, Diedrich Opson from Norway, and Will Cookson apparently got a great mullet on him. Couple of lads from the UK that I'm clearly going to go absolutely wild for. And yeah, we've got a big start list here with 31 people, so we're rushing through that. Just the one Japanese competitor, Kikiro Maikawa.
31 people from 11 nations. Big mix of some of the best junior or the best junior freeriders in the world. And we are ready for bib number 1, Orion Journey from the US, from Aspen Mountain.
Just saw a few of
ladies
these
and gentlemen,
names.
now tighten your seat belts. Yeah, be back with us because typically the boys are stepping it up. As they go through the start gate.
The big air kind of game is about to start. We might see an awful lot more speed going down on the face. Still, these kids not allowed to go inverted, which I find an interesting point because I always was. For sure, 90% of these boys are a lot better at backflipping than I ever managed to be.
I know that most of them are capable of double backflips, but it is a rule that at junior events, no head over heels, so your binding can never be higher than your head.
And I loved it. We saw at the Verbier Freeride week, don't put your feet over your head, so they cork 360 to exactly the limit of that, just to try and mess with the judge's head. You have to get the video judge to see if they were upside down.
We'll see some of that today.
So Orion finding the first 2 airs, jumping in.
It's a distinct style of some riders have when they have their skis that close together, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes it easier to keep the weight even across your feet, but it does give some limitations to what edge angles you can achieve. Tends to lead to using slightly more rotation in each, and then we found another shark at the top of there. So yeah, it makes it much easier to make sort of shorter rotating turns, but it's also a narrower platform is less powerful in the end. So to go high speeds and to kind of nail heavier edges might be slightly more difficult.
Very creative line choice, and the way he went into the halfpipe and back out again was truly amazing. Like no hesitation whatsoever on the angle. That was a little bit too far, 2 skiers left.
And as we say, don't scare the judges. I think he was totally surprised that turned into a double because he was aiming to sniper to the right or the downhill side of that landing.
Exactly.
Is he telemark skiing almost? Just pulling that inside. Like wow. Either way, pretty rowdy line from Orion Charnay. Great idea. Definitely not quite catching where he's aiming for at the bottom there.
So he does train with the Aspen Valley telemark team. So I have no other info on that, but it looked like just that he
literally can't be real, can it? Am I watching someone at world-class skiing whose heels aren't attached?
Yeah, there he is. He is. I just Googled. He is the first telemark skier to ever come compete at a Free Junior World Championships. Orion, sorry for not mentioning that before, and puts even another light on that line you just did right on your tellies. That's insane.
I mean, I don't want to call you a lunatic, but that, as far as I understand how difficult telemark skiing is, that was completely crazy, man. You're on another level.
That was absolutely insane. Orion, biggest props.
I mean, we tell about putting the free in free riding. If is going to come in and make a rule that you have to attach your heels to the back of your skis.
Oh, you should see Will next to me. Like, he's a skier. His mouth is not like closing anymore. He can't believe it. Look at this combo. Into the 20 on telemark, ladies and gentlemen. And then right into this air.
What? Oh my, well, it was never landable. It was far too gnarly. I don't think it was the plan, and if it was...
well, we call it Zoe's air, but he definitely did overshoot it and had angled too far to the left.
Wow.
Only just the first man down, and we're only catching our breath.
Well, I tried to telemark twice, and if I tried it on top of that mountain, there's no way I got to the bottom of it alive. So Orion Charnay, wow. Just wow, mate. That was awesome.
Whew. But no time to rest, because Olaf Halvarsson is already in the start gate.
He's from Sweden, but born and raised in the United States.
No, he's born and raised in Sweden, but when he was 16, he went to the US because there was no Freeride ski academy in Sweden that would keep with him. So he qualified via the American system, but it still does start for...
I see. Wow, you kind of see straight away that Scandinavian style. Very aggressive, but very, very clean in the technique. Slashing, playing with the terrain.
So he is representing the US because that's where he rides and where he qualified for the event. And again, we see a different line. Look at it.
Where is he going?
Oh,
surely this is too much now.
Flying?
Yeah, and I wonder if the judge is just slightly judging that he's not as fluid because he didn't immediately find his line.
But with the choice of line.
Yeah. Here we go then, Olaf. 360 to the left, going huge. Immediate face plant and leaving a boot behind him, so unfortunately no scoring.
Did he leave a ski behind as well?
Yeah, I think so, man. Yeah. I mean, the 360 was perfectly set.
Look at Lenny, you kind of have to go that far in order to avoid the rocks,
yeah.
but it's not
then
very
it's a little bit flat, so is it the most smart place to try and throw in the 360 is the question. Yeah, he looked great off the takeoff, really nice shape in the air, keeping his shoulders slightly shifted ahead of his feet to see the landing early. He looked like he had it completely 4-point and under control, but then just losing a boot and going front flipping.
Yeah, he just lacked this 30 or 40 cms more of snow to make the landing even softer.
And just taking the exit couloir that we saw Alize get herself off the face with. There's a little cliff at the bottom. So a big shame for Olaf. Huge amount of talent, clearly. He's a beautiful skier to watch, but just finding a mistake today that's going to cost him any chance on the podium, I would say.
And he can keep on fulfilling a task he set himself, because he says the main reason to come here was to ski the Austrian Alps, and competing is great, but it's much better to just go shredding with your friends. Pretty ambitious move. That'd be huge 360 when you're actually not here for competing, but rather for fun shredding.
He says all of his favourite moments in life have been spent in Aarhus, Sweden, and yeah, I'm always told that place is worth going to check out.
Back to the start gate to bib number 3, Finn Griffith from the USA.
Airing, grabbing, safety off the first hit.
Just started competing last year in freeriding, but had 2 podiums and 2 comps. And looking at the speed, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Huge air.
And you know what? That air has never been done in that way.
No way.
No, that's new. The transfer has never been jumped in that way. That's a new one.
Transition off the back of it was awesome. He's definitely opened that up for the future.
18-year-old Griffith. Look, he's
claiming it already.
He completed transfer. Wow. Arrives at the similar area than the last 2 competitors, looking for the entry now into the Nar.
A little bit Hank Billis inspired riding there.
And he'll have all the self-confidence from that upper part.
Wow, absolutely boosting.
Down to half pipe.
And I thought,
Define count.
Oh my God.
That's a new one. That's not possible.
Another transfer in. Keep it together. Holy moly.
To Finn Griffith for pulling that off. That was one of the most insane moves ever seen.
I think we can define the bottom of that as loose but lit. That was outrageous. And in that moment, did he scare the judges? Doesn't really matter if you keep the control under wraps. Moment in time.
Because I think you can try it 3 times and probably will pull it off once.
Well, I know for a fact my bones would have shattered if I tried to do it. So.
Finn Griffin, definitely not fully under control in the lower part, but the way he pulled it off, amazing. And he knows that was something very special he just managed to do.
Well, it'll be first place for now, I think.
Man, he was in the line workshop a few days ago, and I can't believe. Look at the transfer.
My.
The line scoping this boy did. It's incredible.
Yeah, I guess we should question the control level of this.
And also here, completely fresh approach, racing down into the half pipe, traversing, define, almost getting cup.
Great control to manage that.
Look at it. I was sure it's going to explode because it's not steep anymore where he lands, but still.
Well, he manages to transition down the back of that rock in order to create a landing for himself. Another meter in either direction of him, and he was eating it for sure. But first place on a 73.67, Finn Griffith from the USA. Unbelievable performance, man. He is hyped.
I know I always have discussions with Bertie. They never want to judge him because when someone is close to falling, I always say, yeah, it gets extra points. And Bertie would always deduct points, which he always did here. To me, that would have been worth an 80. Just for giving it all he had.
Well, yeah, in terms of scaring the judges, I was definitely on the edge of my seat, so maybe they felt like it was a bit of an outrageous thing to choose, but and you can't really question the control out of the back of it.
Anyway, big props to Finn Griffith. That was amazing. I think there was a couple of new moves on Kolish in one run. Very amazing. Wow.
We come back to the top, and Xander Banks, who was first in the Red Mountain National and the Big White Regional this year.
Yeah, it's his home mountain, 2 Red Mountain. 2 nice shifties. Very controlled style up there.
And here we go into the half pipe then. Does he find a little air on the entry to it? Just cruising for the moment. Biggest air we've seen into that so far. Shifting again.
See, that's what you want to do, Dave. You want to supersize your potential airs, especially when they have an easy landing like this one.
Right. And this guy's technique is pretty beautiful and solid, isn't it?
So here's a countdown to enter to the ramp. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, is it flat through there? He holds it together.
He holds it together.
Doubles.
Straight into Zoe's air.
Boom!
Spread eagle.
And not able to hold it together at the bottom. He jumped over all the sharks, and yeah, Zoe just demonstrating how special it was to have stomped anything through there, because it's clearly very difficult.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised here because the judges must have told the boys to minimize the speed at that takeoff, because it's still a big air if you do it with 0 speed, but he didn't go in very fast. But that time he went too fast to overshoot the transition, and it's just you just can't stick it.
Yeah, I don't know how much you got to squat to do that. That looked like a perfect backflip here. He could have done that.
For a second, he was going to do one.
I was like, yeah, you've already lost your score. You may as well go for it.
He had it in mind as well. Yeah, don't care about being disqualified, but go for it. Thank you of the day. Xander Bank is.
And also the sun just coming out on the Kappl-Spitz for us now. That cirrus cloud above us is burned off. That's going to allow these lads to take even more speed and confidence into these big features. And as ever, we might see a slightly low percentage completion rate, but we're definitely going to see some exciting features used and very large speed, big tricks, lots of crazy stuff going on. Xander Banks into the finish area, still stoked with himself because he knows he went massive. Lovely air here. Love that shape in the air.
Yeah, he was so controlled in all his jumps. Every time he left the ground, he was more controlled than while he was skiing.
This last air, there's absolutely no problem with his shape in the air, and he lands
too
it
fast.
Totally
look at the transition at the bottom.
Boom!
He actually took a different angle actually overshooting.
There is a transition there, and then he just got sharked out on one foot, and he's done. So.
There is a transition there, you're saying? So
yeah, I think it's possible. When we looked at it first, it looked like it was just too much to stump, but actually there is an angle there. Looks like shooting slightly to the skiers right off Zoe's cliff. As you say, less speed would be better, but for now...
These kids make possible what seems impossible for us.
Yeah. Xander Banks on a 50.33.
Wow.
Wind building slightly at the top of the Kappl-Spitz as well. It's not going to affect things too much as they drop down the face.
And ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some more crazy action as Jordi Sabido from Andorra is in the start gate. We know from the guys from Spain, Andorra, they like the Kiwis, yeah. They don't ski the best of snow, so they are sometimes on a different level in their skiing. See the mountains with different eyes.
Straight away breaking out to the lookers left in a different line. Airing off there.
To the face. Yeah.
Certainly not holding back in terms of speed. The 2022 national champion in Andorra. And yeah, skiing really nicely through this slightly choppy stuff, and now lining himself up for the gnarly section of the face. Seeing a few people hesitate trying to use this top entry, because there is one here. Here he goes then, ollieing into that, doubling down.
Out.
Small control issue there, and he's down, I think.
Getting up a bit, yep.
Slightly easy to trip yourself up there, and these flat landings, plenty of sharks around.
But he's up and going again, thinking if he should do his final move. Whatever you do, take it easy. Your momentum's probably gone a little bit.
Ooh, not taking it easy at all.
Tripling out, taking Leela's cool. No wonder he took a moment to think it on. That was an amazing move. I think that's a new one as well.
I don't think we've seen anyone straight line into that yet, because the first people down there had to do a lot more in the way of slough management.
Yeah, but he didn't go into gully. He went to the side of it. I think it was kind of a triple. Wonder if you can see it again from a different camera angle. Wow. The creativity among these kids is amazing.
Yeah, I love that. We're 6 years here now, and we're still seeing brand new hits, new lines opened up, people coming up with new concepts of how to challenge the judges.
Kali's Freeride Academy is his home crew, and he wants to ride like Candy TV.
Who doesn't, Ed?
Yeah. Oh, what happened there? We took eyes off the screen for a second and see
a little control issue
in the snow, right, literally right in front of the finish line.
Yeah, that's a shame because again, 2 control issues the judges are definitely going to take into note. He was on easy terrain and just cruising to the finish. Wow, that was loose.
Hard to see what exactly happened there.
I think slightly flat transition. He tried to get on the right foot to shut the speed down.
Look at this bottom part. It takes him a while to get it sorted out, but then...
Oh my.
Jumps in.
2, 3. Stomps it. Oh, huge respect, jump. Definitely went out there with ambition.
Rodi Sabido. I hope we pronounce this the right way.
12.33 in 4th place for the moment, but for sure that's it's not going to stay there. 2 massive control issues. Ooh, we got some people speed riding today. Back to the top then for Markel Borrobio Penaboro from Spain. Winner in Bakira Barrett's Junior Championship last year. 7th in Ordino Arcali. And straight into it then. Another new line. We haven't seen people trying to jump these little cliffs at the top. Finding fresh power on the right side of the entry. Not so many people using the mushroom as I kind of thought they would.
No, I'm surprised as well, yeah. But one thing that has definitely changed is visibility. The riders now have perfect bluebird.
And where's Markel going doubling? Wow. That's a really nice stomp off a technical double, difficult terrain.
Yeah, that's a classic line, and we have only seen it once, not even done exactly that weight.
He's absolutely killing it if he holds this together.
Whoa, a little high-sider.
It's a small control issue in the end.
I've seen that.
We'll be back to the video judge for that one, but I think they're not going to miss that one.
No.
That's a triple tomahawk.
Gets the award.
Goggles are off.
Nicest tomahawk so far in the day.
Having a little ride down his own avalanche.
Right into a mini slide with the goggles going right beside him. A bit of a gear distribution on the face.
Yeah, giving us a big wave, so he's okay. We might need to wait for a ski dude to come and get his kit, though.
But this whole part of his run from going over the edge into the shadowy part, bang, 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 that was amazing again. Like
yeah, and running no fluidity issues until the big crash, basically. He was going after it, and yeah, one of the most technical, difficult lines with the most airs in it. It would have been a winning line, I think, if he kept it together.
But for the moment, he has get together. He has no probably at all spots where he doesn't want to have it. And while we're watching Markel to get his stuff together, we have some news from Alicia. She is fine, but she definitely has some kind of a knee injury. That's why
Alizé, yeah.
Alizé, that's why she didn't want to ski out. She skied off to the side, but she's otherwise fine overall.
Okay.
So that compression at the landing definitely did hurt her knee, not her chest, whatever else, as we thought before. So more of a classic Freeride thing.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that I don't know a skier in the world who hasn't had some sort of a knee injury to kind of recover from and go through that process, learn to manage your body, learn how to do the physiotherapy. All of that's a pretty important part of the game. So super sorry to hear that for Alizé.
And
but
we have we have seen so many riders come back stronger from injuries because you focus for a couple of months on your body. Yeah, you optimize your muscles and your strength, and the head's going to stay the same. And all the best to.
We're going to see it back, and most likely at the top of the 4 stars within a year or two.
At the replay,
Markel, you lunatic!
Doubling in, turning off to the right, holding it to dead there, but maintaining his fluidity, and then.
It's got to take the control to get into that left foot turning. Shame. Doesn't look like there's much in it, you know. A little bit forward off the takeoff maybe, but I thought he had it. Ski dude struggling to find his kit because it's deep in the 30-40 centimeters of powder we've got here.
So during the line workshop 2 days ago, there were coaches that asked me with all the kits, so what are the most amazing moves you have seen of this phase, or what do you recommend? What kind of move would you recommend the boys to do for winning? And I said to them, this is not the mountain where you win doing a single move. It's the mountain where you stay in control top to bottom, because it's so big. It has so many variations in it, so many different airs and aspects that there is not a lot of time. It doesn't happen too many times that a lot of clean runs are being brought down to finish line. So staying clean, even though you go big, is the crucial part.
Perhaps an element of the junior tour as well, when 18-year-olds are trying to push that limit, perhaps haven't got the experience to know how to fit that limit into what terrain they've got in front of them every time, therefore pushing it to 120% instead of 90, and this is when we see a lot of crashes.
That is actually the amazing thing on the Freeride World Tour, where typically 95% of the riders manage to put their runs down, but there's mistakes, but they hardly ever go over the limits.
Yeah, that's very true. It takes a long time to develop that knowledge of yourself and a mountain and how to apply the two together.
That's why me, with my 41 years old, I could still be vice world champion, just be able to judge the mountain in a way that the youngest can't. Not that my legs were still the strongest, but the mind just is young.
Tell you what, I'll buy you a beer if you go back and win the championship again, Ollie. You're in. Just one beer, though, because like Brexit happened, I'm not as rich as I used to be. So
I'll think a bit. I'll think about it. Maybe they come up with a master's class at the Freeride World Tour. I'd totally been for that.
I think one of the coolest performances I've ever seen was Steve Clarkson in, was it 2020 Verbier Extreme? They gave him the wild card to come in, and they played this beautiful cutscene of the bloke just saying how great it is to carry on with the love of this sport. It keeps me in great health and great fitness. Totally. And I think he took the biggest air of the day into the East Coolwell, off the big nose there. And I think he was 52 at that point. So you're not done yet, Flo. And you got life left in the old dog.
Thanks. Nice to hear that. I stop riding with my kids and then go back to riding with the...
Don't stop riding with your kids. They'll be beating you any day now anyway.
That's true, yeah. It is one of the most rewarding things and these days to be out there with the kids and just see their pleasure in the powder snow. And you start hiking now and use a split board, and it's just amazing. At
some point you should probably stop worrying about your own progression so much. You've achieved a lot, man, and help the kids out to achieve what they're going to,
That's totally true.
Mark L still just hiking back up towards the skis. I think basically no one can find his skis. One of them is still in the pile. My advice to everyone in this situation is your ski is nearly always above where you think it is. It stops immediately because it doesn't weigh so much, and you keep tomahawking for a while.
That is true, yeah. Maybe they should come with a new rule to put a Reco sticker on.
Nice option.
Talk about the Reco. We haven't talked about the equipment of the juniors yet, right? The compulsory equipment as you're leaving the start gate.
So always we've got to have a spine pad that's not associated with your backpack, a proper fitted one. A helmet is I think the minimum basics. If you're just going to step off a piece at all, please everyone put a helmet on. There's rocks out there. Obviously avalanche transceivers with a shovel and a probe that are accessible with fresh batteries is really important. And a Reco reflector is also recommended. I tend to wear one on the back of one of my ski boots. They weigh nothing, they don't get in the way of anything, and it just adds another thing that we can use for searching for equipment.
So for those of you who are not too familiar with the Freeride gear, the back protection helmet obviously saves you if you're impacting a rock or whatever else. And a transceiver is used to search for and find a person that is buried under the snowpack after potential slide. The probe is used for the exact locating of the person, and the shovel to dig that person out. And the Reco system is similar to a transceiver. It's just a non-active reflector which you put in your helmet on your skis, and the mountain rescue has the device to find someone. The reason why it came up to me is that why don't the Freeride World Tour riders put a Reco reflector stacker on each of their skis, so the safety crew coming down could easily use the reflector to locate the ski. That would actually mean we could be up and running with the comp again now. For a ski.
That's important. We always do. There's a safety check before you start the hike into that terrain. We have someone who's checking that those Reco reflectors are applied, that your transceiver is on, and it's sending the correct signal for someone to pick up. So we never have anyone at the top of the mountain who's not running the correct equipment for the day.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the most important rule is never to leave the slope without a transceiver. That's like the absolute minimum. In Tyrol, for example, we had 3 teenagers die, 1 each in the last 3 years, being out in the open and being buried by slides, and all of them were just below the surface. But at the time a rescue team is there to dig you out, you lost your oxygen, you potentially die. But if your buddies and you all carry transceivers, you can find somebody within minutes and getting back to the surface.
And I think that's a really important point to make for our North American skiers and snowboarders who come over here. That too often they're taught that the mountain is either secured for you and therefore it's an open zone, or it's a closed zone and there you go.
All right, that was our safety talk. Now, while we're waiting, let's have a look at the highlights of the last year, because all last year was an amazing event here at Kappl-Paznaun, and let's see which lines the juniors took there last year to impress the judges.
Sick.
Good morning, freeride lovers around the globe.
This is the most important of all of the junior events for the year. It's the pinnacle, top of the top, the cream of the crop of all of the riders. It's going to be an incredible show.
What a
Sadek, also from the US. Whoa! Full speed!
Ever since I started competing when I was 11, that's my dream to go to Freeride World Tour. And Freeride Junior World Tour is pretty close.
And our first ski woman. Oh, flying a big entry. No hesitation, dropping down vertically. Martin Bender. Probably is going to show the mind-bending one.
Switzerland.
And a 3 onto the ramp. What? As an in-run to a 3, going for the big one, as a straight one. Lands a double landing, straightens out. Martin Bender with the run in one piece.
Man, did Martin Bender demonstrate that he's going to be a one to watch for the future. That kid is ridiculous.
And he already is. He just told me before he won the Freeride Junior World Championship in Kappl last year, and this year he's out there with Marcus Eder and other big heroes on eye level in the backcountry competition.
Yeah, 4th place in the non-dart backcountry invitational just the other day, only beaten by Maxime Charbleau, Ralph Welpeter and Marcus Eder. And perhaps it was debatable anyway. The guy had the biggest cork 3s of the day. Looks like we're going back to the top then. Called a CD on Newport, our long-time 15 years of World Tour head judge. We're on to Timo.
Timo also from Germany, one of the guys training with Martin Hetzel in the Arlberg Freeride team. Important for him is to say that he's Canadian-German or German-Canadian, however you want to put it. And a big shout-out to Stefan Hetzel and the whole Arlberg crew, and especially to his teacher at school, Frau Weniger, for letting him have a day off from school.
And already Timo coming in with a beautiful safety grab with a shifty at the top. Left 360 off that the second hit.
So far making the most of not going to school for today. Maybe Frau Weniger is not all his classmates are allowed.
And another 360.
Another 3 into the putt.
Come on, Timo.
Most frees run. It puts both of these runs to his feet. Slow down. Take your time for that entry that has taken out others before you.
Doubling down.
Wow, that's a very impressive run so far on the ramp. What can we see as an exit here? Don't go too fast. Overstow is there.
Another left 360. Huge. Can he stomp?
Oh.
Small control issue. We'll call it a stage 3, but he keeps it together. Could still be a winning run.
Wow, that was very impressive for me.
And I mean, school is really quite important, but this man has clearly been to the school of life and learned the hard way how to do hard stuff. That was incredible to watch.
Let's compare it a bit to the other runs. 3 360s, 2 at the top, where most riders went straight, and then the air that has taken off, girls and boys alike at the bottom. He 3'd it, very smart, not too much speed. How big was the control issue at the bottom?
Yeah, that's going to be the tricky thing. They'll sure be over to the video judge to have a look at that. I wonder if, for that winning line, I thought Markel was skiing the winning line, but he crashed it super hard. So are we going to see slightly less risk, taking more freestyle tricks be the way to go today rather than going for these really, really big steep entries?
Exactly. Well, it seemed that the landing was still fairly clean at the 360. It was more afterwards.
Stomped it, was trying to shut the speed down. Yeah.
But then, you know, he did the jump anyways, and then you add the points for the 3 and you take some off for the control. It should still be a good score.
Yeah, I think...
I like that one.
That's like slightly cork axis on that as well.
To enter the face.
And we've seen plenty of people just ski past that and skip it, and he's... Oh,
so
that's
here's
huge.
the last air, gets on his right ski.
It's a small control issue, man.
But
It's
not a
there.
big one, eh? The landing itself was not the issue. He lands it on his feet, leans a bit to the side and rides it out top.
It was maybe a slight bit shy of his rotation and a little bit over the heel, which caused that. But, oh man, I'd hate to be a judge today.
I never like to be a judge. I love to be a commentator here with you and watch these guys and just comment on the amazing stuff they're doing. Wow.
I love those gold pivots as well. Look, pivot binding is always a good safety option for sideways releasing, saving your knees. And you say this guy training with the Aalborg free ski team.
Clearly, he just finished third in Verbier Freeride week with two huge 360s a couple of days ago. So.
Oh yeah. No, in fact, I was watching him there.
Yeah, you must have been watching it because you were there.
Yeah, exactly. And they were massive, yeah. The other guy went a little bit faster because he went a bit later in the day. But first place for Timo Rolshoven.
80 points, put him in first.
Is that going to stand up? I wonder if someone can ski the same line with no control issue whatsoever, and we're going to see these scores push towards the 90s.
We have a very proud Stefan Heuss as well.
You can hear him cheering outside, man.
Yeah. He prepares so what the kids. They go through the lines like meter by meter, and Timo obviously pull off the show perfectly.
Here we go then.
Kieran is going to cable off the same thing.
Kieran Ferguson, it's a bit of a cheat when your coach is Derek Foos with that much experience and knowledge about the sport. Dropping in then Kieran straight into the first hit. Nice, comfortable airs. Is he heading more towards the mushroom side of the face, or just want to...
Potentially, yes.
Right, now he's done a bit of a traverse. He's got to find something exciting for the judges here.
Definitely goes for a higher entry. Yeah.
Taking the mushroom. Nice stomp. Not the biggest air we've seen so far, but here into a completely new section, and there is a big cliff for dropping here.
It's definitely going for that.
Wow, airplane turning and stomping it perfectly.
Something like nothing. That was amazing.
And finding these nice fresh snow, but then that leaves him on slightly less of an exciting line from now on. He can work his way back to the top of this one, apparently.
That's the plan, obviously.
Cross-courting it. Two pretty big airs with very, very clean skiing, but I don't know if it does challenge the top of the podium for the difficulty in the line.
Not for the difficulty, but for sure for the creativity. Yeah, an area, two airs that we have not seen today and that are hardly ever done. I like that part. And he had really good snow top to bottom, choosing to get the alternative line on the far Lucas right side off the face. Kieran Ferguson from Bristol Blackcomb. Trains, of course, in the Whistler Freeride Club.
Into the finish area then, should be really stoked for himself for the creative idea. Definitely the cleanest of skiing, absolutely no control issue, and a lovely technique from start to finish. But I wonder if that's enough difficulty in the line. And when we've seen Timo take a pretty gnarly line with 360s in it, it's a lovely takeoff. And look at the quality of the stomp, man. Never looked like he left the floor.
It makes it look easy.
A lot easier than I ever did. Awesome.
Kieran Ferguson waiting for his score. The whole crew from Canada and the US, that's amazing. It almost take off half. It's almost half the field that's from the States and Canada. Summarize that, and it makes for such a great mood. They're always cheering when it's time for prize skiing, for bid presentation.
Kieran Ferguson is going to slot into third place for now with a 65 flat. Should be happy with that, but as we said, there's more difficulty being found out there, and at some point you're going to have to make it gnarly to make it score.
And the next guy might be want to do that. Martin Spender's friend. Martin won last year, Arno was close to that. Arno Vernier from Switzerland, right in the Verbier Freeride team. And guess what? When he was under 14, he was already Swiss Freeride champion.
Wow. And I've got to give huge props to all the guys who work on the Verbier Freeride team. Benny Albertini, old school legend of the game. There's so many kids coming out of that organisation that just really got the basics and the techniques down, really confident young people, able to attack crazy terrain because we've got a lot of it in Verbier to train on. On any type of snow condition, you'll see them out there pushing limits in the correct sort of way. 360.
3 right to his feet. I love that drone footage. It's right with the boys up there.
These FPV pilots are absolutely on point as much as our athletes are today.
Exactly.
Finding that
almost as much as the commentators.
Nice right side shifty into that one. Speak for yourself, Flo. Another left three.
Whoa,
Off a new
totally
entry. Doubling.
blind.
Hold it
Can he
together.
stick
Oh, no.
that? That
Man.
was so difficult to pull off. Such a small landing set only.
I mean, that's where you're risking it for the biscuit, right? If he pulls that off, 360 into technical terrain,
Totally
having to
blind.
immediately control speed and double into another landing. And another 360, keeping it together, Arno. Yeah, buddy. Not really sure that is a control issue off the bottom in one sense. He's just landing it and pushing through it. Definitely a control issue off that double.
Yeah, you have to forgive him for the bottom one because obviously the focus is a bit gone after being on his back.
But we've
following the crazy entry into that steep rampart with 3, totally blind. That was an amazing
we've
move.
got Timo in first place at the moment with a similar level of control error, but not in such difficult terrain by using the double. So both of them taking a 360, 2 363, 360s down this face. And I think this is also going to be in the running for first, second place at the moment.
Yeah, but this was a more major control issue. It was a complete stop.
And maybe a 360 in the snow.
Timo had problems riding out.
Oh, but the double, though. The double. Wouldn't you say that was taking him right up to the middle of the 90s if he did land that for sure?
I'm really looking forward to see the replay of that entry of Arno. That was incredible. See how he spreads his keys before takeoff, just for a more stable platform to take off.
That's how you create the
Look at this
rotation.
one. Just comes in, can't see shit where he's going, airs into it.
And actually nails the 360 on a calf set in deep snow, gets the 360
but
just right.
On his back, Beetle starts keys up in the air. It's definitely more of a control issue than Timo did have riding out of the big 3. And
again, oh my God.
Yeah, big back seated here as well, the landing.
Yeah,
was
true.
both hands in snow.
Probably it was a little bit more of a control issue than I gave it credit for. Might still trouble the podium with what control issues we've seen, though. So is it third place for now? Should be very happy with the idea, and for the most part, the execution was there. Whew. Same skis as Maxime Charbot, everyone's hero in the Four Valleys at the moment.
I bet.
Fourth place then, Arnaud Fournier on a 60-point finish for now. Big hugs from his homies at the bottom. Definitely one of the most ambitious line ideas for the day. And
big credit, especially for that entry. Wow.
And he's still only 17, so he's going to be back here next year.
For sure. The one's not going to be back here probably next year, being 18 already, is Luca Oss from Sweden. And he wants to give the biggest of props to his mom, Josephine. Josephine, who's been working for the Freeride World Tour for many, many years, came here yesterday and she did hurt her knee and is on crutches right now, and we hope that she's back on the snow soon.
Representing Sweden, but they have moved to France, and growing up in Le Grave, one of the most gnarly zones in the Alps, really. Just everybody who rides there is a nuts alpinist and always pushing in really difficult terrain.
Yeah, the Serge Chevalier Freeride Club there is really a good crew, and he wants to give a shout out to them as well.
Nice shifty off the first cliff then, and heading straight out over towards the half pipe. Oh no, finding a whole new air on this side as well. No one's been off that yet.
Nice one.
And now the air into the half pipe, is it?
Let's do it. Now that we know that you can't do a 3 there. The level is set.
It changes the way the judges see anybody else using it to a lesser extent, doesn't it? Oh man,
which entry is he going to choose?
Definitely getting real difficult to know those entries when you've had so many people sort of stop on one and make it look like that. So now there's the double.
A new variation.
Yeah, really nice variation on that, and beautifully controlled. One of the most difficult technical lines we've seen through there so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Just getting the speed dead right into there. Really, really neat. We've seen way too many people be ambitious off that and ruin their line.
That was such a smart run, top to bottom. Maluka staying within capabilities, hitting every air exactly with the same speed. I'm really stoked. Maybe it was not the most spectacular one, but I really, really liked it. That was a great Freeride performance.
Still got runs up in the top 5 that have control issues in them, so I guess that's a smart play. Yeah. No, he's shown pretty much the most solid technique and control so far. We've seen people try and push the limits far further on that air and style criteria and it not come off for them. So it's a super smart tactical play for today.
Exactly.
Luca boosting to the finish line then. Well done, buddy. Josephine's going to be super proud on that one.
On the footsteps of a legendary crowd of Swedish skiers that have very, very successful on the World Tour. World champs Rainer Barker, Christopher Todell, or in earlier times Sverre Lilleqvist and Kajsa Crichton.
We had a good chat with Josephine yesterday. His mum has hurt her knee for the moment, so yeah, hope that's going well. Recovery.
Oh my God! That's a double down there, a triple almost.
Yeah, and then, like I say, this is just so smart off there. It's a sniper landing. People going way too big and into the bomb holes off that.
We have seen about 8 drops there, and how many controlled landings? Maybe 2?
2. Yeah, that's definitely the most controlled of them so far.
He and coaches did a great job in realizing what amount of speed you do need at that takeoff.
Well done, Luca. Smart riding today, dude. His mum would also like to apologise for the sandwich he stole from breakfast the other day. Apparently the hotel were really angry about that.
So another tough cookie for the judges. How do you compare a very clean run with maybe a bit smaller jumps to the big ones?
Coming in third place though, Luca R with a 70. As we said, not the most gnarly thing, but definitely the most controlled of the day.
And we're looking back up to the start where Griffin Larson from the United States is waiting to drop in. And he's the one, I think, with the longest list of shout-outs he wants us to. He wants to say to Ella and Madeline, his sisters in college, and he wishes they were there. Shout-out to the team, the Smugglers Notch Ski Club and the Vermont Smugglers Notch Resort for being such an amazing place and supporter. And finally, of course, Mom and Dad. And his coach, Theo Campbell, being such a great coach inspiration. Just done before he hits the
perfect
first
airplane turn and a slightly different line off that first one. Looks like he's got some mogul technique in his background, like really solid.
Huh?
Yeah.
Like he lets his legs do the work.
Yeah.
Upper body doesn't have to do anything.
Here we come then into the half
pipe. Into the half pipe or around?
Yeah.
Into the half pipe.
Right then, as we say, lots of people have kind of set up ghost takeoffs on this now, so it's really difficult to know where the correct takeoffs really are. Doubling, tripling, and just losing it over his left foot. Yeah, a bit of a front punch in the landing there. Too difficult to control that.
Once again, such a difficult task he did to set himself right, performing a triple at this part of the face.
Yeah. But he's in good shape and skiing away from it.
Up and riding. Yeah, definitely was going to go for the Zoe Air as well, but deciding to take it easy, which is only fair enough for other competitors who still will be very happy for as fresh as possible landing.
Yeah, taking less risks out of the bottom now, just taking the sensible play, cruising back to the finish line. And I would say when he was kind of rotation with the principal steering element he was using, he looked absolutely fabulous and like a great mogul skier, and now he starts carving his shoulders over that inside foot a little bit.
He's not only a skier, he's only competed at the national championships for running, cycling, and for skiing.
What?
So a very complete sports person, Griffin. Yeah. Wow. 2 victories for him last year at the IFSA Junior National 3-star events. Not a victory for him here today at the Freeride Junior World Championships. But once again, he's only 16.
Yeah, man, there was building experience, and if he's already competing in national championships at that many levels, then that's a lot of experiences that are going to come value to him in time.
And the way he skis, he has a great technique and creativity. He's not lacking either, so bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had one of the most interesting line choices there to try and find that triple, which was also needing him to control speed across his left foot and set the line up. Was pretty small error in the end that led to a fairly big crash, so yeah, looks neat and clean in the air. Look at this option for a line. And maybe some sharks as well. Made it very difficult as the snow condition changed to power that left foot and control what he was doing. Waiting for the score then. Griffin Larson comes in on a 31.67, of course being punished for that control issue. But as we say, he's got a couple of years to come back here and perform again. Next rider's a super exciting one. We've got Jack Kolish. He's 18, so it's his last year here, but he was 3rd at the 22 Freeride World Junior Championship and also second in the overall seeding list by the end of the season. So definitely showing a level of consistency that's not always common at this age. Little safety grab off the first jump. Big Cossack spread eagle off the second one. We love to see it. Love to see it. Oh, classic.
Lake Luce being his home mountain. You've got to teach him how to do spread eagles there. You can see another one.
And now, again, the biggest air off that half-pipe entry. A little shifty, grabbing safety. I hope the judges can pay that Cossack for air and style because I love it. Double and finding it flat, but nailing the landing. Really, really strong through that difficult section. Finding a fourth air then. Going pretty big, and no control issue in a sense, gets spat over the heel of the ski.
I thought for a second it was a bit in the backseat.
It could have turned into a stage one, couldn't it? But
nicely.
it's not. I think he's good.
Sponsored by Fisher Ski, Monad Sports, and the Lake Low Ski Resort. Doing a great job. Again, I think he played really smart. He supersized his top jumps, right? But at the bottom, where a lot of other riders crashed out, he just...
Yeah, just wound it back for the right place at the right time, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, just looked like a smart rider from start to finish. And yeah, I mean,
Totally.
who doesn't want to give that Cossack points? I'll have an argument with any judge who doesn't think that's air and style defined. Awesome job then, Jack Kolish. Pretty hyped as he comes into the finish area. Wonder if we've ever seen a Cossack on the World Tour before.
If you have seen, pardon?
A Cossack, this spread eagle. Come on, I've never seen anyone goof that hard. That's so beautiful. And then this technical entry, doubling but controlling perfectly. Straight onto the left foot to shut the speed down and get the line set up for the next line. Stoked, pointing out all his sponsors there.
Very professional.
You all go far, mate. That's what they like to see.
But I mean, it is that way. When you're young, a sponsor means so much more to me in terms of like you realize, wow, there's actually someone supporting me.
Someone
what I
wants to
love
back
do,
me
right?
to do this for the future, right? Yeah. You know,
Like people that believe in you and then enable you, that actually like give you money for traveling on a pair of skis, and then you break them and you come back and here's another one. That is so amazing. That's for a young one to experience that.
Definitely think those like first time I ever had a sponsor, White Dot Skis. Thanks so much for picking me up, and yeah, that was the best park run I'd ever done. Just to have that extra confidence behind me and know someone wanted to back me to carry on doing this. So yeah, it makes a difference.
He's a happy camper, Jack Kolish. I'm sure his family is as well.
And of course, shouldn't shout out my own sponsors when Yeti and Dynastar are the people who made everything possible here today. Here we go then, Jack Kolish in second
points.
place.
That's a solid score, second place.
As we say, super smart play.
Yeah,
you know?
it is. But there's still another 19 competitors out there today. So this second could theoretically be 20th place.
Yeah, there's definitely some big names yet to come. So, yeah, we're waiting for Marcus Goga from Canada. 4 podium finishes last year, winning the 3-star in Revelstoke and Whistler. 2nd at the Red Mountain National and 3rd place in the North American Championship at Big Sky. Yeah, this guy, definite threat. Growing up in Whistler, you have an awful lot of free ride terrains. Big shout to Derek Foose. And to my man Rory Hackett, bloke from the UK, moved there to become a free ride coach for the team. Working on the juniors and doing a great job. Yeah, huge clean airs at the top and boosting.
If you check out his Instagram, you see him upside down with his mountain bike as well, not just on skis. So another complete sportsman.
Oh, huge call 3! Let's go! Let's go!
Into the half pipe.
Oh, man.
How could he even scout that? And he's going for another fresh air.
Oh, my God. Wow, yeah, there's not really a control issue. Little hung up. He's lost his goggles.
Claim that? Not to, that's too much speed.
Oh my God, dude!
No, it's not.
This has got to be first place, is it? Is this first place? This must be a Rory Hackett phenomenon.
But I have one comment for you.
Oh man!
Did I tell you I saw him upside down his mountain bike?
Yeah, so I'm trying to shout out his coach Rory Hackett, who's long-time mountain bike legend from the UK, and yeah, now the free ride coach at Whistler Blackcomb as well, working alongside Derek Foose. These kids clearly having the most solid technique in the game and definitely choosing lines really sensibly. That is definitely the most challenging line we've seen today, and with the huge court 3.
Did he just pull that all off?
Yeah, like if we've seen other people have control issues because they went too fast and too big, it might just prove that
like
Marcus is
3
better.
times in one run. It doesn't happen. It's just 3 times in one run. I think this guy's going to crash. I think he's going to crash. He's going to crash. No, he puts it to his feet.
Look at that stomp, man.
Then I think, no, this is not possible. He's going to crash. And
doubles
hits the
almost.
transition perfectly with a tiny hand drag. Was he claiming?
No, he had time to readjust his goggles because he went so big.
And then I think he overshoots it and there's no transition and he sticks it.
It's because his goggles are falling down over his face because the G-force on them.
This is first place so far?
I'm saying it, and Bertie, come have an argument if I'm wrong. That was first place, man.
Bertie, better give him the score this season, otherwise Will's gonna run out of commentator booth and hit you in the head or something. Marcus Goga. We don't even know how to properly pronounce his name. It's probably French Canadian. Goga. Or Gogan? No, probably Goga.
Is it an I at the end? Gugen. I know, we're going to give up. But 90 points in first place. It's all right, Bertie gets away with it this time.
Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. I might give him another one.
Moment in time.
He deserves it. Oh,
I love this sport, man.
Run.
Someone paid me to sit here and be this stoked about free skating today. That's so sick, man. Come on.
Marcus, props for that run. Yeah.
You're a G. You're an absolute G, bro. That was
I gotta take off my jacket, man. It's too hot in here. Oh. So we know what's possible on this phase now. And we wonder what Bodie Young is thinking, being at the start gate.
That's a tough act to follow.
You know they can watch the live stream up there. I don't know if it's smart to do so. It puts a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, man.
But you could theoretically be in the start gate and watch the line of the guy in front of you and then try copy-paste it.
And we go back. Let's take the pressure off Bodie in the sense this guy's 16 years old, first season competing last year, but second place, victory already in a two-star at Crested Butte. And wants us to say a huge thank you to his coach, Johnny Rosman, and obviously his family for watching and friends back home in Aspen, and his sponsors for supporting him. So, his head coach and Big Mountain.
That was his ski getting caught up right before the takeoff.
I think it's getting sharkier and sharkier up there, or not?
Yeah.
He looks okay.
That was not his fault.
Giving us a big wave.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he looked back in disbelief. It's like he took off but one ski stayed behind.
Now cruising into the half pipe. Obviously, we mentioned it so many times today. It's hard to keep your focus going and to take big risks after a crash like that.
Bodie being a very interesting and spiritual name. I don't know if you remember the movie Point Break 25 years ago.
Of course, yeah.
The hero was Bodhi Sattva, played by Patrick Swayze. Yeah, his name was Bodhi as well.
No, finding that double again that Marcus just used.
Bodhi it's got to be very spiritual because after crash at the top, if you run like this, still continuing in the same way. That is very strong.
Oh my, huge and stomping
What a stomp!
Well, it turns out this entire day we've known nothing about free riding, and apparently you can go that big off there, and there is a transition.
I was so sure you have to take it easy, but you can't, like you said, you can't.
Well done, Bodhi, especially after, and I think specifically that style of losing confidence in your decisions because you didn't know that there was a shark there to still carry on and push the limits like that.
So to say, only being 16, and last year was his first comp season with not very little comps, but a second at the Crested Butte event. While training, he's usually at Snowmass, his home resort, and he's in the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. What a recovery, like going head over heels intentionally on the first jump, and then he puts the biggest air so far down on that bottom joy jump.
I guess because we haven't, the guys on the podium now, no control issues whatsoever. So a little bit of a shame for Bodhi, but he's got 2 years to come back here and prove himself again. And he's definitely just demonstrated that he belongs at this level of competition.
Man, I'm amazed by his mindset, like to really lose it up there and then stay focused. Because he was riding so loosely after the crash, I thought, okay, he's going to just cruise to the rest of the run. See it? The ski just stays.
Oh my, yeah. A misty 450 off
back protection for. Super technical in one.
Boom.
Doubling in there, not even a finger touching the snow. And look how far he goes.
Oh, and grabbing safety in the spot at the time. And super clean stomp through about 15 metres of air.
Bodhi, big props for you. You keep riding with this. There's a big freeride future waiting for you. So I wonder how many points we have to add to the score. We see now how many were deducted at the very top.
This is a tricky one, as you say. That middle field becoming really difficult to rank with everybody taking really ambitious ideas, lots of creativity, but plenty of control issues to think about in there. 54.33 for Bodhi Young, then an 8th place for now.
Yeah, that's almost 20 points off for the crash at the top, which hurts, but that's where the rules go.
That's what it is, man. You got to risk it for a biscuit, but you've also got to be clean and you've got to be executing stuff properly. We move back to the top then for Diedrich Kirtland Opsen. We've seen his sister earlier today. He's 17, finished 5th in the Norwegian U16 rankings in 22. Still waiting for his first victory on a junior tour event. Coming out of Hemsedal, we've mentioned the quality of free riders that come from there, how often they have steep and deep snow to ride. Let's see how he goes on big mountain terrain. Representing Hemming Adrenaline. Nice line off that first one.
Yeah, no hesitation for sure.
A little bit smaller than some have gone there, but plenty of control in the air. Yeah, and he's definitely got the fluidity going. He's ripping between these features.
Yeah, I think we have seen only one line that was super fast that went all the way through. Everyone else having control. Just, wow, you can tell he was skiing in Hemsedal for the better part of his life.
Ooh, little control issue over the inside foot there, and a bit of a running man on that last air, but now coming into the knot. No,
Ouch!
That's a dangerous one in the end. Catching a shark on the takeoff for sure.
Exactly. So it's 2 skiers in a row catching a shark at the very takeoff. The Kappl-Paznaun is taking its toll today. Maybe conditions overall a bit more challenging as riders and coaches were expecting. What do you think about that, Will?
Yeah, I mean, what do the coaches do? Do they say abort plan and think that there's a shark there, so to go and do something easy? I don't think that's the right play. There are some really good takeoffs going. Perhaps just asking them to ollie a little earlier and come over that last bit of the wind lip of the cliffs where there is more likely to be a shark is a better idea. And
I was thinking that you have to take the snowpack into consideration. And maybe that was neglected a tiny bit on some of the riders and coaches today.
Yeah.
Markus Goga with an absolutely insane run, leading a pack with 90 points, followed by Timo Rolshofen from Germany, 80 points. And Jack Kolish sits in third with 76.
Yeah, none of them with much of a control issue and lots of freestyle air and style elements in their runs, particularly Marcus with the most gnarly of line choices as well. So, and becoming a real game at the top, and it's going to be really tight by the end of this contest.
Yeah, and with the next rider, we're past halfway off the field. 15 done, 16 to go. Will Cookson from New Zealand next, so we can be ready for another crazy show, I'm sure.
Both are our Kiwi riders representing with a ridiculous mullet set up at the moment, so shout out to these guys for having the confidence to run such a rowdy hairstyle. Quick look back at this run. Yeah, Bodie. Little running man there. And then let's have a look for this hook up on the top of this cliff. Yeah, he's trying to ollie off a rock and it pitches him straight forward. Does manage to get the distance to keep himself safe. Yeah, but unfortunately never going to land that one once he's pitched over the handlebars to start off with. That wasn't Bodie, sorry, Deirdrick. Just get myself mixed up on the list. Back to the top then for Will Cookson. And as you say, he has the advantage that his coach is 15 years of a World Tour judge, Dion Newport, absolute legend of the game and a lovely bloke to hang out with. I live all of about 4 minutes walk from him in Le Chab, and he lives right next to the paraglide landing field, so I very often stop in for a cup of tea at the end of the day. Just waiting for Deirdrick to collect his kit, I think, and make his way off the face. He's giving us the big wave.
Yeah, when we were competing in Alaska with the Freeride World Tour, it was a huge race, almost 1,000 vertical meters drop. So we could convince the event organizers that snowboarders would run first, so we had first tracks, and we were all flown back up to the top to act as ski-doos, because they realized we are much faster, helping any skiers losing their skis. So it was great. We got 2 runs a day, and the competition went really fast because we helped the skiers.
And on those old Alaska faces, you pretty much needed to be a world-class rider to ski-do that thing. You know, it's
exactly.
It's a different game. Deirdrick making his way off the face with a bit of speed now.
Yeah, this area in Kappl here, the area to the left of the Kappl-Paznaun is called Kappl-Paznaun. Because it faces east with a tiny bit of south, which is the perfect exposure, so that all the northwest fronts, which bring Austria the most of its snow, mean that there's no wind in the face. So the snowpack over the season builds up, and by the end of March, early April, it really looks like Alaska here.
Here we are on top then with Will Cookson. Is he going to win the Battle of the Mullets today? Him and Ethan from New Zealand. Just a little bit of a shark of the foot out, but they probably won't judge him harshly for that control issue. Not the best 360, though. Trying to set that with his feet very narrow, and therefore his shoulders drifting off to the left of his centre of balance. Tips him into a cork axis that he didn't truly have control of. Did well to recover it.
Almost high-fiving with the ski-doo, who's taking the position of the last
Another
one.
360, though, and that one's much better done. And here we go then. Dropping
Ready
into
for
the Nar.
There he is.
Doubling down. Another control issue. Yeah, that one's going to count against him, I'm afraid.
Yeah, the first ones he managed, but this one was a complete bottom roll, so to say. Where is he heading?
No, he's not backing out. What? Wow. Did he mean to do that? If that was the plan, it was absolutely crazy.
Was maybe the biggest error of the day.
Yeah, man.
All of a sudden, we thought he was pretty much done with his line after a major control issue, and then he takes off
and he came in with no speed whatsoever, but went, what, 15 to 20 meters more than anything?
Unfortunately, that means we have to give him this one. Sorry for you being the first one to hear this one today. Well, but it was an amazing riding up to the very point. Look at that impact. Wow.
Yeah, I thought he was base jumping. Turns out he didn't have a parachute with him.
Yeah, maybe that was what he wanted to do, and he forgot his parachute.
Taking a little while just to get back to his feet in very deep snow. He's lucky it's that much powder in that landing.
Yep. No, he was aiming for a very nicely filled pocket.
Clearly was the plan, and he's still proud of going that ambitious.
Yeah, he can be proud, representing New Zealand very well. Almost high-fiving with the ski dude up there. And this was kind of the highlights of the run. Look at this 3.
Yeah, that was pretty nicely done.
Beautiful.
Oh, not the best we've seen. We've seen Cork 360 done pretty perfectly off that as well. That double's crazy, but yeah, over the back seat, then taking an impromptu 180 and a full stop.
Could be that the riders misjudged a little bit the steepness of the ramp.
What is this, man? The floor just disappears. Is there a transition just a couple of meters above where he went, you think? Then it looks a bit thin there.
Yeah, but you realize that a lot of riders landing on the ramp, leaving the half pipe, are in their back seats and then in troubles. Maybe because this is a solid 40 degrees steepness, and they're airing it, they have to stop for the next lift point. I think a lot of them only realize it as the line, because if you're looking at it from the viewing points, I think it looks a lot less steep than it actually is.
Yeah, no, as you said, we took a good look at it from the top of the chairlift earlier. It gives you a very different idea of what it is straight on. Yeah, Will Cookson boosting his way out to the bottom of the face then. Definitely one of the more entertaining ideas of a line for the day, but I'm going to say perhaps a little over-ambitious with that last air, and definitely a little bit of a control issue with a narrow feet set on the 360 at the top.
I know the Kiwis are very typically almost always over-ambitious, no matter which kind of competition. Because they don't have a lot of powder snow at home usually. It's kind of rowdy snow conditions, so whenever there's powder, you feel like automatically their performance goes up by 20%.
That's it. Have you seen Jackson Wells' new edit, Hiatus? It's just a symphony of that, like awful snow conditions and someone being outrageously sendy. Yeah. Ripping on grass as much as he is on snow, but wow, man is talented as hell. There's my laptop going out the window.
So, Will Cooks New Zealand is down and safe.
And we
go back up to Team America with Cole Davidson in the start gate.
18 years old, first comp year was last year. He won the 3-star in Big Sky. And he's already 18 actually, so he is ranked 105 in the Region 1 qualifiers right now, repping out of Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, but that is with the adults and not with the juniors.
That's what I'm saying, man. So he's 105th in the world overall and still young enough to be...
Ski Team and Academy, Crystal Mountain represent Cole Davidson.
Nice air off the first hit.
So watch out for that rock in the in-run of air number 2. Yeah, nicely rides around it. No skied in the air this time, so did nothing wrong so far.
Seeing a few similarities of line choice for the lads in this top section for sure.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know if that slasher is going to be worth as much as airing into the half pipe as we've seen some people.
Well, we have seen 2 360s from other riders in that upper half, so we know it's possible.
Cole going huge, but not quite getting it shut down.
One more time, a bit in the back seat.
It's exactly the same issue as Will Cookson.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times. But keeps his skis on his feet and moves on with a new entry, new variation of that.
Oh my, that's nicely done. Yeah, that's a really nice entry into that. You definitely got to get the speed just
you get
right.
More transition that way, but you have to snipe it that landing too. Wow.
Well, this kid can ski, absolutely ripping through the crowd at the bottom. And getting front punched, unlucky. Curse to the commentator. That's totally my fault, buddy. I'm sorry about that. Oh, has he lost a ski as well? No way. Yeah, super shame, that one.
He has clear goals. He wants to go to study at the University of Utah, to ski as much as he can and make it to a Freeride World Tour, and is looking up a lot to Olaf Halvorsen. He's a brother competitor and coach to him. I'm sure Olaf is watching now as well. Seeing a run that was well laid out, but just did not work out perfectly.
Just a few minutes here whilst he tries to get back up to that ski.
So, well, if you had to compete today, which line would you choose?
Oof, I don't think I'm brave enough for Marcus Gugan's line. I'd definitely take the 360 off the top and the 360, hopefully with a little cork into it, into the half pipe. Yep. Then I think I would go with the sensible plays we saw from Luca R and a few of the others to shut the speed down and try and find a decent transition without going too big at the bottom would be my play. And because I'm over the age of 18, I'd try and chuck a backflip in the bottom, I guess, on one of these things we've seen looking.
Yeah, I'm sure you would do that.
What about yourself, Flo? You got a lot more experience in and more of a traditional big mountain rider than I can claim to be. Where would you go?
You know, I've competed here and I have always used that Lucas right side where all the Nara is, but I might just go and use the Lucas left side and supersize all the airs. It's such a, especially if I had to go now with a more tracked out mountain, I would just add 4 or 5 big airs, supersize them, maybe go for long, floaty threes. And then the key point on the left side is kind of that wind lip that we haven't seen done today yet.
No one's run the speed into
because
it.
that's your exclamation mark at the end of your run.
Yeah.
But it's a tough cookie. It's a steep up and it's not the steepest lining. Perfect for a double backy, which you're not allowed to do. So
that's all right. I get disqualified anyway, so may as well just go and hoik it.
Exactly.
Hucker Tucker for the win. Cool. Cole Davidson then got his kit back together. We're going to go back to the top, and of course I'm going to go crazy here for Dylan Hennessy,
this is you guys too,
representing the Great British crew. We do have a great freeride culture coming out of the UK. I think we've always said that everybody's so passionate because we mostly ski a load of rubbish that when you get those conditions, you go super hard at it. And he's already gone mute grab into a left 360 in perfection so far. Training out of Verbier in the Chamonix Mont Blanc region.
Yeah, so he calls Chamonix his hometown. He trains in Verbier, but he is from Great Britain. That's a very explosive mixture, I would say.
Yeah, and so far, not looking like he grew up on a dry slope, but looking like he understands how to ride big mountains and also having those freestyle elements.
He was 5th last year in Verbier, the Verbier Freeride Week. He won Les Arcs freestyle juniors last year.
Now finding some cliff airs.
Very controlled and complete so far.
New line off that one, but too big. Is that a control issue?
Wow.
We'll be going for the video judge for that one, I think.
That's exactly what we have the video judge for. Very hard to tell if he was in the snow with his back or if he could pull it together.
But yeah, look at this guy's technique, man. Dylan, you've got a future in this stuff, man. Keep at it. Lining up another hit here.
One for you to
and the Cossack, we love it.
That's going to be some extra points. Going to make up for the landing of the big drop.
And we've seen a lot of people just kind of cruise through that bottom section, so just finding some airtime adds a little bit to that line score.
Stoked to see that you have fellow countrymen that can follow the footsteps of. So we have James Stentyford on the World Tour. Who else was there?
Well, I think Cody Bram on the snowboard, but otherwise, have we seen another British skier?
Half Swedish, half English.
Yeah. But no, I think we've just had the one individual on the World Tour representing the UK so far.
James Stentyford, snowboarder from the freestyle world, who did a couple of years in the tour, also based out of Chamonix, and proudly represented his home country at a lot of events.
We've definitely had a few people work their way towards the top of the 4 stars. Sam Allen, Rob Kingsland, Louis Shano.
Oh, and Sasha Ham was also British.
True. Yeah, excuse me.
British snowboarder. Let's look at this landing here. Comes in.
It is a back slap.
It looks like a stage 2 at least. He keeps his hands in the air, but I think his back was fully
Is it enough for the podium? I think.
And you can't be stoked.
Might be on the edge of the top 5 for now. These top guys are really starting to put together very difficult runs with no control issue in them. But great to see a British flag represented at the top end of free riding right now. Thank you, Dylan.
But guess what? Next rider's British too.
Let's go!
While we're waiting for Dylan's score, Will is going crazy already next to me. Can't believe his fellow countrymen are up there.
And yeah, Jordan Ray coming up next, also with that Verbier Freeride squad. I've said does so much great work in the Four Valleys. We've got incredible terrain for the kids to play on, and they do a great job. If it's slightly low tide year, then they're out still working on those proper techniques on the piste. See them building jumps all the time, and you see them in the big mountain ripping steep gnarly stuff. So
Dylan was 15th here last year. Depending on what the chance to think about that last landing, I believe he should be a bit further up in the ranking this year. And Jordan, our next competitor from Great Britain, was 10th last year.
Interesting. They're having a big think about this one. Definitely open some questions.
Yep.
How big is that control issue? Using those 360s at the top, but not necessarily in gnarly exposed terrain, compared with people we've seen using doubles, and definitely more in terms of line difficulty through the middle section of the face. So 62, 6, 7, and 7th place, so getting punished for that back slap for sure. Dylan Hennessy stoked with that. Well done, bro.
And the more riders there at the finish line, the harder it is for the judges, because they have to squeeze the new riders in between the old ones, and then really have to think, all right, how was this new rider compared to that on that old one? And when you already have 2 or 3 riders in a very close range, like within 2 or 3 points, then it is really, really difficult to put it in the exact
Definitely getting
place.
pretty stacked between 55 and 70, and the scores off the podium will be difficult to rank from now on.
Yeah.
Here we go then for Jordan Ray.
Currently 2nd on the junior ranking in the European ranking tour, so right up there with the best of the best.
And expect similar styles and flavour from these Verbier Freeride boys.
The back, coming in blind. Whoa!
Nose butter 3 turned into a nose butter corks 5.5.
Was he spinning too fast for a 3? Or not fast enough for a 7?
I think the idea was, in fact, a nose butter off the cliff, but never really got up on the noses, therefore catching the leading edge of the ski, spat him into a bit of a misty 4.5 sort of scenario.
It's grumpy, of course, because he
such a shame out of the top.
lost it at the very first time behind. But yeah, I like the creativity, though. How does the start get off to the right into the power and then coming in with this air?
And I guess that
really nice.
We've only seen one nose butter 3 on the World Tour, as far as I'm aware, and yeah, therefore super creative option. Is it? Yeah, it's definitely an attempted nose butter, but did not have hold of any. If you're going to do that in power, you need a pretty big pre-ollie, a big movement of the weight forward on the nose, and you need to nail it through 180 at that moment.
The terrain was not perfectly suitable for that nose butter.
In the end, I think
explain the nose butter also for our not freestyly.
I see, yeah. So just taking off, starting your rotation before you get to the lip of the jump, moving your weight in a forward direction onto the noses and pressing the ski, therefore using the flex of the ski to create the pop. Much harder, therefore, to do in powder, where if you start at 90 degrees.
More simple, you're turning around before you take off.
Getting 180 done
press
beforehand.
your nose down because you're going switch, and that pops you off, and then you do whatever kind of move.
Exactly.
Like Marcus Eder does it over 50-meter cliffs in the Freeride World Tour Finals in Verbier.
And for sure, we see it pretty regularly in World Cup slopestyle skiing that a nose bud dub 60 can be done, but you've got a clean takeoff there, and you can wash through
so
on your edges.
So is it actually really possible in powder?
It's not a true nose butter in one sense. It's a 180 to a nose press.
Because you're not using so much to pop off. It's more the powder snow that pops you off.
So maybe you can call it a pre-180 into a nose press, then using the flex of the ski. It's easier to call it a nose butter. A true nose butter, as we see it done in park skiing, is almost impossible in this condition. Therefore, I think we maybe just question the idea of the plan today.
Maybe you should talk about this.
He's boosting into the windlet, though, is he?
So maybe you should talk about this with Jordan Ray tonight over there.
Yeah, why not?
Wyatt Gentry, United States, from the Evolution Ski Team in Jackson Hole. He's here with his older brother Luke and also his parents, and his brother, and his buddy Tucker Carr, as well as his grandparents and cousins and his coach.
Sick.
Holy shit.
The full family.
Yeah. Half of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort in Kappl here today.
I wonder if my buddy Brian Berger used to be this guy's coach.
That's a new entry. Is that a possible entry, or is that making the impossible possible?
That's some big mountain riding there. That's definitely like a Jackson Hole kind of entry. Spiny, narrow line.
I'm sure his coaches say to him, hey, if you do that line, there'll be fresh powder in all that.
Yeah, no one else can ski there.
45 people down the mountain. How can it be fresh? It was fresh. Going for a fresh exit air as well.
Unbelievable. Wow. That honestly might be the best line choice of the day without some of the freestyle elements into it, but definitely not a control issue. That I think could be right up there, Wyatt.
Wyatt Gentry, super fluid, super creative, not a finger out of position from top to bottom so far. and some of the most creative features we've seen so far. I really want to see that replay again.
I want to know who his coach is, because if it is Brian Berger, he definitely didn't teach that kid how to do that, because he can't ski that well. So Wyatt Gentry just absolutely finding the most creative of options and still playing with the bottom of the face with a big daffy air.
Saying thank you to Salomon Friesky and TGR Optics about supporting him, as well as all boys in Jackson Hole and Teton Valley. Wow, what a smart and spectacular run that was.
Yeah, man, if you haven't given him money on his contract yet, make sure you pay this guy and keep him on your team, because he's going to be worth it for the future for sure. Here we go then.
64 riders are looking at potentially nice runs, and then comes a Wyatt Gentry and finds, here, look at that entry. Finds an area of mountain that no one has skied before. Has to shut it down before the cliff. And then look at this one. Lands on a little ledge, takes off again. Perfect into the tranny.
And I feel like those 360s at the top are cool and all, but definitely not as difficult as skiing deep, steep terrain like that.
No, but the mix, it is, right? So if you do the same line twice, and one does the 360 at the top, and one does no 360 at the top, you know who's ahead.
We haven't seen anyone do Wyatt's line yet, so I don't think he needs the 360 to trouble the podium here. He's got the Cossack for his air and style add up as well.
Oh, do you see the smoke above the judge's head?
Steam coming out of the ears.
No video judge needed for that one. It was so clean.
Yeah, you're not no questions on control
No.
anywhere. Oh, this is a tricky job. Does he go to the top three?
Definitely a rider that stick to his game plan 100%. No improvisation.
Yeah.
No, nothing.
And when we talk about those, must have been difficult entries to find. We've seen some people hesitating, but yeah, the fluidity's in there for all that reason.
You know, honestly, this is how you...
Third place, Wyatt Gentry on a 78.33
for Wyatt. And that's how you ride a free competition. You prepare perfectly, you ride it perfectly, yeah, and you step it up every year, every time. Yeah.
How old's that kid? Is that his last year here?
That's the only information I don't have right here.
Oof. Oh, some pretty crazy riding.
We'll have it in a second.
We go back to the top then for Alex Didiu from Spain. 18 years old, winner in Ordino Arkeli in 22, and 13th place here in Kappl last year. Coming out of Bakira Barrett.
By the way, Wyatt Gentry is only 16 years old.
Oh,
it's not like he's the oldest.
My God.
So sponsors, you've heard us. Go and send
Pay
your
the man.
contract now before anyone else does.
Right, back to the top then with Alex. Straight in with the 360. No one's actually spun off that yet. Is he going to three again here? We've mentioned the kids from Bakira Barrett following Aymar Navarro and Abel Morgo in the World Tour. Just created this outrageously sendy character, but he has just lost a boot.
No.
No way. In that open field, that seems pretty unlucky.
How did that happen?
Wasn't the most clean of techniques, and then left his left foot behind him a little bit. Top sheet got dragged by snow, and it left his leg. So there it is. He's not happy.
We're very sorry for Alex. All that we can do for you now is play a song. Yeah, España, por favor, let this guy go back up and do the same run again without having lose his key, because I know that's exactly what's in his mind right now.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those scenarios where there are a couple of sharky bits.
Look at it, the first one today to spin it, and spins it left side, even though it seemed
it's a better right side spin.
To the right,
yeah. I'm a bit like that though. I suck at spinning right, so I just do it left anyway. Yeah, in the end, there is some choppy snow. I think more focused on getting into the half pipe and perhaps building his speed to air into there. Just didn't pay attention to the snow under his feet at the time. There goes our man Alex. Thank you very much for the show.
Lo thank you, Alex, pero muchas gracias para venir a Kappl para la competición de Freeride. Bakira Barrett, his home mountain. Well, that's how it goes. Oh man, I remember after World Tour in Tinia, where I did the first day, which was right below the start gate, landing on a rock and tumbling.
Yeah.
Guess what? Next year we go there, different phase, same setup, got a start gate, first air, land on a rock, twice in a row, without even, just not seeing the shark under the snow.
It's too easy to do.
And it's so frustrating. It's different though if you do a great line and you crash at your last air, or you have a mistake, but just up there before the action really starts. Oh, that's just...
I've done it too many times, just like kind of focused on what's coming or what's gone. And my first ever freeride contest, 316 at the top, was so stoked on my backflip. I was swinging my pole, just boosting to the finish line, and some muppet had left the road there, so I face planted really hard. I honestly thought I'd just like won the thing, spinning my pole around, and then apparently Dion said my backflip was a back slap anyway, and I disagreed with him, but whatever. Such is life. We wait for Alex to vacate the face.
Well, we look at Marcus Goga with definitely the sickest line of the day, sitting, and he deserves it in first place with Timo Rolshofen in second, sorry.
And now it seems you need a run that's completely clean with no control issue, with some freestyle elements added into it, as well as doing those off the big gnarly bits of this mountain. Yeah, look at it, just locking that left foot up, getting left behind him. Little bit of a snake in the snow somewhere. Perhaps a little bit of misalignment in his shoulders at the top of the turn, which made that easier.
But it's a gamble how strong you tighten those spines, right? You don't want him too strong because you need him to open on a big crash, but you want him as strong as you can possibly.
Yeah, I think in that scenario it did what it was supposed to. He gave it a pretty big smack whilst it was out of alignment from his foot and stuck behind him, so not going to blame them on it.
United States of America, from Snowboard Alta. 17 years old.
Left 360. We've seen plenty of people nailing that up there. Nice way to open your face.
The riders now got inspired by the previous ones and know, okay, if I want to be right up there, then you got to give it a 3 at least.
And another very corked 360. And every now and again, someone breaks wind in the car, and you've got to get those windows down as fast as you can, giving it the big winder. It's a huge control issue on the exit of that.
No control issue, though. Going into the Nor and onto the ramp. One of the cleaner passages we've seen in that part of the face. Seems like we get one of the more seldom done as. Yeah, we have seen that by another US rider.
Such a shame then. Then it makes you think, was the 360 worth at the top again? Spinning left off a feature that was better spun to the right on. I can't talk because I can't spin right to save my life. But at the same time, we've only seen people using left spins as if that's their natural way to go. And Mr. Carlson definitely showed he had the skills, but that 360 turned out to be too much for him to deal with today.
It's a shame because the lower part was really well laid out and perfectly performed. Like, there was no mistake going into the Nor and exiting on this big air.
Yeah, it's like you say, almost a shame to throw away what would have been a great line score with a slightly inconsequential 360.
It was hard for us to see what actually happened at 360 because the drone just did swing around his head.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we get a replay on it.
Whether he meant to be as corked as he was definitely trying to get those windows down as quick as he could, wasn't he?
Yeah, looked more like almost like a hand drag cork.
He did pretty well to recover the axis, and here we go.
Here you go.
Yeah, left 3, very corked. There's nothing wrong with the landing, he just didn't hold it. This was the nice part of the line, though. No control issues here through the technical terrain and doubling. Yeah. And then finding another air.
If anything, he could have ridden into that second 3 with a bit less speed. That's not going that far, eventually sticking it a bit easier.
Well, I wonder. There's more of a transition further down. It didn't look like he went too big or too small on it. Just maybe didn't get the cork all the way to his feet, so he was behind his feet when he touched down.
A bit out of balance.
That's that. Nice, ambitious line from Owen Carlson, but we know now that any of those control issues are going to keep you stuck down towards the 50s, which is getting you outside of the top 10 at this point.
Exactly. Once again, the judges have their head smoking, thinking, okay, how much do we have to deduct for that control issue? Because the rest of the run was sweet ass. Sweet ass is what the Kiwis usually say. It brings us to our next rider waiting to start again already. Ethan McLean from New Zealand.
Told of all the mullets being repped today, the most outrageous of them, but
the mullets. Can you translate mullets to German, please?
What was you told it was party in the front or it's business in the front, party in the back. That's what a mullet is, right? That's how we call it in English. But he's apparently then always wears his hat. So there he is. Look, you can hardly even see his eyes. He's got his hat down so far. Be nice for you to rep it properly. Right, Ethan. Always the Kiwis. This man from Mount Ruapehu, my girlfriend used to be the radiologist there, apparently saw the most ridiculous breaks from the most rowdy loose skiers you'd ever know.
An amazing mountain. You can ski in the morning and then go out to the Taranaki Peninsula and surf Epic Swell the next day.
Did you ever ski the bowl into the volcano at the top of Ruapehu,
Yes,
man?
of course.
Oh.
Ski down to the volcano.
Wow,
Try not to dip
Ethan.
try not to dip your feet into the kind of toxic volcanic lake.
Sulfuric gas comes out of it here and there.
If you ever go to New Zealand, one of the most amazing scenery in the world when it comes to freeride skiing and snowboarding on Mount Ruapehu.
Oh my God, Ethan.
And it produces some of the most amazing skiers as well. No hesitation for Ethan going onto the ramp. And what's his exit area going to be?
Running a little slow between these features. I know Birdie's always looking for that.
Definitely had the coaches tell him that should not take with too much speed.
But yeah, good control in the end. And as I said, I think that's the line that I'd try and use and not take too much risk off that bottom cliff, because there's plenty of score already built from the line above him. You know, I think I got some of the best spring corn turns of my life on a pair of terrible rental skis that would hardly stay on my boots of the back of Mount Ruapehu once you go kind of into the bowl and then ski that south side now.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's interesting
place.
because most skiers on the field world we've seen from New Zealand are from the South Islands, South Island, and a skier from Mount Ruapehu is kind of a new one for us.
Yeah, in a sense, it's only one volcano outstanding on its own, so you get a lot more terrain down to ride in the Southern Alps. It's a full pull from Ethan, no control issue in it anywhere, but I think he's going to struggle to trouble the podium. Lovely inside safety grab on that one. And the double is pretty technical now, I look at it back. And then he goes pretty big at the bottom.
Ethan if he has a favorite mountain. He said, no, skiing is fun no matter where.
Nice. That's the attitude of someone who comes from...
And there's the Kiwi flag. Yeah, buddy, you can be proud. Yeah, he podiumed on all the 3 New Zealand events this August. Maybe for you guys to know out there, the Freeride World Tour and Freeride World Qualifier season starts every year in New Zealand. So since it's their winter in July and August, so that's the first events of the year. So usually you have the Kiwis leading the Europe and Oceania qualifier rankings at time of year because they have the only ones to have competitions.
Ethan McLean comes in then with a 66.67, good enough for 7th place at the moment. And we'll go back to the top straight away for Alexander Williams from Switzerland, 17 years old. Been competing now since 2019, so plenty of experience there. And if you've ever been 2nd place at a competition in Nondai, you're doing pretty well because, as I say, the culture around there brings an awful lot of really heavy riders to that competition every year.
And guess what? He is also a competitor in mountain biking and represents Switzerland in the World Cup this year in Val d'Isola.
No way.
Yeah.
Get off the talent, man.
So
I need some of it.
Like another Maxime Chaplot, who is world champion in kiting and in freeriding.
Into the face then. Alexander Williams going big off that first hit. Ripping very fast into the second. Setting up 360. Perfectly done. Man, this kid's talented, that's for sure. And absolutely boosting, so the judges love to see you waste no time. Keep the fluidity up in between. New entry. No.
Spinning into the steepest part of the face, finding a beautiful powder pocket. What a move was that. Amazing display of skills by Alexander Williams.
No one's used that line yet as well, so the judges love to see you finding places people haven't been. Another takeoff, he's looking really solid. As long as there's no control issue from here to the bottom, this really could trouble the top 3.
Towards the finish line now. Wow, my head's spinning because that drone footage.
So sick.
So amazing.
Do we think it can trouble Marcus Goga at the top, though?
I'm not sure because there was such an outstanding run, but the top 3 is definitely within reach for him. Especially
720! In the end, that's not worth doing to have the control issue out the back of it.
Well, you know what? Doing a 7 there rather than nothing and then keeping his keys on your feet, he might just not have lost a lot of points there.
Yeah, you think, I don't know.
That's like a 3-point error. At the 7, that means you're riding out with like 15 points bonus at least. You're losing 15, or you think you lose more?
Yeah, I just know Birdie, he doesn't love you to over-push the freestyle elements in flat terrain, and yeah, he's likely to take a few points for that. It's down to the other judges, though. He doesn't make all the decisions out there, that's for sure. I love the concept of going for the 7, though. This guy is ambitious. He doesn't want to hold himself back from anything.
Progression. Like you're saying free skiing, you have progression as a...
It's one of the criteria, man.
Years. We don't have that in in free riding, we talked about a couple of times if you should maybe replace technique by progression.
Yeah, I feel like technique and control are pretty much locked up together as a criteria in some senses anyway.
How awesome is it to have a close to perfect run? Yeah.
and then still
go
commit
for the
to it.
7
Yeah.
from the finish line, and you know it's not a man-made kicker. It's really hard. You don't really know how far it's going to be. You don't know the takeoff very
He
well.
was super close to nailing it as well, though. Maybe just needs to pull his safety grab in a little earlier to get his feet back underneath him. But yeah, Alexander Williams.
It's not a consequential crash. It's not like you're falling in the steepest part of the mountain.
That's
and
it,
potentially
yeah.
roll of rocks. So
yeah, it's a safe place to do it at the very least.
I guess to feathers.
Well, he's only 17 years old, so we might see him back here next year. He loves riding around Verbier as well. I look forward to seeing him on the Four Valleys crew. Yeah, he definitely belongs at this level and above it, I think. 360 at the top and into that line. We'd not seen anyone use that cliff at all yet today, and it turned out to be a 10-meter air with a perfect 360 on it.
And smart, because it's a bit of a more landing area than other parts of the face, deeper too. So really smart run by Andres Backe. Debatable, obviously, that 7 at the bottom. But hey, we saw a 7 at the Junior Worlds. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, has that been done before? You've been here a few years, Flo. Ever seen 720 at this level?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. I think it probably, I would have tried to do it.
I'm so happy not being a judge right now, because I've been in discussion with Birdie now, putting the whole competition on.
It can't go up on the podium though, can it, with such a big control error? So hopefully he's holding the top 5, but might be down in 7th place, I think.
Yeah, but well, we keep in mind it's a very good example for judging, also for our people watching. Yeah, let's say he arrived there with 77 points. Yeah, he does the 7. That's 10 extra points, so it's at 87. But then he crashes. So how much deduct? 10, 15? Go back to 77 or even down to 70?
Yeah.
That's kind of the question the judges are asking themselves right now.
That's
but
right.
they have the experience to do the right thing, and we'll see the result in a
I
second.
think I've got him on an absolute maximum of a 70, which is, I think, all the way down in 5th place now. So probably a little bit below that, although I
remember Freeride World Tours where snowboarders with a cut were winning.
It's a 77.33 for Alex Williams. I'm absolutely full of rubbish. And I guess deservedly so. The 720 at the bottom is not the consequential part of that run.
Wow. So he would have been in the mid-80s, which would mean probably a 2nd place without that hiccup at the bottom.
Yeah, or if he nailed the 7, then yeah, he would have been just on an 89 maybe.
Anyway, I'm stoked that the judges did the target points according to where it happened.
Quite right.
What he did. Right?
Quite right.
So I think that is hinting towards potential progression being rewarded in freeriding.
Yeah,
as we move up to the top to Andreas Backe from Norway. Oh, supersizing air number 1.
And yeah,
and number 2.
Little safety grab going boosty.
Sponsored by Rossignol Speed Protection. Coming from Oslo and training with the Hemming Adrenaline Club. And he wants a shout out to Lars, his coach.
Left 3, very smooth into there. A little over rotation with the shoulders, and he's never quite recovered them to get the speed shut back down. Such a shame. Letting the shoulders push beyond the line of the skis and
not a head over
landing.
heels crash, but still losing the control at this point.
Still another 360 and going huge off this one. Too big, over rotating and coming to a total stop there. Still keeping his kit.
Andreas Backe, 17 years old. 4 victories last year in the under 16 events, even though it was only his first year on the Freeride World Qualifiers for the juniors. Wow.
The shade just starting to come across the face as the afternoon progresses here, and maybe affect the landings in the half pipe and mushroom zone of the mountain.
That's true. But bottom line, we have to say that
hopefully he's all right. His poles are a little bit above him there, so we're waiting for a ski dude to get down and give him a hand. Here's a point for you. Going back to Alex Williams, is it backflipping specifically that's banned, or are inverted rotations banned?
whatever you do, your skis are not supposed to be over your head.
Well, then I'm always questioning that rule. I don't think that's cool. I know these kids can do these tricks, and I think we should open it up for them. That was a cork 720, and I believe closer to a D-spin than anything else. So on the video review, let's go back and see if his head actually went under his feet, because it may well have been completely upside down at some point, man.
You are totally right. Well, as far as I know, it's an insurance thing, that the insurance is obviously necessary to pull off events like this. That's what they're asking for. And maybe you got to think, we have 18-year-olds who are capable of double backflips and have done this for 10 years, but we also have potential of 14-year-olds which may not be able to judge the risk in the same way, and then maybe go head over heels a bit too crazy.
I appreciate that, but if the insurance broker is listening right now, then we're seeing the standard these kids are at. This is the World Championship. Across the board, we're seeing the sport progress at such a rate that is something that people want to do, people are capable of, and we've just seen it. Cork 720 is a little bit harder than doing a backflip, man.
It's way harder. It's totally debatable, but also we have seen with the not easy snow conditions today, a fair amount of crashes that were caused by problems at the takeoff. People hitting rocks at the takeoff or getting stuck just before the takeoff. And if you go for backflips, then obviously, or if you allow backflips, then you allow everything at head over heels. And you might have a lot of people hanging upside down in the air, uncontrolled, and going down into a not perfect landing.
True enough. Still waiting for Andreas to get back up to his poles, then moving a little bit gingerly and slowly, I think.
But saying that, I went to the Bangor Park at the closing day this year in late November, and I did backflip over the Big Mama, flying for 25 meters upside down. I must say it's such a great feeling, and really hope to put it back down in the snow as well. This winter.
I have not done one since March of last year, man. Didn't really find the conditions at the start of this year. I haven't had my head in the game to that extent, and I miss it. It's just like such a sick thing to do. And
maybe today is the day.
Maybe today is the day.
Yeah, keep your glider in your backpack and we go and find a couple of...
and you said, actually, the solution is if you've got your laptop in the backpack, there's no way you're backslapping that thing right. You put the pressure on yourself.
I found out after Field World last year, when it was in my backpack and everyone's backflipping, I said, okay, Flo, you have to. And then I did it, and I put everything blood flip to my feet. Computer still in one piece.
Oh, love it.
So maybe today is the day.
Today's the day.
Yeah. We'll let you know at next year's Freeride Junior World Championships if Will Tucker managed to put the backflip to his feet.
Sucked it up and went for it. Have you got a spot round here? There must be loads of decent little windlips.
I think we go for the big windlip.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, man,
hang up to Kappl-Paznaun and go for the big one.
Could go completely massive off that thing, eh?
We're looking at Kappl-Paznaun, and there's so many lines, like the whole Lucas right side of the mountain, which is not open for competition because it has a big no-fall zone at the bottom. Yeah, that's beautiful to ride as well.
Yeah, man. And as I've been looking up at Kappl-Paznaun, and noted that the boot pack is massive.
Up there.
It's pretty massive, huh?
I see 3 lines coming down the mountain. Must have been Kevin Goury and friends because they said they want to do it. Wow. Yeah, guys, if you hear us back there, maybe have the Barbie camera look to the left once and see in true fear and spirit what some of the maybe coaches or parents have done while the boys and girls are competing up there. Beautiful backcountry lines in steep and exposed terrain, boot backing up, riding down. That's Freeride spirit, isn't it?
Yeah, man. It's a relatively gnarly climb up that Kauai to get to the ridge as well, eh?
Yeah, I've done it before, and it's steep and long.
Yeah. Heavily corniced ridges here as well, so important to stay on the boot packs for the kids who climb to the top of the Kelspitz today.
Magst du uns vielleicht die Sportspyramide einspielen oder sollen wir warten?
And we have just 5 riders, I think 6 riders left to drop today.
Yeah, but these are from France, Andorra, Norway, Austria, United States, and Japan.
Some heavy hitters, big names.
Exactly.
Looks like Andreas has now got his kit back together and working his way off the face. Long time sponsored by Rosnell Sweet Protection. He's from Oslo. Also training with the Hemming Adrenaline Squad. We can go back to the top then for Oscar Itier.
He won 2 3-star events last year, one of the best French junior riders, also won the French Freeride in Chamonix, so this boy comes with confidence.
Going big, shifting off the first rock, left 3 again. Little bit of a
not an easy movement there, is it?
Nah, he's definitely difficult on the takeoff, so that just caused him to squirrel around a bit in the air to get back over the middle of his feet, but he landed well.
No, I don't think he did anything wrong there. Another 3 left, and this time
smooth a cork on it, yeah.
Not getting easier to shut down the speed. It's almost a bit of a bump slope, that upper part of the half pipe. Very clean so far. What's got he in his pocket for
Here we go then. Sensible control of the speed off that and finding a really good pocket in a landing that's starting to get ripped out. Not so sensible with the speed off the second one.
No, not sensible at all.
But actually, maybe a stage 1, but pretty much keeping it together.
Well, you could tell while he was in the air that he was getting ready for a major impact. It's almost a shame that now with more than 50 riders down the mountain, these airs lose a bit of their wow momentum, because we've seen a couple of riders hit them.
Yeah.
Now it's less the wow, it's more the how.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, I think there's always that aim of going bigger than the last guy's bomb hole, but at some point that gets impossible with this field.
But a very solid line, right? 2 3s, 1 the cork.
Yeah.
The entry out of the half pipe was very clean as well. Maybe a tiny bit too much speed for the last year.
And just a touch of hesitation into the first cliff drop of the day. So I don't know. I think it could challenge 3rd place. I'd be slightly surprised if it comes up on the podium, but I'm not judging today. He's happy with it, that's for sure.
I would love to see the full ranking so far so we can kind of tell where to put them.
Here we go then, replaying left 3 at the top. A little bit of the squirrel in the air, as he said, but actually not that bad. The cork 3 here was really nicely done. And then, as we said, did really well to shut the speed down. It is a bit of a backslap, but I don't think they'll punish him too hard for that. But those guys on the podium were completely clean, so this is going to be a tricky one for the judges.
Yeti Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar in Kappl 2023, and a lot comes down to how the judges evaluate their troubles and control issues, because hardly any rider has managed to come down without one.
And there we go. Yeah, they've really punished that control issue in the end of 58.
Yeah, you can see it. Oscar, he doesn't
looks
really
a little
believe
bit
it, but when he sees
surprised.
the replay, I think he will believe
He's going to understand that. Yeah, there's a lot above you there, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't know, compared with it was our man Alexander Williams, I guess, went in 7th with a much bigger control issue on the 7 at the bottom. But as you say, that was in non-consequential terrain and not punished to the same extent. Back to the top then, Daniel Blennett from Andorra.
5 riders to go. Andorra Kolish, his home mountain. I'm so stoked.
Oh my God. We did find the transition in the end, but he looked very loose on the run into that. And as we say, not scaring the judges is probably criteria number 1.
Very creative. A very new line on the rider's right side. I'm stoked we are on the dome with it, because he shows that part of the face and is coming back over and will be ending up in the middle of the half pipe, but it has to defy one of the steepest pitches of the face.
Well, finding a cool entry into the half pipe as well, but a very flat transition at the bottom of that one. Got to judge those receptions well. Huge. Oh, they're rocks. He's gone way past them.
No!
Immediate blow up on the landing.
There goes the ski. But I love this upper part. Yeah, maximizing the speed, minimizing compromises.
And that's exactly what you said, eh? You'd go for that part of the face, maximize those air times, and then he didn't really sacrifice the rest of the line. He still cut back to the half pipe. Yeah, I really thought if you used that looker's left side of the face that you kind of ran out of the steep and deep terrain to challenge the rest of the field.
Not if you cut over
he did well.
The way he did, yeah. Marcus Goga sits in first fairly comfortably, 10 points ahead of Timo Rolshoven and Wyatt Gentry, and then it gets really tight. Wyatt's on 78, Alex Williams 4th on 77, Jack Kolish on 76, Finn Griffith 73, Lucas Aas in with 70 points. Look at the nationalities: Canada, Germany, US, Switzerland, Kennedy, not Kennedy, but Canada. Wow.
Yeah, and I promise you, Oscar Itier is going to be up at the judges asking how our man Alex Williams was able to actually do a complete 360 in the floor crashing and be judged less for that control issue. But as you say, the difference of doing it in non-consequential terrain, he was added a lot of points for trying the 720.
And to me, looking at the moment before Alex was landing, he didn't seem in a position that he was able to land it. Oscar, I'm sorry.
So here we go then for Berk Raven Muga from Norway. This is his second in comp season. No victories yet, but some podiums. He was 3rd in Roldal on the 2-start.
17 years old from Voss Resort. He really likes his home mountain. He reckons the terrain there is awesome for whatever you want to do.
His poles are too long for him, so he's holding them slightly down, which is interesting.
I was just going to ask you if that's a new technique that I don't know about.
No, it's a standard technique in alpinism because you might want a longer pole for walking up the mountain and then a shorter one for pole planting and skiing down. But
so since you're not in the straps anyway, you might as well use them for comp as
yeah,
well.
and often now we add foam further down the poles to make that possible. But
major backslap here. That was stage 2 at least, going onto the ramp.
And generally speaking, just looking like a few technical issues. Oh, and a big tomahawk. Yeah. Yeah, the basis of technique not quite strong enough to allow for success in that terrain, and an obvious controller shoot. He's giving us a wave. Right, then that only leaves us 3 more to challenge the podium today. Mark is starting to feel really good at the top of it, I think.
Oh, I know that feeling when you're sitting in 3rd and you have 3 more, and you're like, oh.
And we will be a moment waiting because that ski is a solid 40 metres above him.
Yeah, I believe that Markus Vogler right now thinks about grabbing the radio and sending safety personnel down to bring its ski.
Already a little control issue at the top, and then this one
of the more spectacular.
I mean, it's entertaining in one sense.
Not for him, that's for sure. Sorry for Berg, because we really liked your riding. I really liked that entry there.
Oh, it looks like a long walk, doesn't it? And you've already got legs burning. Never my favourite moment, because you know the whole crowd's burning holes in the back of your head. Should do the sport pyramid now.
So while we're waiting for Berg to retrieve his ski, we'll actually have an insight into the depths of Freeride World Tour and Freeride World qualifiers to see how you can actually qualify for this event and how you can qualify for the Freeride World Tour.
Since 2008, we have shaped the landscape of competitive freeriding. To this day, 60 world champions have been crowned, pushing boundaries season after season and inspiring millions of fans. Our responsibility is to offer every rider an opportunity to practice their passion for competitive freeriding through a fair and safe system. Starting from the base, our grassroots events fall under the Junior Tour, accessible for riders under 18 years old. From 18 plus, whether a rookie or an accomplished competitor, riders can compete within the qualifier tour, featuring events all over the globe and accessible to all levels. Then comes the Challenger Tour. This is the stepping stone to the Freeride World Tour, where the best qualifier riders face Freeride World Tour riders who didn't qualify for the finals. The winners of this tour get a seat on the Freeride World Tour to compete at the pro level. Finally, we have the Freeride World Tour, the umbrella identity which exhibits the best pro freeride action at the highest level. This is where the best freeriders worldwide compete for the ultimate crown, the Freeride World Champion title. The sports pyramid has been imagined in a way that gives equal chances to every rider around the globe to compete and grow in a safe environment.
Yeah. Huge props to the people who've put that together, and the concept that we have a grassroots program that facilitates everybody getting involved with this sport at every level.
I'm pretty stoked to have seen the transition from individual events like the Verbi Extreme, which was the starting ground for the whole Freeride World Tour, and I think it was 2006 that the first time Nicholas Haywood announced that they got a budget together to link a couple of events with, at that time, Nissan as a main sponsor to create a Freeride World Tour. It was a huge step for us, a huge change in how you could present yourself as a rider, rather than being a crazy madman who throws himself off a mountain once a year, to actually compete in a series of events that crown a Freeride World Tour, to nowadays a Freeride World Tour with that stages from juniors to qualifier to challengers to Freeride World Tour. Really amazing and beautiful to see the sports grow that way.
And I love the different atmospheres across all those things down in those two-star contests. Everybody's your best mate, and no one's really trying to beat each other. It then builds up, and you get a little bit more pressure by the time you get to the 4-star. Does mean that the competition standard is totally crazy.
We have 3 riders up the start gate still, and the first one is our Austrian Jakob Miller. And what other song could I play for you if not? Jakob Miller, Skifahren from Austria, our secret national anthem.
Left 3,
Beautiful
perfect
start with a new version of that second air. Really like that one.
Where was the DJ Otzi, man? Bring me back to my après-ski roots.
Trains with Stefan Heusel, the Albex G team. Big shout out to the crew and to Stefan. He's actually half English, you know that?
Oh, okay, cool. I'm going to be his biggest fan from now on.
17 years old, and that's just a couple of comps a season, not too busy in his schedule. Kind of chooses carefully which events he wants to choose. Like he chooses carefully where he wants to enter from the middle part of the phase.
I get the feeling there's an awful lot of Austrians that could do super well on these tours that just haven't come to the competitions yet.
Exactly like
Max
that.
Hitzig last year, the best example. Where you going, Jacob? Nice line. Look at that slough chasing him down now. He's going to have to manage that.
Unfortunately, not having enough speed to connect over the ledge there, but I think he definitely knows exactly where he is, because Stefan's riders always do.
Ooh, and it's a good stomp considering, but I wonder if the judges are going to question the option of fluidity. How much did he cost himself in terms of speed to make his line go that far across the face?
Yeah, let's call it a very creative line, but not as spectacular as his upper part.
You say it's always impressive when, this guy's 3 from last and nearly 90 riders today, and I haven't seen anyone take that line option yet, so that's definitely one thing the judges do love to see.
But then it's also how you ride it, and he actually 2 times had to almost come to a stop to, enter the areas he wanted to go to.
A lovely 360 up at the top, but again, I think the top 3 right now is so stacked with so much crazy gnar, difficult line choice, and those air and style elements being put together that Jacob might struggle to challenge him.
Yeah, his favorite mountain is the Schindler, the Alberg, which was also my favorite mountain there as a ski and snowboard instructor 20 years ago. A very spectacular cable car going over the rugged peaks. That's where he trains, and you can tell.
Yeah, that 3 was pretty beautiful. And as you say, a totally new option off that. We haven't seen anyone go in that direction off that cliff yet.
So he goes down to the steeps and then loses speed a bit going up on the other side.
Nearly sharking the rocks at the bottom there.
Jakob Miller, what score do the judges have for him today?
Yep. Manu Mandel, steam coming out of her ears. This is not an easy job. See the cogs turning.
No, like mentioned before, it's almost easier to judge a competition where there's hardly any mistakes, because the pure performance of riders is easier to distinguish from each other than once there's mistakes into play or control issues. Wow, 2 to go. Well, what do you reckon?
Well, it's starting to look like that top step of the podium is locked in. I think it's possible to threaten 2 and 3. It's a big ask, man. Paul Melcher coming up next and skiing out of Alaska. Everybody who skis in those mountains in Alaska definitely has the talent for this big, steep terrain. I had my first experience skiing in Alaska this summer, actually, from the very top of it.
Okay.
And yeah, I had the worst Alaska experience ever. It was the iciest, chunkiest ski I've ever done. But that doesn't mean that Paul's not going to have the talent for this face here. He was 15th.
10th place for Jakob, 63-67.
Here we go then, and we're going to watch Paul Melcher finishing 15th in the North American at Big Sky last year. 2nd place in the Alaska and Crystal Mountain, and he won in Eagle Crest on his first season competing. One of the youngsters in the contest a little bit, and straight away looking confident. Going pretty big off that first cliff, as a lot of people are doing now. Big shifties and a lot of control in the air.
No hesitation at all, trying to push
Yeah.
his balls to be even faster.
That'll
On
help.
his way towards the half pipe, going for the skier's left entry air.
And another big shifty into that, really nicely done.
Dodging the bumps which have built up. Is this a new entry? Not quite, but a quick one.
Wow, yeah, and a really nice double in a way. And brilliantly onto the left
Keeping
foot.
your momentum up, even finding time for another little shifty up midair. And now it's time for his lower exit air. Which one is he choosing?
Nice, Dom. Well done, Paul.
Well, one of the fastest runs of the day.
And I really love that he's immediately after 4-point landing, he's able to get on that outside foot, control the speed and head, get his line set up straight into the next cliff.
So if there's anything separating this run from the very best we saw today,
Just
it
the
is
freestyle elements, right?
Thank you, Will. That was
Yeah.
exactly what I wanted to hear from you. Maybe we'll see some freestyle elements further down.
Little Daffy off the bottom one, beautiful to watch. Yeah, I wonder, it's up there with those lines, but I think our top three went bigger as well as having those freestyle elements at the very top of the mountain. So
It almost was a bit of an old school Swedish line, like Ronnie Barker before he did learn how to backflip, which he eventually did at the age of 40 or
that
something.
blows my mind as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he spent a full summer doing nothing else but training backflips.
And
So-
I wonder, that's the interesting thing. You see some of our other riders coming from Colorado or from Whistler, where there's a big freestyle park where you can develop those skills. I'm not aware there is one in Alaska at all. So perhaps that just leads to you skiing big steep lines because you've always got nice snow. And
Well, there is steep lines in Alaska. The cat skiing out of the resort and the heli skiing is amazing
it's
as well.
crazy, yeah.
But obviously, freestyle skills only come from freestyle training. Well, we're not saying he doesn't have any freestyle skills. Maybe just today he decided to.
That's true. That's
So
true.
it might be more a big mountain one, but so like
Clean.
top to bottom,
Yeah, man.
super clean. Wow.
Beautiful rider to
Like,
watch.
congratulations to a very great run. Stick to plant the run and run the plan. Anxiously waiting for his score before we go back up to the last rider of the day. It's going to be a Japanese friend, Kakeru Maekawa. Sounds more Polynesian than Japanese, actually.
If we're waiting for a score, I'm just going to take a moment to shout out my own film project, the Last Ride project. We were in Denali to ski, we're in Alaska to ski down Denali, the largest mountain there. We're trying to be the last people to ski down the highest mountain on each continent because they're all melting, right? So, yeah, it's we're making a story about deglaciation. We go, Paul Melcher moves into 7th place with a 71.67.
Solid line. I think as we saw it, add 1 or 2 360s, and he's right above the 80, and he's at the podium.
I'm still interested to talk to the judges how Alex Williams, with a big crash, even if it wasn't a beautiful 720, ends up 3 places above a completely clean line from Paul there. That's interesting to see.
Well, when there's a judged event, there's always room for discussions. It has always been like that, and it will always be like that, I'm sure. And maybe it's also good like that.
And here comes our Japanese competitor, Kiro Maekawa. Already a little control issue and attempting some switch power riding. Not deliberately.
Not deliberately for sure, no. Yeah, supersized at first air, and on his way to the second one, just couldn't get it together with that bit tracked out feel. But looks like he's continuing his run the way he planned.
Yeah, nice neat air into the half pipe now. Always a bit of pressure on last ride of the day. There's definitely a lot more shade on that part of the mountain now.
I was last rider here on Kappl-Paznaun when we had the Field Water here, and it's laid you up there for a long time, and you see a lot of runs. And whew.
Especially today when we've seen so many control issues, that's got to creep into the head at some point.
Yeah.
And Kakiro here just getting a little bit stuck, trying to hike his way into this bit of the face, but the judges will judge you for fluidity there.
Whoa,
is that a triple?
Very great Hetzel.
But then straight into the chopped terrain where a lot of people have landed there already. So keeping his kit on.
That's good. Typically skiing Gokurataka and Notsawa Onsen Nagano, but also likes to ski in the Remarkables way, was in New Zealand.
Gotta love that area of New Zealand, the Remarkables. Beautiful.
Yeah. He actually started in mogul skiing, and after a major injury, he switched over to freeriding.
Yeah?
Yep.
Man, I've got so much respect for everybody who's ever skied moguls to any standard. It really is a niche and very difficult thing to do that you need to be in incredible shape for.
Kakeru Maekawa, in a way, we're super stoked to have riders from Japan here. It's really important to be open for riders from all over the world at the Yeti Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar.
Tell you what I'm looking forward to, the ski men's highlight reel. It's going to be ridiculous. Talking about highlights today, there's been plenty of them, and got to thank you to all the coaches and parents who facilitate these incredible kids, and obviously to the athletes themselves for coming out here and putting on such a display. Awesome to have people from all over the world, New Zealand, Japan, Australia, the States, and of course all our European athletes.
Kakero Maekawa. That's a nice entry you found there.
Yeah,
pretty fresh
just
one.
a hesitation on the way into it, eh?
Yeah, but he performed
No one
it
had been
really,
there.
really nicely. We see him at the finish line waiting for his score, but we know a couple, at least 3 riders who are smiling big time right now because there's no one up there anymore to challenge the podium.
And we can now lock that top 3 in. Marcus, we can talk about that line forever, eh? There's so much energy in it, as well as all those freestyle elements. And we're always questioning, is it worth doing those freestyle elements if you haven't got big mountain riding? Don't ask Marcus that question, mate. He's got all of it.
You know, he showed me the line on the line workshop, and I told him, if you pull it off,
you
win, but I don't think you can. And he said, I think I'll try.
I love that character. Like, Flo Ollie, you don't know anything about me, man. If I can pull off that line, I'm going to do it. Brilliant. Waiting for the last score of the day then. It's not going to trouble the podium, might not trouble the top 10, I'm afraid. Yeah, it is 20th position. Kakiro Maekawa on a 17. All the way from Japan, still stoked on his day.
I love that. He gives a big thank you.
Yeah, he's
for event organizer, everyone who made it possible for him to be here. Thanks to moms and dads and sponsors. The peak of Quellspitze, and I'm sure we'll have the results of the ski man here in a second. Here comes Markus Goga with an outstanding run, 10 points ahead of Timo Rosshofen from Germany. Woo! And Wyatt Gentry on 3rd place, just millimeters ahead.
I think a super smart play from Wyatt, though, kind of optimised what he could do with that line and just use his speed super well. Alex Williams, we said, the man taking all the risk out there. First 720 we've ever seen at this level of competition. Unfortunately coming unstuck with it, but still putting himself in 4th place. Jack Kolish, the Canadian, and coming out of that Whistler setup, super aggressive run. Not really so much in the way of control issues. But then we start to look into those guys who went over-ambitious, I think a little bit too big, so maybe had some backslaps. The top British rider in 12th place, Dylan Hennessy, give him some props.
Taco Milov, second Austria, the only Austrian in 11th place. Thanks for representing Austria here.
And big shout out again, Arno Vornier and the whole of the other Four Valleys and Verbier Freeride crew.
Yeah, and Jean-Pierre Teixeira, Andorra, our last competitor in this ranking. Wow.
It was a hell of a show, man. And again, big shout out to Yeti and Dynastar for helping us put this thing on, to all the organisers who came out and put this all together for us.
I quote you when you say you can't wait for the highlights category of the men's skill field, which we're getting ready for right now.
Let's go. Oh man, and that's the telemark dude, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Some 360s came to a dead stop. We saw some with some crazy speed, and yeah, look at these lines, man. Finding transitions where I had no idea they would be. How did he ride out of that?
I have no idea. It looks even more spectacular if you put all those crazy moments right back to back.
Oh man,
with each other.
Yeah, somehow there's still that joy of live sport, though. Nice to see the highlights and put it all together, but to watch it happen right in front of you, evolve as it does, huge 360. That backslap was punished really heavily compared with Alex Williams. That was the big question between 10th and 4th place.
Yeah, I like the way it went out because let's encourage guys to do tricks. And
yeah. Oh, wow.
Punish him tight.
That was the biggest 3 of the day, isn't it?
Of the day.
Perfect cork axis.
Whoa. One of the biggest hang-ups of today with staying behind.
I love this sport, man. There's so much excitement in every moment of it. Doubles. Here's the 720. Oh man, he was close to a stomp. All right, folks, we're going to wrap this up with one more big thank you to our sponsors, to Dynastar and to Yeti for lead sponsoring this event. Lang, Black Diamond, to Kappl, To Scott and Pit Viper, we've got to say a massive thank you for such an incredible day. So lucky with the weather, so lucky that all these athletes came out and gave us so much energy. Thanks so much to the parents and coaches for putting it on, and to all the organisers. It's been my honour to discuss this with you and to enjoy such an event.
Exactly. It was high five. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. The best juniors in the world on one of the most amazing mountains. I hope we'll be back here in Kappl next year for an amazing event. This was the Yeti 2023 Junior Freeride World Championships by Dynastar from Kappl for you. Get out there. The day is only half over. We're going to ride some fresh powder right now. I hope you can do the same.
Have I got that backflip? Let's go find out.
Let's go backflip. Bye-bye.
What a day, man.